Okay, we got it. It says in stream on there, but it hasn't shown it yet. And like I said, it's been a while since I've actually used this channel, so the stuff is probably
Hmm.
all crazy and everything. Um, that's set up, and now I have to get you back on here. And from this point on, I'm not moving anything. It's just gonna be your avatar. It's gonna be in full screen, so I can't bounce back and
Okay.
forth. Whenever I hit record, I'll do the introduction, blah blah blah, and then it's you. It's like I said
Okay.
before. So, and don't worry,
Yes.
Rush. You'll hear it again. So it's just basically cut and dry. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna do my countdown and I'll get it started. Okay.
All
All right.
right.
And wow. All right, we are good to go. I believe. Yeah, we are good to go on Rumble too. So, yeah. Blah blah blah. I just heard my own voice.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, that always makes me weird. Okay. Now it's for sure. So three,
Yay.
2, 1, now. Oh, that, well, but it's not going to be able to hit record. So what I'll do is I'll do the count and then we'll do the stream. I forgot to change the recording from the video too. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Storyteller. Today, I have yet another story that I have, or another story that I found somebody who's willing to tell. And this is Bob Dub. This episode is going to be the memoirs of Bob Dub. I hope you guys enjoy it. Now, before we get started, I want to kind of lay out the rules behind this because there is a certain way that we do this. Now, this time period, this right here is all your time, Bob Dub. So, what we do is we start your we let you start your story and you say your story all the way through, okay? And before we started the video, I asked you if it was okay for everybody to make give feedback or make comments afterwards after you tell your story, and you agreed to do that, right?
Sure. Absolutely.
Oh,
Thanks, Roger. Yeah.
okay. So what happens is after you give your story, we'll open it up to everybody on the panel who's listening in, and they can give you feedback or ask you questions. Today we have Otto Excelsior, he's a pretty cool dude, and we have Russian Waves, another pretty cool dude. Now, these two, as well as myself, have been influenced by Bob Dub in a lot of great ways. This is a really great person, so if you really want to hear somebody's story, this is the person that you want to listen to. So with that, I'm going to shut my mouth and I'm going to hand it over to you, Bob Dub.
Wow, Roger. Thank you so much. What a beautiful, beautiful introduction. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you for your support and guidance. It's just so, so wonderful to be on this journey with you. So thank you for letting me be here. And to Otto and Rush, you guys have been with me right from the beginning. You have held my hand every step of the way. And it's just amazing to me that you will, at a moment's notice, drop everything else that you're doing and just come and sit here with me in this space and just listen to me. So there aren't really words to tell you how honored I am to have this privilege to be with you and that you want to hear where I've come from. So I started in 1964 when I was born. in Rhodesia. It's a British colony. I was born in the hospital there, in the sort of the white colonial hospital. And my dad wasn't present, of course, because that would never do. That would be very rude. And so he was off walking up and down the streets. I think I was born at 4 o'clock in the morning. And a week later, he packed Mom and me up into a caravan, and we went off into the middle of the bush, somewhere in the middle of Rhodesia. And there was just him and his camp and a couple of other surveyors that worked for the government. And that was my home for the first 12 months of my life, is I lived in this strange little bush camp in the middle of Rhodesia. And so many stories there of my dad encountering elephants when he was out doing surveys, and went to get they used to dig big pits, big soil pits. They used to jump down into the pits. It was about 6 foot deep, and they would read the soil sample, and then they'd have to like crawl out again of the pit. And this was his job. This was how he spent his days. And the stories that he told overnights of the ant bears that he found in his hole. And yeah, crazy times. I really grew up in this strange bush world. I didn't know any other children, and the only other adult company that I encountered was in the bush pub. Apparently they had a boss that used to come and knock on their door at 12 o'clock at night and say, "Get up, Rob and Liz, get up, we're going down to the pub." And he'd make them get up out of bed and get me, and my dad would carry me in his arm, under his arm like this. He'd have his arm around Mom on the other side, and they'd get in this Jeep, and they'd all go down to this bush pub with this guy, and we'd all sit around and have beers in the middle of the night and go home again. And this was my sort of ground zero. And then when I was 13 months old, my mum had another baby. It was a little boy. And I think the bush had become a little bit difficult for her by then. And so my grandpa built us a cottage on his little small holding. It was a half an hour's drive out of the city of Salisbury in Rhodesia, on the Highveld, in a little town called Rua. It actually wasn't really much of a town as much as just a farming community. And there was massive ranches around us with tobacco plants everywhere. And they used to have these rotations of tobacco and maize and cattle, and they used to put it through to keep the soil balanced. One season they put through the tobacco, which would strip the soil of all its nitrogen. So the next season they would grow maize, which would then replenish the soil of its nitrogen. And then the next season they would run beasts, which would come through and fertilize the earth. So it was amazing. And it was sandfelt where we lived. And underneath our 100 acres that we lived on was sheet rock. There was one crack in the bedrock, and there was one borehole that went down. And then there was our little cottage, and then all around there was just this patch of bush in the middle of this farmland where nothing could be done because the bedrock was about 2 feet under the soil, the surface of the soil. So my grandfather got an amazingly good deal. He had been an engineer in the Royal British Engineers, and he'd spent 10 years in Burma during the Second World War. And he'd been part of building a huge, great railway line from one part of the country to the other. And after the war, he went back to London to my granny and his 3 little boys, and they decided to leave Britain and start again. And so he got this piece of land that couldn't be used for farming, It was in the middle of farmland. And he did all sorts of little small scale things. I think he'd lost his hip, but I don't know if it was directly in the war. Don't believe it was in the war, but it was probably as a result of, those were hard times. And so he potted around, and he did market gardening. And one day Mum asked my brother to run into the garden and get some parsley. And he ran into the garden and he came back with all the carrot tops. Poor old Grandpa wasn't happy. So he had 5,000 chickens. Don't like chickens at all. I don't like chickens. 5,000. But they're cute as when they're babies. And it was just this idyllic life in colonial Africa. And the weather was perfect and everything was wonderful. And then my granny died of cancer. And then my grandpa left 3 or 4 years later. He'd done. And very soon after that, the war started escalating. And we needed to take all sorts of precautions to keep ourselves safe. And so those were days when we used to have these big screens made out of chicken wire that were stretched over our windows, so that if anybody came with a grenade and threw it through our window, it would bounce back at them. And down our corridor we had, Dad got soil bags that he had from the government where he, for when he was taking soil samples. And he went out, and when they dug the pits, he got them to fill in these sample bags. And then he brought them all home in one of the Jeeps. And we built sandbag tunnels down the corridor where the police radio was. Every morning when we woke up, the police radio would go at 4 a.m, and we would all signal through our call signs, all to say that we'd made it through the night. And so we had this little safe place, and we had this interesting, looking back on it, interesting to think that I was about 12 or 13, and that was my normal. And my dad was away in the army every 3 months. They had to serve for 3 months, and then they had 3 months with their families. And so when Dad was in the army, it was Mum and my 3 little baby sisters. When I was 5 years old, she had a little baby, and then 12 months later, she had twin girls. And Dad was in the army, and he was doing his thing. And when he wasn't in the army, he was back, and he was on soil survey. And he was going back into those areas where he was patrolling as a soldier. He was going back in as a civilian. And they were going in with armored vehicles and weapons and everything to conduct these soil surveys, to put in irrigation schemes and all sorts of things that they did in the Department of Agriculture. Yeah, so that was pretty cool, growing up like that. Dad was away, and when Dad was away, I felt that it was my duty to protect my mother and my sisters. So every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I felt that it was on my shoulders to lock down the house and to lock all the doors and to bring all the guns out and to load them all and to have them all under the sofa, and we had to close all the curtains because nobody must see in, and we didn't have the lights on in more than one room, or we were in a room and the light was in another room as a decoy, and we lived like that, and we thought that it was normal to kill each other. We just thought everybody disagreed with each other, and so one of us has to live, and you have to choose right now, choose. Is it you and your sister who's going to live? You and your mum? Or is it them? Because if it's them, you may as well just walk over the border right now because you're a liability. So there was no sweetness or kindness or negotiation. It had to be right, and it had to happen like that right now. And when I was about 18, they had elections, and somebody that we'd never heard of called Robert Mugabe got in. And it was a fascinating and bizarre time. everybody that had been our enemy yesterday was now in power over us today. And the national psyche absolutely disintegrated. It was horrific, trying to scramble to find out who was safe and who wasn't safe, and who was your enemy and who was your brother. And one of the huge complicating factors was that all the media talked about was a black on white war, and yet the biggest battalion in the Rhodesian army was black guys. All the white guys got called up on their 17th birthday. It was standard. You got the papers in the mail, all the white guys. But that didn't happen with blacks. It was only voluntary. You weren't conscripted. And it was the biggest unit. And so none of us thought that we were in a racist war. And so we discovered, we had this election, we suddenly were no longer under sanctions. We had this floods of foreign opinion pouring in at us, and my father couldn't cope with it anymore. He'd been passionately loyal to the Rhodesian government and the Rhodesian flag, and he genuinely believed that as a colonialist who had answered the call of the Queen Mother to populate the colonies, that he had a responsibility towards law and order and justice in the country. And he couldn't see a terrorist army bringing that. And so it was huge, it was difficult, it was traumatic. And we left the country and we went to South Africa. And we left in dribs and drabs. I think I was the first of us. I went with my husband then, who I'd married a South African guy at that stage, and I'd had a daughter, and I was terribly idealistic, and I had completely bought into the idea that it was okay that we'd had this war because we were going to make everything right by building a brand new society that nobody had ever seen before. We were going to come together, we were going to learn from this terrible experience that we'd been through, and this way that these politicians and these leaders had lied to us and subverted us and made us into these puppets that were prepared to shoot first and ask questions later. And it all happened crashing around us in just in months, this great, yeah. And so in this environment, I married a South African and I had a baby, and on her birth certificate was stamped in big red letters, not a Zimbabwean citizen by birth. And I felt so betrayed, I was going to be the #1 citizen of the brave new world, and how could they do this to me? My father wrote a letter to Robert Mugabe and said, guys, we're here. We've worked all these years, we've got all this experience of this country, we've stayed here to be part of this new scene. How can you chase these people away? But that wasn't actually over, sorry, that wasn't over the birth certificate. That was over another rejection, which was in fact that my husband's, at the same time that happened, my husband's work permit was turned down because he was a white South African. And so that was really hard for us to come to terms with. We thought naively that we could be part of a new system, and no, actually, healing doesn't happen like that. Healing takes many, many decades and centuries even, if it can happen. So it was interesting, turmoil and everything, and we were kicked out of the country. We had 6 weeks that was left on his work permit when it was withdrawn. So we had to sell everything, make all the plans to go, find a new job, find a house to live in. I had this new baby, I was expecting another baby, and we ended in South Africa. And that was an amazing journey, because that was in about 1987, I think. 87, February 1987. And the elections, when were the first elections? 1994? I don't know, somewhere around there. So I was there in South Africa for that entire transition from apartheid rule through to releasing Nelson Mandela. And I went through a second surge of that amazing idealism, because I'm tenacious like that. And we were going to have a rainbow nation, and there was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and everybody was so dedicated to learning from the mistakes of this really sad and brutal war that was so full of misunderstanding and just heartache. So, of course, poor old Nelson Mandela, like me, was too idealistic to stand up to the test of time. And so they elbowed him out and put in leaders with ideologies that were more closely aligned with their propaganda. And it was really horrible, because around that time, my first husband began to show symptoms of early onset schizophrenia, and he became very violent and very brutal and very nasty. And all sorts of really bad decisions and horrible things happened during that time. And I was studying theology because I had wanted to be a priest in the Anglican Church. And it was amazing. It was like this extraordinary time of like the sort of melting pot of my life. I was following my dream to pursue this really high level, high church theological study. My marriage was disintegrating into this mentally ill, schizophrenic, delusional nightmare. My children were in danger of abuse. Things had become physical between my husband and I. And it was just all too much. And one day I ran away. It was the middle of the night, and it was just terrible. And I ran out the door. I grabbed my keys. I ran out the door. I got into the car. My poor car, I scratched it all over the door with the key, trying to get the key in. I was shaking so much. I scratched the paint with my key. Ever afterwards, it was just this reminder of that night. Jumped in the car and I slammed the door, and I was so glad and I was so safe. And he ran behind me and he pulled down the garage door and he slammed it shut behind me. And he said, "You're not leaving here." And I looked at him and I looked at the door and I put the car in reverse and I smashed right the way through the door. And I drove down the drive and I smashed through the gate and the planks went everywhere. And I ran away. I couldn't do it anymore. And so it ended up with me with so many traumas and awfulnesses, and my poor children being exposed to so much terrible volatility and disintegration of life. And the more I tried to make things normal, the more abnormal things became. I ended up with my parents, and I was in a terrible state, and they didn't know what to do with me. And they were very, very well-respected, genteel people. My father had left his job in the Rhodesian agricultural department, and he was training to be a priest. And my mother was in the high school, where she was a very well-respected English teacher in the senior side of the the senior section of the English department, the upper level of the high school. And there I was, in trauma mode, bleeding all over everyone, just getting divorced, bringing shame everywhere, not coping with the kids. And I met a man in a pub who said he was going to save me. And so I believed him, as you do. And I fell pregnant. And then 3 years later we got married, and then I had another baby. And things just got really, really bad. And I got a job teaching in this amazing school. It was so awesome, guys, I tell you. So in South Africa, all the money and all the tax money developed the schools for the people who paid the taxes, who were all the colonialists. And so there were these millions and billions of black people who honestly were poor, so poor and so uneducated, and they had no money to even pay for school. And so there were certain religious institutions and very wealthy black businessmen who started up little private schools to try and educate black children. And so around about that time, my eldest two children were in high school, and these two young ones had been born. And I ended up getting a job in this little school. I don't know if you would call it school. It was some buildings made out of block. The windows were all broken. Most of the doors didn't close properly. Most of the hinges were off. The roofs mostly didn't leak, but every now and then they had to be fixed. There was no playgrounds. It was just dirt everywhere. And the chickens used to jump on the desks. The goats used to walk through. It was good times, guys. I loved teaching there. The kids. I had these two little boys in one of my classes. Their mom and dad worked in a mine, sort of, I don't know how far away, 2 hours drive down the road. And these two little boys lived in a little shack behind somebody's house, behind somebody's home. And they lived there, and they cooked for themselves, and they washed for themselves. And they had one bowl of porridge a day that they ate. And they would make it in the morning before school, and they'd have it for breakfast, and they'd bring a portion of it to school for lunch. And then when they got home, they would have the last bit of it. Then they'd clean all the pots and pans, get ready for the morning when that was their meal again for the next day. They always, their uniforms were impeccable. They washed them themselves. They ironed them themselves. They were always on school every single day. Their homework was always done. It was extraordinary to teach those children. They were so hungry to know. And they knew that education was their only chance of changing this absolute dire poverty that nothing can make an impact on, because it is just so profound and endless. And you have to change your own life, because nobody's coming to save you. And so I was there with these little tiny orphans, and there was one little girl there who'd worn the same dress to school since she'd been 4 years old, and she was about 14, I think. There was a gangster. He'd been let out of jail, and he was desperate to get his matric certificate before he became too old to qualify to get it. He just wanted to do anything to change his life, and he was barely literate, and he wanted to change his life so much. And on spring day, it was so cool. There was no school. The children completely disobeyed all the teachers. If a teacher said anything to them, they just ignored them. And they had water. They had these buckets of water. Any container that they could come across. And they spent the whole day hunting us down and pouring water over us. I've got a picture of myself standing sodden from top to bottom with water that these kids had just doused us in. It was their revenge. They were allowed one day a year on spring day. So it was fun times. It was amazing things. And then my husband and my second husband's drinking started getting very bad, very bad. And I got to a point where I said, I'm sorry, it's just not going to work anymore. And things just disintegrated and became horrific and abusive, and the drinking became so beyond everything. So I was unbelievably and exquisitely lucky that my mother had been given a, what do you call it when you get a job from, she was given this job opportunity offer from a school in Tyler, Texas. It was a Christian-based school, and one of the things they wanted to do was that they wanted to have an outreach to children anywhere in the world who had experienced the trauma of growing up during war. And so they wanted teachers on their staff who knew how to educate children through war situations and the types of behavioral difficulties that children have. And so my mom was perfect for the job because she'd brought up 5 children and she taught all the way through the Rhodesian Bush War. And then the other thing was that the school had another interesting idea, is that they wanted to teach the children English, but English was boring, so they wanted to use history as the subject matter to teach the poems and the plays and the literature and the everything. So it was 2 in 1. So my mother had been an English and history teacher, and so now she could take all that English and history experience and she could create this syllabus, which was teaching English through the medium of history. And that was a real amazing thing. And she got this incredible opportunity when she was 60. She flew over, and my dad was so excited because he was going to go to Texas. I mean, the only place in the world to really be is Texas. And he was getting to go there. The land of all things awesome and cowboyish. And they went over, and my marriage fell into horrendous drunkenness. And he started walking around with a loaded shotgun saying that his life wasn't worth living, and horrible, scary days. And my mum contacted me and said, there's this thing here at the school where they will allow us to send our children and grandchildren to the school for no fees. And so we could let Bessie and Buddy come over here and be educated. And it was like God opening a door for my children to be able to get out of this abuse. So we got out of the abuse. Oh me, oh my. It took me about 10 times of trying to fill in the American visa application before I got it right for my children. You have to get everything right on the right line. You have to get the full stops in the right space, and you're not allowed spelling mistakes. That was so scary. And we didn't have proper transport because he was drinking all the money, and so there was never any money. And so we traveled up from Barberton to Johannesburg on a 250cc motorbike. Oh my word. I think I nearly fell off. I was so exhausted and so cold. On the way up there, was so cold. We had to leave early in the morning to try and get to the embassy when it opened. It was so cold. And we stopped about halfway because we couldn't hold on the bike anymore. And we went into this like truck stop place to get a coffee. We couldn't open the sugar packets. Oh, so bad. Anywho, I managed to get my kids on the plane and they went and spent, I don't know how long Bessie spent, maybe 4 years with them. And yeah. And they brought my children some sanity. They gave them some sanity and they gave them this extremely wonderful and unbelievable education that they had. And my son's now a engineer. He works for a company where he's in charge of, I don't know what it is, their databases and their something, but like he's a qualified engineer, hardware engineer. So he runs all the hardware and then he operates these other systems, and he's just so cool. And my daughter has a PhD, and I think that she works as a business analyst or something in a computer. I'm not sure what she does. She worked as in the government as a policy advisor, I think, for a while, but I think now she's moved more into management and computing. And yeah, so they went over to America and started their lives. And I can't remember where I've got up to in my story, but I think that it's probably about Dave drinking and things going so badly and it just becoming just beyond a joke. I mean, he took the car one day and he went off to Mozambique, and on the way he met somebody with a bag of cannabis, and I didn't see him for 3 weeks, and he spent all the money, and then he nearly got the car impounded. And me, oh my, I went to his mother and I said, I'm done, I'm so sorry, but he's gone, he's out of my life. I'm never going to ever speak to him ever again. I just can't. I'm being the breadwinner. I've got these 2 little children. My kids are overseas and I never see them. And now this. I'm sorry, I'm done. So, yeah. She was horrified and shattered that I would bring shame onto the family by doing that. And she said, we'll just give him one more chance. We'll go to New Zealand and he can start fresh. It's too hard for him here. The war is too much of a scar and there's too much brutality and he just can't pick himself up. We'll give him a good start. We'll let Carly and Jessie have a life. And I said, I can't afford the tickets. And she said, don't be silly. I'm going to buy you the tickets. Just say yes. And so I said yes. And so one of my therapists once said to me, oh, that's good. So you allowed yourself to be bought. So yeah, if that's what I did, that's what I did. I made a deal to come over here, and I found out after that was that she was desperate to immigrate and to get away from Africa, but the only way she could get into New Zealand to be here with her daughter, who'd already immigrated here, was if the center of gravity of her family was already here in New Zealand. So she had to get her son over here, and because her son had no qualifications and didn't have a job, she would never, and so she wouldn't be able to immigrate here. And so I was the way. And so I came over here on a ticket to be a teacher because I'd had the teaching experience in Burgersfort. And yeah, it was so amazing getting to New Zealand. It was such a culture shock. I'm still not over it, and I got here 22 years ago. It was about a week ago, I think, 22 years ago. Actually, no, it's the 5th today. So it was the 2nd, so 3 days ago. 22 years and 3 days ago, I got to New Zealand. And for the first 6 weeks that I was here, the sun didn't come out behind the clouds. And I started thinking, what have I done? What have I done? I don't know if I can live here in the wastelands after being a child of Africa and running around barefoot on the plains, you know. Anyway, you know, life goes on, and there's actually more to the world than weather. Although, when you move from Africa to New Zealand, I have to tell you, it does seem that weather is the only thing that exists. However, I got a job and I worked here in a what they call a decile 1 school, which was they have a system here where the schools are ranked from decile 1 to decile 10. Decile 10 are the rich people's kids, and decile 1s are the guys that are on welfare and on the benefits. And so, yeah, I'd had this teaching experience in this bush school, so to speak, and so I had this opportunity to jump into the school, and unfortunately, oh, I don't know how it is, so many things. Dave had an accident at work, and instead of him being able to comply with the instructions of the medical departments, he just made everything into a fuss and he started drinking. And so I, in my stupidity and innocence, said to him, "You've always said how great it is to travel, and we're in this place where we're sort of in the middle of things. Why don't we take 6 months out? We can sell everything that we've got here. We can take 6 months out. We can travel around New Zealand, because this is a very common thing that people do here. It's a real New Zealandy wonderful thing, is to just take a year out of your life and travel around in a camper van." So I said to him, "Look, we're in this situation. Things are really bad. You're not well. You don't have a job. Lots of stuff happened." What I didn't understand was that when you're traveling around, you're not really living. So I made an arrangement with the government to homeschool the kids. So I got all the books and set that all up, took the kids out of school, bought this little camper van set up, and decided that we're going to get on with our lives, and we're going to take the children on this great adventure around New Zealand, learn our new home, settle down, heal, adjust to the countryside. Oh me, oh my, I'm so idealistic. So it wasn't like that. What it was like is that the people that you meet when you're traveling are on holiday, and lots of them, this is their only 2 weeks on holiday that they have for the whole year, and the back of their car is full of beer, boxes of beer. And if you're a cunning and seasoned traveler, you can find the way to go from car to car and bludge off everybody's beer. And so that's how we lived for 6 months, until I figured out what was happening, and that this wasn't just some sort of blip on the radar. And we reached Balclutha, and there was not just alcohol there, but there was weed. And things started just deteriorating, and there was never any time for schooling, and we couldn't tidy anything up. Oh my word, I can't even tell you all the things. And this very bizarre, strange woman that I'd met a week before in some little camp on the side of the road. So much freedom camping here. You just pull over in a big sort of I don't know, truck stop sort of lane. I don't know what you call them. There's a real word for them. You pull over and other people pull over, and there's picnic tables and barbecue tables, and put up tents and chill for the night, and then you all drive off again the next day. And so we met this woman at this place, and it was hideous and awful and embarrassing, and he was roaring drunk. And I kept on trying to say to the kids, "Come guys, let's go to bed. Come on, it's getting quite late. I'll read you a story," and off we go to bed. Come on. It's just awful. And 2 weeks later, she phoned me and she said, "Oh, you know, your son told me it's his birthday tomorrow, and I'm coming. I've bought him a present in Balclutha, no, in somewhere, can't remember, Nugget Point, and I'm coming to give it to him, and we've got to have dinner together, and blah blah blah." Anyway, so this bizarre woman, Irene, arrived out of the blue, and her traveling companion, Ian, had a crate of beers, and he said, "Hello, Dave, my friend," and he took Dave off down to the end of the park, and off they went and had some roaring party, and we fed the children and we put them to bed, and then Irene said, "Come and talk to me," and she made me sit with her all night until 4 o'clock in the morning, until she'd made me promise to phone the women's refuge. She said, "You can't do this," and I said, "But it's not me," and she said, "It is you. You are allowing this to happen. This is you." Anyway, so I made her a promise, and the next day I got up very, very grumpy, but I kept the promise, and I went and phoned the women's refuge, and she said, "Take your stuff down to the police station." So they came and got us from Invercargill, from the women's refuge, and they put us in a safe house. And Carly and Jessie and I, we started on our own bizarre little journey. And it was horrible and hideous, and I did everything wrong, and I was on the benefit, and I didn't know how to be on the benefit, and I was so ashamed of wearing second-hand clothes and feeding my children pies and chips, and just cringe. It was just too hard. And so I went to the doctor and I said, "It's so hard." And he said, "Here, take these pills." And I said, "Yay, thanks." And I became a zombie. Every time I went back to the doctor, he just put the dose up of the pills, and I kept on going back and saying, "Well, it's not working. Pills aren't working. I'm still having difficulties here." So he'd say, "Here, have a pill." So I got put on lithium and I don't know, Xanax. I don't know what there was. Prozac, I think. Amitriptyline. Oh, so many long lists of them. And the more they gave them to me, the more I slept. And so we were living in this little government house and on government money. The taxpayers were funding us. And I was absolutely zombied out. And I would wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and get the kids to school. And then I would collapse back into bed for 2 hours. And then I'd crawl out of bed and I'd do 2 hours work because I was studying, because, you know, on welfare. I'd signed an agreement that I was going to work my way off welfare by re-educating and getting a new job, something that I could cope with that was less stressful than teaching. And oh me, oh my, it sounded good at the time, and it wasn't. So I was on this little course that I was doing, correspondence course that I was doing with the kids, and they were going off to school. And then Dave would come along every now and then and say, "I need Carly. Carly's my daughter and you're keeping her from me." And he would go to the lawyers and he would get Carly and he would take her off, and they would go on some wild adventure somewhere where he was going to save the world by, I don't know what. Every single time it was some new thing, and off she would go with him. And then it wouldn't work out, and he'd come and he'd bring her to me for a holiday, and he was meant to come back in 2 weeks to fetch her, and he wouldn't arrive. And so then the social welfare would say, "What's happening with your daughter? She's not in school." And I would say, "Oh my God, I don't know what to do." So they would say, "Here's some money, go and buy her a uniform and put her in school." So she would go in school, and then 2 months later he would arrive and say, "Why are you taking my daughter from me? And get your clothes, we're leaving right this instant. Nobody's keeping my children from me." And he'd put her in the car and take her off and go off on some other. And the little girl adored him and thought that he was God and went with him everywhere. And every adventure, some arsehole came along and stuffed everything up for them. And yeah, what really happened was he started stealing, and then he would get found out. And Carly never knew, and I never knew, she didn't know. And so she was back and forth like a ping pong ball between us, and it was just awful. And I went to university and I started getting, I moved from doing correspondence, and I decided that what I needed to do was I needed to make some connections with people now. I'd been in New Zealand for long enough, and I'd done all this stuff that it hadn't really worked, but now I was on this proper program with social welfare. I was going to get off, and the next step would be to do my final year on campus and make some actual connections between people. And so I went to this polytech that was offering a degree course in, it was a bachelor in applied visual arts. So I think I did some sculpture and some painting and some digital photography and some photoshopping, and I don't remember all the things we did. And I made lots of bad decisions. And Carly kept on going back and forth, and then he ran off with somebody's wife, and then Carly went and lived with them again, and everything was going to be wonderful. And it was hideous and awful. And it just went on getting worse and worse and worse. And I got to the end of my degree, and David took the children and went off on an adventure somewhere, and I met Callum online. I was on this dating service. I thought, well, like, it hadn't quite worked out how I'd envisaged it at university, but maybe what I would do was I would take my degree and I'd move up to Wellington and I'd do a master's there. And then if I did the master's in Wellington, I would be into the art community, because Wellington is full of art galleries. And I'd learned the system here, and I knew how it worked, and I knew how to fund myself as an artist, and I knew how to get a residency, and it was going to be so good, guys. It was going to be so good, but it wasn't good. Anyway, so I met Callum online when I was looking for, I was looking to make this transition to move up to Wellington and do this master's degree. I was going to do something so cool. What I was doing with my art degree was that I was building vertical gardens. I was taking tree ferns and mosses and ferns, and I was building these great big boards, and I was dripping water down the boards as if it was a waterfall. And then I was planting all these ferns and mosses in amongst this water. So I just had this, it was meant to be a self-sustaining system where the water dripped down into a trough and the fertilizer went through the pumps up to the top, and then they would, and you just have this fairy garden. They were called Organoscapes. It was so good. I was going to be a millionaire and be an artist, and everybody was going to know about me. But no, it didn't happen. Instead, Jesse had a terrible crisis and a breakdown and told me that he was gay. And then he started threatening suicide. And around about that time, I discovered that Carly had made a couple of suicide attempts and was slashing her arms. And so my blood ran cold, and I started imagining my child lying on the floor in a puddle of blood. And I didn't know what to do. I'd moved here to Wellington. Jessie was going to pieces. Carly was slashing herself. Everything was awful. And I just muddled on and muddled on and muddled on. And so I changed my name. I changed my name from my birth name to Roberta Wessex. That's another 2-hour story, so we won't go there. And I started trying to establish myself in an art practice. And I met Richard from Not a Party, and I decided, and he said, "Oh, do you know what's your problem? You're an anarchist." And I said, "Damn, is that what's wrong with me? Jeez, now I get it. It all makes sense." So he gave me some tips to help me understand this condition in my brain, the fact that I have anarchy flowing in my blood in my veins instead of blood. it's interesting. And I got into this little political life, and it was great. And I thought that it was going to work. And then Jesse's decided that he wanted to have stuff happened, and I broke up with Callum. And I took Jesse off to try and get him some help. And I went back to Invercargill, and I went back into the whole crowd that I had known when I was on welfare. And I went straight back into that life. And it was terrifying. It was terrifying. Jesse had a spontaneous pulmonothorax, which is when your lung collapses. And he had to go into hospital, and they cut through his ribs and pulled them apart and pulled his lung up and sewed it back onto his body and that. And I don't know quite what it was, but around that time he just became awful. Just became awful. And then I lost the house that we were staying in, and things became difficult, and I was stupid, and I lost my temper with the estate agent and said, oh, all right then, if you're just going to give me notice, give me notice. And so she did, surprisingly. And Jesse and I ended up in a motel, and then we ended up having a physical confrontation. And then I ended up putting stuff in the car and driving away and coming back up to Wellington and saying, Callum, please save me. I don't know what's happened. I can't do this. I can't do this. And he said, okay, let me help you. And so he gave me a bed to sleep in and a roof over my head. And then he employed me and gave me a job. And then he brought me here to the orchard, and he taught me how to look after the avos. And I said to him, Callum, you know, you shouldn't do this because, like, you know the story of Pygmalion, dude. You're going to do this for me. You're going to pick me up out of the gutter, and you're going to give me everything, and you're going to heal me. And the story is that I leave you. You can't do this. It's not justifiable for you to take this risk. And so he went away and he thought about it, and he came back to me and he said, look, I won't help you. I'll put it on you to help yourself. But I will give you a stable environment in which to do this. I think that was in about 2014. So it was 10 years ago. And yeah, he's just been there. That's what he did. That's what he's done. And all through everything that I've done and all the things that I've tried and failed and tried and failed and tried this and screwed that up and messed this up and misjudged that, and he's just been there. And slowly and slowly and slowly, all the misperceptions and defilements and all the things that I built up by having these relationships that just went so bad, it started to shift, and I started to realize that, yeah, there's a place for me. I did the right thing. I changed my name, and I changed my life, and I changed my playground, and I've changed my playthings. And then I needed to change my playmates because I kept on going back to my old boyfriend. Every single time. I don't know what would happen. That was in some cyclical demonic pattern of abuse where you just go round and round in this horrible thing, and every now and then something would happen, and instead of me being normal and life going on well, I would suddenly think that Callum was trying to kill me and that he was booby trapping me and he was tricking me into doing things. Oh my, I don't even want to admit to it all. And I'd run out of the house and I'd get in the car and I'd drive away, and I'd end up somewhere for a few days, and then somebody would say, listen, please go home, and I'd go home again. And then I started meeting people on minds.com, and it was just the most bizarre an extraordinary thing that had ever happened to me. I was safe because I had a name that wasn't my name, but it was me. And I had a picture on my face. And I was talking to all these people that had names that weren't their names, and they had pictures on their faces. And they were so nice. It was so amazing. And they were so wild and rude and vicious and attacky. And man, they would fight with each other like nobody's business. And everybody say things about everybody else. And the sweetest, most loving, kind people. And it just added another layer to the healing, you know, to discover this group of people. And so I started making my life. And Carly had been in a counseling program to deal with her self-harm issues and her abandonment issues and everything. And there's a lot of interaction over the years, and I tried very hard, and her relationship, another relationship, broke up, and she came to live with me. And Callum and I were trying to change things to try and make a place for her. We had discussed how we were going to sell this place, buy another place that had a house, and that had a little house out the back, and then she could be there. And then as she did university, she'd have this base to work from. And as she went through university, she would develop, she was studying psychology. So I knew she was going to be doing all this introspection and looking at herself and everything. And she didn't make it through because COVID came along, and all the connections that I built up for her and everything that I thought was going to happen because she was at university was stopped because we were in lockdown. And so it happened to her again. She was kicked out of the system. She was alone and she couldn't cope. And her mood started going up and down, and she started making decisions. And it was difficult. And it ended up with her killing herself, which was really, really, really hard to do after everything. And so it came to the time of Woman Cries into Camera. I needed to talk. I remember one day I just said to my sister, how are you dealing with it? How are you dealing with it? How are you getting through this? I'm not getting through this. I don't know if I'll ever be through this. And she said, well, we've talked and 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 we've talked. And I thought, nobody ever talks to me, poor little me. And then I thought to myself, well, you know, there is my cell phone, and I know we're not meant to use our cell phones, but damn, maybe I'll just talk to this thing. And so I jumped on board with the tradition of people who haven't got anybody to talk to and talk to everybody. And I did it. And Rush came to me and said, good on you. I started off and I said the first time I ever did it, I ever made a video, I said, well, here I am. And so Rush used to come onto my videos and say, oh, here you are again. And I just used to plod one day at a time. I think the first video I made was 4 minutes. And basically it said, here I am. I'm trying to do something. Trying to do a thing. Don't know what the thing is, but I'm trying to do it. And I'll try and do the thing. And so Rush encouraged me to just keep going. And so I just kept going. And I didn't know what I was doing or why I was doing it, but I was just going on trust that this was a person that I'd known for the last 5 years. Hadn't known well, but had known. And we'd had some really good, deep conversations, and he'd given me this advice, and he'd said, keep going, keep going. And I thought, okay, well, it might not be the user manual that I want, but keep going. And then this guy called Otto jumped on my post and he said, you know, you've got a very Buddhist outlook. And I was like, whoa, okay, what does that mean? So I started asking him what that means. Like, how could I be a Buddhist? How could I be a Buddhist? I didn't know that. It was the skills. I'd managed to do something without knowing that I'd done it. And it was so fun, guys. It was so fun. transformed my life. I learned to control my emotions, which I don't do very well yet, but compared to what it was, like, I don't run out of the house screaming anymore. I haven't been on psychiatric medicine for 9 months. Wow, there's a long list of things that Buddhism, no, yes, meditation within the context of Buddhism has done for me. Plus, of course, Otto's my admirable friend, so it means that every single day of my life he sends me a message to keep me going, and a talk that he picks out for me to inspire me and reassure me and feed me and help me. And so every single day I have him like talking to me about, I don't know, like I'm a 3-year-old. And then there's so many other people. Do Better introduced me to Jaffe. I was on Jaffe's show. Censorship Sucks has allowed me to tell my story on his show and invited me to be a guest on his show. I mean, I can't even remember all the people who have drawn in around me as this little lonely voice crying in the wilderness, and have offered me words of comfort and advice and encouragement, and have called me out when I've been doing things that were rather wrong. And this extraordinary journey, and it just continues and continues. And then this fellow called Roger watched one of my shows. And like, not just that he watched one of my shows, he talked to me about it. He actually, instead of saying, oh, you mainstream shill with your crap that you're pushing to everybody, why do you even bother to get out of bed in the morning? Which is good, you know. It's great when people come along and tell you that. It's like, yeah, he saw me, cool. But it's much nicer when somebody comes and says, wow, I listened to your stuff and I thought that you had some good points of view, and I'd really like to talk to you. And that was a huge, amazing thing, that somebody was interested in the sort of content that I was attempting to generate, because, yeah, that's another 2-hour story. Yeah, so then here I met Roger and Mark and Tan and Karma, and I don't remember who else. So many people. Then Summer, John, Summer, Austin, Robot. And of course, while this is all happening and that's happening, then the next thing that's happening is, while that's happening, is that the Infinite Imaginarium is chugging back into life for another season of podcasts and web shows and things. And so they asked me if I would be involved in their show, which is just such an honor and a privilege. That would be mine's first ever Web3 series. Isn't that cool? And we recorded the real Minds Fest, which that's a joke as well. We recorded it, and then Satori put it up, a little snatch of it up today, of Otto and Dan, and I don't know who else did it, Roger, all launching tokens on the blockchain. Oh, it's so much fun. It's like this whole world full of opportunities to reach out to people and to build people up, and to okay, stop ranting now. It's just so exciting. So Story D made the video of the Minds Fest, the snippet, and I said, hey, why don't you mint it into an NFT so we can have it as a collectible? And so he did. So now I have to get some money together and buy my very first ever show, like thing, recording NFT, because that's what I would really like to do. That would be my dream. would be to have all my shows as NFTs. Why would I want to do that? I don't know. Just sort of seems like when you live such a bizarre and weird life and you go through all these experiences and so many things that you try don't work out, you get to this place where you're free, you know. It doesn't really matter anymore. You can do anything because everybody else is doing wildly improbable things, and you might succeed or you might fail. But the only real failure of it all is not giving it a go. And I think I found that out for myself. I think that after Carly died, I just needed to retreat from the world, and I just needed to lick my wounds and try and figure out, yeah, it's been hard. But now, I don't know. It's new and it's different, and I'm trying again. And I've got this amazing, incredible man who's been with me through all the stupidity that there's no excuse for, please. And I'm so blessed and so lucky. And about 2 months ago, he had terrible problems with his gallbladder, and he went for a scan so they could find out what was wrong, and they found a massive, massive, massive tumor in his abdomen that's crushing all his organs, and yeah, it would have been killing him if they hadn't quickly intervened and started with medicine and chemotherapy, which starts tomorrow morning. He would have not made it. But modern medicine and the amazing, incredible chance of him being able to beat this. The doctor says he's got a 50-50 chance, and she says that they're aiming for cure, not for treatment. So those are two very odd things to be told, but you know, it is what it is. And the other day I said to him, you know, Callum, we don't know what's going to happen, and we've got to live this now, because maybe we've got 6 months, maybe we've got 2 years, maybe we've got 20 years, maybe we've got 40 years. We don't know, but let's try and make some plans. Is there something that you'd like to do? Is there anything that's not done in your life that we can do together before you die? And he said, no, I'm done. I've had a good life. I've done my stuff. And yeah. And so I thought, well, you know, that's nice. That's a good, strong, positive attitude with which to face a disease and a very, very harsh treatment. Anyway, so he came to me the next day and he said, you know that thing that you said to me about, is there anything that I want to do before I die? And I said, yeah, I know that thing. And he said, will you marry me? And so I said, yeah, sure. And so we decided that on the 25th of May, 25th of October, shoot, I can't remember what the day is. We've decided that on the 25th, I think it might be the 25th of May 2025, or the 25th of October. Anyway, there's a day. We've set a day, maybe. And we're going to get an engagement ring. And we're going to do happily ever after. And so that's kind of up to the date news. And thank you for listening to me. That is the most amazingly beautiful gift. I'm so grateful to you. I'm done. Thank you. I'm done.
That was Great. Well, I'm used to calling them leads, but I tell everybody stories. But that's a great lead. It's probably one of the best ones I've heard. I've heard a lot of them, and I, I, I really knew that this was the time where you needed to do it, and I'm glad you did it. Um, now,
Yeah.
now, after you've told your story, this is where it's opened up to Rush and Otto. If you guys have any feedback or any questions you wish to ask, this is the time to do it. So unmute yourself and come in and ask some questions.
So cool, Doug.
Hey, Rush.
It was really, it was nice hearing your voice and your stories and
Thanks.
wonderful news. Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much for coming and listening. Thank you. And thank you for sharing my news with me.
Yeah,
Well, I'm glad I've been able to help. If I've been able to help at all, you get through things, and of course, many congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. And I'm actually glad that you're giving us a heads up on the date, so that I'm sure all of us here on Minds are going to be sending you nice wedding presents. Let's be traditional fish slice, or we'll find something.
It's so sweet. Thank you. I'm all embarrassed and blushing. Oh, dear. Oh, guys, thank you so much. I just will never be able to be here or be able to do these things without your support and your backing and your guidance and your patience and your wisdom, honestly. There's so many things that I haven't said and so many things that you've done for me that I haven't shared. I just feel I haven't really done justice to you, but I'm so grateful.
I think it's the other way around, to be honest. I mean, you're a gift. I don't know about these guys. Well, I do kind of. Like, you can tell.
Here. I'm on your side.
You know what I mean? Like, but I mean, you've been a blessing since the day I met you. I've met some amazing people, but you take the cake. You are an amazing person, Bob Dub.
Oh, Roger, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I don't quite understand why you see that, but thanks. I'll just believe you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, are you guys okay, or you want to say anything to her? This is your time.
Thank you for being here, Roberta. It's always a pleasure to hear your
Thank
story.
you.
Thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so honored that you listened. It's so amazing. Gosh. Anyway, thank you.
I'm gonna send you a copy of this whenever we're done. So don't
Wow.
don't think that it's not. I've just got to figure out exactly if everything recorded fine or streamed fine. And I apologize for not being able to do the recording thing, but like I found out I screwed up on the settings earlier, so I needed to go in and reset the bit rate and everything. So, but I will have a copy for you, and it'll be available.
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much. That's just wonderful. That's so lovely. I'm really grateful for that. I would like a copy of this. That's
All right.
very special time.
All right. If you guys have nothing else to say and we're done, I guess we can end this. You guys agree?
well,
I'm all set.
yeah, it's super great.
Okay.
Thank you for having me again. It truly is a special moment.
Yeah. I agree.
He has
Yes,
such
I listen to
a good outlook.
Okay.
Sorry, I
Go.
didn't hear that, Rush. What did you say?
He, he, he,
Just that it's a very special moment, and
Oh,
you have such a great outlook, and yeah,
oh,
it really is amazing.
oh, bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Rush. Thank you. Thank you for helping me build it.
you know, the cool part is they didn't stop streaming yet, so we got that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Roger, for organizing this and for letting me do this. This is a very amazing and intense experience.
I suggest this above everything else when it comes to spirituality. A lot of people never get the chance or the opportunity to tell their story to anybody, and like when you have a chance to do this, I'm not just talking to you, but everybody. If you're watching this, you take the opportunity to tell your story to somebody. You know,
I
because
can, yeah, definitely. This is an amazing experience. I feel so extraordinarily validated and as if I'm real. I feel solid. I don't even know how to explain it, but I just feel that you've given me something that I didn't have an hour or two ago. And this is just, yeah, I can agree with you, Roger. I recommend this.
okay. And
Bless you.
um, do you want to say something else, or do you want me to bring it to an end?
Mm,
I love your
I think,
avatar, by the way. That is so cool. I still
thank you. That's another gift from Callum. Everything I have is from him. So yes.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, no, thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. Today, we are going to do our review for what we've covered in this season of the show. Today, I have Mark Edworthy with me. Otto said he may show, or he is going to show up. He's running a little late. Bob Dub's taking a break, but she's in chat if anybody wants to talk to her. So feel free to go on there and Rumble and talk to her on Rumble. Let's see. Today is basically we're just gonna go over some of the stuff that freaking we've covered and maybe have a good conversation about that. I did put a description of my talking points into the description for Rumble, and I believe I still have time to do it on YouTube too. And I'll get that going before we end up doing anything for before we end up publishing it, I guess you could say. But with that being said, I'll welcome you back to the show, Mark. And
Thank you.
If you want to say, there you already did it. There you go. With that being said, I guess we can get with the beginning of the show. Like I said, it's a review of what we've basically gone through already. And I guess since it's just us two, we can open it up and freaking have a conversation on the things that we want to discuss. For me, the first thing that I wanted to bring up that we covered in this season was the thing about the anarcho-syndicalists. Whenever that happened, it kind of opened my eyes up on the whole thing about the anarchists, you know what I mean? Because even in chat, when we were having a conversation about it, before we even did this stuff, I was amazed by what Bob Dub said about anarchists having rules, you know what I mean? So like when we started this up, I wanted to cover a little bit on the first international in our episode, and then go into the second international. And it was weird to me because I started finding out that sure as shit, these anarchists did have rules. They were all about unionization and stuff of that nature, and having it was all about labor, and that was something that really surprised me because I never pictured an anarchist being that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, seems completely counterintuitive. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I did want to discuss, especially when it comes to the unionism and the syndicalism. And if you notice, like it with all of them, it has to do with workers and capitalist society and gaining control over the economy and things of that nature. That kind of struck me as odd right there, But
Very socialist in its concept.
actually,
Yeah. So,
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about whenever I went through that,
Mm.
And then what else stuck out to me was their goal. It was on the labor movement, and the whole thing about it is that it consisted of trade unions and labor unions and stuff like that, like I was talking about. But it also went into things like let me see if I can remember. Well, economics basically, and then they also went into this thing where they freaking wanted they called the wage as slave wages. You know what I'm saying? But for me, when I look at that, the one thing that says, yeah, wage slavery is what they called it. And what it gets to me is like freaking, it started making me think. So you want to take away people's wages because it's wage slavery or slave wage, whatever you want to call it. But then after you take away their wages, they're freaking doing their work for free.
I think the better term for that would be indentured servitude rather than slavery. Yeah.
But like, you get what I'm saying though. You take away their wages, and now they're doing it for free. Now it's not a freaking slave wage. It's just slavery.
Well, in this case, you aren't taking away the wages per se. You're only giving them the most minimum that you can get away with. Hence the point of, hence why the so-called living wage is fundamentally a good idea.
Well, I mean, you got to understand though, the goal of these people was to abolish the wage system. It was to abolish it. There will be no wages.
Yeah, but that would destroy the entire capitalistic thing. And if you've got no wages, how are you going to spend money on buying the latest iPhone or your groceries or your rent, mortgage?
Now, see, what I'm getting from this is things will be given to you according to your wage or your work. All the stuff that we've gone through, if you've noticed, it doesn't talk about freaking people who don't want to work. Okay, it's talking about the workers. You will work or you will get nothing. You see what I mean?
On the alternative point of view, you can you only get in the minimum that you need to survive. So everybody will be eating grill and drinking nothing but water.
Hopefully, I mean, if we're lucky, we'll get a freaking hobo camp.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen societies do that shit before, and it was called frickin' Nazi regime. You know, if you're
Mm,
useless and you're not productive to the society, in their views, what's their alternatives? You know what I mean?
well, it's not Nazi per se. You could say that, but any socialist, extreme socialist movements. I mean, the gulags in Russia, as an example.
Oh, Bob Dub, or Tiny Baby Kangaroo. She says, but anarchy is not socialism, is it, Mark? And then,
In the concept of the true meaning of anarchy, no. But in the concept that we are talking about, yes.
now, when 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 you say that, you gotta elaborate a little bit more. You just can't leave it at that.
Well, we were just talking about I sort of socialist anarchy movement, a movement that will create trade unions, that will create sort of, a limited form of workers' rights. So, yeah, it's not socialism in a form.
Now, she's also saying that you should get much more than a wage. You should get money. You should get money and food and a house and all the rest. Abolishing wages is to give more, not less. So, I mean that's all sounding good and everything, but that's called the free economy. You know what I mean? That's not called socialism or anarchism. It's where I freaking go out and I do an honest day's work and get an honest day's pay for what I freaking did. And I negotiate between me and the person that I'm working for the wages that I get. It's not determined what kind of wage I get. Now that's called the free economy. And that's not what I'm seeing when I read this stuff, you know what I mean? What I'm reading here is you work, you get what you frickin' deserve because of the work frickin' that you're frickin' doing. You see?
Or in the socialist movement, you get what other people deem you to deserve. There's no negotiation there. I mean, um, somebody else will decide on how many shirts you are allowed to own per year, how many, I don't know, how many anything, how many cups you are allowed to own.
Yeah, exactly. Or what kind of car you're allowed to drive according to your work
Mm,
performance and your status. You know,
mm,
you got that, and you can't say that's not how what they're talking about because that's what the communists did. You know, the
mm.
communists did exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what they're saying in those in that those notes. They're they're
Oh,
not.
in Orwell's 1984, isn't there a scene where Winston Smith is working for the newspaper they was working for, and he was tasked with amending all newspapers to say that chocolate rations are have been altered, and you only allowed a certain amount of chocolates
Mm-hmm.
per annum.
Now, see, that's where Bob Dove came in. And she said, she said distribution is the problem. Thieves must not be put in charge of distribution. You need a system that is transparent and accountable. You know, and I if you look at today and you look at the way people work today, even in our capitalistic frickin' society that's so horrible and everything, we've got frickin' thieves that are running the show. You know what I mean? Even in our socialist governments, we have thieves that are running the show. You know what I mean?
Well, you're going to get corruption no matter what system you use. corruption is just like general sort of human sort of issue, I think.
Well, it's like everybody's talking shit about freaking Putin. Okay, Putin was a part of the Soviet Union. He was a freaking part of their freaking. He was big in the freaking ranks. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he was a small time freaking, worker. He was actually up there in the ranks.
Wasn't he a KGB or operative at one
Yeah, I
point?
believe so. I believe he was in the KGB and the whatever other alphabet organization he was in, and now all of a sudden freaking, he's such a horrible person and everything, and he was a part of that freaking socialist communist society that was going to distribute everything freely among everybody, and look at what he's doing now. He's a horrible person.
I would like to get a point of view from a Russian national on this one. What the average Russian Joe blogs, or whatever the equivalent is, thinks of Putin? Something I don't hear a lot of.
For me, though, it comes back to the wage system. You know what I mean? Like, and the syndicalist theory. It focuses on the labor movement, and it focuses on the workers. But when it comes to the freaking people who don't want to work, like I've mentioned before, what's their solution to that? How did the communists handle people who didn't freaking work? They sent them to gulags, didn't they?
Well, in some cases. But there's another point of view that I've been thinking about. In the UK, we keep on seeing junior doctors' strikes, and posted by their own trade unions, and these junior doctors are saying, well, we aren't having enough to live on, when the minimum wage is about 26,000 British pounds per annum, but the average minimum junior doctor wage is about 70,000 per annum. And these junior doctors are going on strike for forgetting that they've got patients that are in some cases suffering, in some cases potentially dying.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's another thing to keep focus on too. Is like, this is stuff that was supposed to be going on in England. You know what I mean? So, like
the UK, yeah.
So when it comes to my mind on that stuff, because England's notorious for this stuff. You guys had debtors prison and shit like that. You know what I mean? So I could see this as lining up perfectly when it comes to a lot of things that England had done in the past. It may not have been a socialist program, but you guys still had debtors prison.
You
know,
that's only been stopped within, I don't know, 150 odd years?
Yeah.
170 odd years?
Well, I'm starting to get a different perspective on anarchism and frickin' socialism, to be honest with you, because I never, like I've also noticed too, like, I thought frickin' liberals, being a liberal was somewhat the same as being a socialist, but now I'm starting to realize that it's a big difference. The liberals are the ones who wanted the welfare programs. Okay, and everybody knows it doesn't matter if you're in England or you're here in the United States or in Canada. Freaking the welfare programs are horrible. Okay, they're actually a disaster because what I'm reading here is that it's not their top priority. You see what I mean? They're worried more about people working and freaking stuff of that nature. They don't really want to focus on the people who don't want to work. So their welfare programs aren't freaking the top of the priority list, you know what I mean?
Of course, we when you say don't want to work, we also have to counter those people that cannot
It
work.
cannot work either, yeah. See, and that also comes into what I was talking about. What are they going to do with those people? You know what I mean? What's their solution?
Sorry, I did laugh when you said solution.
Yeah.
That brings up some terrifying thoughts.
You know what popped into your head
Mm,
is the same thing that freaking
mm,
popped into my head when I freaking said it. Even before that, what's their solution? You know what freaking
mm,
other people's solutions were to that? And I mentioned it already, you know. So
indeed,
it's not really
indeed.
pretty. It
Mm,
one crazy man could take charge. That's all I gotta say. One crazy man could take charge with this kind of outline, and freaking, we could go into a World War III because of it.
no, but civil war, at least minimum.
Hmm. Now, um, that's the one thing that I wanted to talk about, and then it comes down to down here at the bottom. It says um, um, they also were focused on not only the trade unions and the labor unions um, and political parties, but they were also focusing on uh, well, labor unions were they were focusing on freaking class conflict. You know what I mean?
Mm,
And that kind of goes
mm,
into where it all progressed, and it went from not only class conflict, but now we've got critical theory and shit like that. You know what I mean? And everybody's talking about transgender bathrooms and just stupid shit like that. You know what I mean?
yeah, why would term as more the more cosmetic, generally speaking, more irrelevant points.
Yeah. And just so I can make it clear too, what I've been reading about this, and even before I found out, like, the reason why rich people couldn't understand what the socialists were talking about when it comes to class conflict was because, like, the poor people were talking about serious problems that freaking poor people had, where freaking when a rich person heard about it and heard about how the poor people were suffering, they were thinking of like their maids and shit, you know what I mean?
Mm,
They were
mm.
thinking about the people that work for them and everything. They treated their employees well, you know. Freaking if you work,
Well, again, general, that's more of a generalized point.
well, I mean,
Um,
that's just what most of them were back during that time period. That's what they were thinking, you know, was like, well, hold on a minute, man, my butler gets paid good. You know, I've got my maids get paid good. I freaking have a driver. He gets to drive my nice shiny car. He gets paid good. So they weren't thinking about the actual poor people living out on the streets. You know what I mean? Because they never
mm,
seen it.
mm,
It's kind of like how people talk about how freaking disconnected from the world Donald Trump is. Well, yeah, of course, he's lived his entire life around rich people. You know what I mean?
yeah, most politicians do these days. After all, these days we are seeing more of a professional class of politician rather than a politician that has gone from being the average Joe on the street.
This is probably the first time freaking Donald Trump in his entire life has ever had contact with regular people since he's
Mm,
since he's run for president and all the shit he's been through. To be honest, I mean,
I'm not sure of another one.
his father was well established before he was even old enough to vote. You know what I mean?
Mm, mm,
A lot of people don't realize his father was actually involved in building the freaking Twin Towers.
mm.
You know what I mean? This man had money. So, that's another thing that really sticks out to me about this class conflict, that a lot of people get confused when it comes to that, especially when it comes to rich people versus poor people, because poor people understand that kind of stuff, but rich people don't understand it. They have no clue what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, the problem that we've seen at the moment is there is too much emphasis on, I don't know, race, religion, sexuality, gender, stroke gender, and there is no examination of the sort of more class-based situations.
Well, like I don't like the term that they use, social political changes. You know what I mean? Like
Mm.
social political changes. Like, why the hell does it have to be social political changes? You know?
Top, a lot of the caveats about top-down social political changes, changes that are being enforced by politicians and corporations.
And plus, it says radical social political changes.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Oh, now tiny baby kangaroo is talking crazy. She she says, no, if you look back on his career, you can see he always hung out with the little man. He cared. Now come on, dude.
He's always had as far as I can see, he's always had a appeal towards the average Joe on the street. I mean, he sort of recognised that
Yeah,
when
he
he
did.
was doing the Apprentice shows.
Well, he did
The US
recognize
Apprentice
it.
shows.
He did recognize it.
Same with Sir Alan Sugar in the UK.
Well, the thing you have to understand though is like his stories consisted of his conversations with the cab driver. You see what I mean? And things of that nature. But that's fine and dandy, and he was interested in it, but that didn't entail his entire life. So what happened after he left his taxi cab drive is something that's a completely different story. You know what I mean? Of course, he enjoyed getting into a cab and having a conversation with a cab driver, but that doesn't mean that that's his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As soon as he leaves the cab, he can go back to his office and speak to his executives and ignore everything else. Yeah, granted.
Yeah. Freaking that's the one thing that I really get about it. It's pretty when it comes to Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong. It's good that a rich man actually does freaking, you know, that he has a fascination with the average Joe. You know what I mean? I think that's great. And but I'm being realistic about it though. He was rich. He was filthy rich.
Yeah. Funny enough, as you know, I created a new monastery the other day called Medworthy's Movies Collection. One of the films I did include was the 1952, 57 Patent with not Fonda. But this is all about corporations and understanding the mentality of that sort of class, and understanding the how they approach the average Joe on the street.
They actually have something like that.
Again,
or they did.
I'm just yeah. It's just a sort of it's just an interesting sort of elaboration of what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah. Well, you know, the one thing that gets me though, I was thinking about it earlier because like what do they call that? Well, like women, okay, and especially feminist women. And I'm not really saying feminist in the proper way because to me, like a feminist was Jane Fonda and people like that. But
Okay, first and second wave, rather than
you know,
the current third wave. Yeah.
but today's neo-feminist groups, they're they don't agree with what they used to call those classes where women would go in and they would frickin' learn etiquette and how to frickin' charm school. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, but that's more of a just a cultural shift where culturally everybody's more I don't know, laid back nowadays, more casual. I mean, as an example, when I started in the IT industry, everybody were known, or everybody in the UK were known for wearing suits.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was Mr. Robot the other day that was talking about the current US mentality about wearing, I don't know, Hawaiian shirts and being extremely casual in that sort of role.
Exhuming cattle, is that what he said? Did you just
Sorry, being more casual.
oh, casual. Okay.
Yeah, casual.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't wear Hawaiian shirts. Just to let you know. I mean, I've maybe worn one when got drunk and puked all over myself, but and that was about it. Like, you know. Now,
Been there, done that.
Mr. Robot's kind of crazy when it comes to all that stuff too. You know what I mean? Because like he honestly has all these stereotypes of people in the United States, and to be honest with you, if he ever came to the United States, this would be the one place where he'd fall in love and not want to leave. Just the way he acts, you know what I mean? I can already tell you he would fall in love with California. He would fit perfectly.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah,
With
totally, yeah.
just take him to Los Angeles and he would fall in love with LA. He'd never leave. So now after that, and we were talking about that, though another thing that gets to me is the thing about the SDF. They and I brought it up quite a few times, and nobody seemed to want to talk about this. But like in England, they freaking had freaking socialist Sunday schools for children. Okay. Now, they did these socialist Sunday schools, and by the time freaking 1916, I believe it was, Great Britain. 1916, I believe, is what the year was. Actually 1920. Great Britain had freaking finally had its own communist party, which was the British Socialist Party. Confirmed communists. You know what I mean? And that's the one thing, or that's the two things that really stuck out to me. Like freaking, they had freaking gone to having socialist freaking Sunday schools to freaking a full-blown communist party freaking only 1-2 years after freaking the Russian Revolution had ended. And I find that pretty profound, you know what I mean, to be honest.
Yeah.
And like you guys had been taught socialism in your Sunday schools as a freaking alternative to denominational Sunday schools. So what the hell have they been putting in you guys' brains?
Again, I've never been to a Sunday school. as far as religion's concerned, even though my mother used to, when she was alive, used to be fairly religious herself. I came from a fairly liberal sort of upbringing
Well, I
when
mean,
it came to religion.
I know that like a lot of people today don't go to Sunday schools, but back then a lot of people did go to Sunday schools. You see what I mean?
Mm.
So that how did that influence people back then to where it freaking kind of trickled down to you guys? You know what I'm saying? Because you know it's going to affect you eventually.
I don't know. This is where I always argue that Britain, the UK, is a mainly a cultural religious, cultural Christian country these days, rather than being a religious Christian country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sure, we still have a large amount of people going to church, which is being gone lower every single year. But generally speaking, we're more of a cultural Christian.
That's pretty interesting. I do find that interesting. I'd really like to find out more about that later on. I'll dig into that some because I know with the way things are going now, with the school systems especially, you can see it in the school systems. And that had to have started somewhere too, you know what I mean? It didn't just spring up. A bunch of hippies said, you know what, I'm gonna fight the system, dude. I'm gonna become a freaking school teacher. That's not how the shit happens, you know what I mean? It's just not.
In what sense? What do you mean? School systems? Oh no.
You don't think that it's freaking been infiltrated by socialist groups?
Okay. Here, describe what I call long march with institutions, which are dates back to the 30s and relates to things like the Frankfurt School of Philosophy and Culture. But yeah, over the last, I don't know, 40, 50 odd years, we've seen a slow increase in, or slow movement or increase into socialist ideals within the public sector,
Yeah.
which is really now it's really quickened in the last, I don't know, 20, 25 years, 30 years.
Now, do you guys have, or do you know of any groups in your country still, like they had what they referred to as the Young Socialist League?
There are various political groups that are organisations like Momentum in the Labour Party, which is a fairly sort of, I wouldn't say, overly left-wing sort of organisation. There are various sort of true sort of, there are various communist organisations in the UK. Various extreme socialist organisations in the UK.
No, I know. Like you guys had what they call themselves, the Fabian Society. Yeah, that was the one that me and Otto and Bob Dub mentioned when we were talking about Shakespeare. And I forgot to even bring it up. I think Otto mentioned it a little bit whenever I was talking about it before. That's another one I know that was a big part of this whole socialist movement in London. and we really didn't talk much on them. That's one thing I guess we should have talked more on was the Fabian Society. Because,
Something I suggest that you do a bit of research on is the Labour post Blairism, new or post New Labour, and
no,
momentum organisation.
I really think that at this point you can call it a frickin' neo Labor Party, to be honest with you, because from what I've read with the newer stuff, this stuff is like frickin' the Labor Party on frickin' on crack cocaine.
Well, ever since Blairism, ever since the New Labour movement gone, has appeared and gone in reality, there has been there's been several different groups that have been infiltrating New Labour and stretching the concept of Labour to certain degrees. This is why we see people like Keir Starmer flip-flopping on every single thing that he thinks about. 1 minute he says he wants to, I don't know, stop immigration, and the next minute he wants to increase immigration. And yeah, this is, I don't know, politics in this country is messed up at the moment.
It's confusing, but I guarantee you there's somebody that's organizing this shit. Believe it or not. From the way I've been reading all this stuff, like nothing happens in England that's freaking not organized. Okay, trust me. There's some underlying freaking outline going into place. Just what it is, you might not know. You know what I mean? But trust me, there's something going on there.
Well, I could make an argument that's just part of the more globalist sort of movements that we're seeing at the moment.
Exactly.
The WEF, WHO, that sort of one.
I think Brexit really freaking shook them up. So now they're freaking going into overdrive to try to take and bring things back into control. That's just my personal take on it.
Back to what certain people believe are would be in control, because as an example, there's no secret that Tony Blair, the Blair Foundation, is having some influence in the Labour Party, and potentially, if we do see a Labour government in July, potentially we could be sort of gone back to EU through a backdoor means.
Yeah. Well, it blew me out of the water whenever they said that you guys had to actually have an application. You had to fill out, your government had to fill out an application asking to leave the EU.
Yeah, but that's a signatory, or that's related to Maastricht, the Maastricht Agreement in 92, 94, 92.
Yeah.
That was a condition after Maastricht.
That's still pretty strange, though. You got to admit that is.
Or actually, I'm not sure if it's Maastricht or the Lisbon Treaty, but yeah, it's one of those two treaties anyway.
Mm-hmm. So since we covered that, I'd like to kind of go over some of these 8 policies that we were talking about. The living wage, okay, the unemployment allowances, nationalism, and especially the thing about banking and bulk purchases of raw material, and foodstuffs. That's the stuff that I really wanted to kind of go over, like with the Independent Labor Party, which I know you guys have the Labor Party. Is the Independent Labor Party, first off, still active in your guys' political parties? Or is it finally just one Labor Party put together?
In theory, just one party, one well, I use the word unified very loosely, but yeah, unified
Well,
party.
actually, it could be like a sect within your party because,
Yeah.
like you have the freaking libertarians, supposed libertarians here in the United States, and they're like undercover freaking Republicans. They all say, "Yeah, I'm part of
Mm.
the Libertarian Party," but when they run for political office, they always want to be Republicans. You know,
Mm.
so
Well, it's like my point that I mentioned last week about degrees. Just because you are a member of the Labour Party doesn't mean that you fully support all of their concepts. Just because you are a member of the Conservative Party, then you may not support all of their ideals.
I can't. I still can't put my head around your guys' whole thing about your conservative party is called the Conservative Party. That
Yeah,
blows. I'm like,
yeah, when in recent times, what do they conserve?
well, I mean, I always generalize the word conservative. You know what I mean? I never freaking like actually thought England had a political party called the Conservative Party. I just, yeah, it was really strange because last week I asked you about that, and you're like, it's called the Conservative Party. I'm like, what? You know, I just like we've got the libertarians, and then we got the freaking we got the Republicans and shit, and then you have the Green Party, and then you have the Democrats, and then the
Mm.
liberals are in the Democratic Party supposedly. You know,
It's looking at it from a US point of view, it's interesting that how the Democrats and Republicans sort of shifted the concepts back in the 50s.
it actually
Mm.
goes farther back, um, during the Revolutionary War, freaking they the Democrats were or not the Revolutionary War, but the Civil War between the North and the
Mm.
South. The Democrats were banned from the North, and or disbanded, and
Okay.
they it was over slavery because back then the Democrats were racist, so they
Okay, not. I have got a slight disagreement with the entire slavery point. I mean, granted, there was a set of U.S. politicians that were concerned about slavery, but the Civil War was also about unifying the country's taxation and control over both the North and South.
now
It wasn't just solely about slavery.
the main thing with the Confederates that a lot of people overlook, other than well, the slavery was a big deal, okay, but they also believed
Mm.
in the Articles of Confederation, which were it was the original Constitution, all right, and
Mm.
it failed. So what happened was is freaking uh, our representatives did the Constitutional Convention, which was secretive and it was held back from the public. People didn't know about it. So these people came together to do this convention, and representatives that were there in the convention actually stood up and walked out because they refused to sign the Constitution. And the reason for that was because the Constitution was set up to where it basically catered to the rich landowners. And they're instead of them taking care of the problem of poor people revolting against rich people, they wanted to frickin' come up with frickin' regulations that made it harder, and that's what the Constitution basically is. If you know what I mean, it's harder regulations than what the Article of Confederation was, because instead of freaking taking care of the issue of freaking, the small freaking farmers dealing with freaking the bigger plantation owners, they wanted to do the opposite. They wanted to try to squash this idea, you know what I mean? So later on down the road, whenever freaking the Civil War happened, freaking that's when the South took the freaking Articles of Confederation back and said this is going to be our government, and they abolished political parties. All right, and the North, in retaliation to all of this stuff, freaking said that the Democratic Party was abolished, and Abraham Lincoln created the Republican Party, which was the actual party that freed the slaves. Okay, so this is where it gets all gooey, because, and just so you know, the what I was getting to with the anti-federalists, the ones that walked out of the Constitution, they're the ones that came back, but they agreed to sign it because of the freaking Bill of Rights.
Yeah, but when it comes to slavery, there was a push by other countries, such as England, the UK, at the time to actually reduce slavery anyway. So
no, you guys abolished slavery.
Yeah.
Well, that was because the Napoleonic Wars.
Yeah.
Napoleonic gave Britain the leverage to do that.
Right.
The end of the Napoleonic Wars, and England was basically dictating the peace, and it was like, well, if you're going to sign this, one of the things you have to do is end slavery.
Yeah.
I guess there was some problem with Portugal, but they got it ironed out.
Yep.
Because they did not want to disturb. I mean, that's the source of all port wine. So.
And also there was after the Napoleonic Wars, there was a cultural shift, wasn't there? There was a move away from agriculture to the more industrial sort of situation.
Yeah. And of course, if you introduce, I think introducing slave labor into an industrial capitalist sort of industrial revolution kind of setting that would just be disaster. And I think people saw that.
Yeah.
Talk about alienating the workers. One of the things about the slavery here in the United States, and apparently they came when they in 1787 when they did the Constitution and started working on it, they were within a few votes of banning slavery in the U.S. It was the big Southern planters. And Mark has a point that slavery for most people wasn't a huge issue. It was for some people. I mean, there had been, they're always talking about we're headed for another American Civil War, but there had been decades of paramilitary fighting over slavery, among other things. But when it comes down to it, I think a lot of what actually got the governments motivated, like the government of Virginia, the governments of the southern states motivated, was the economic and political dominance of the North. And it was basically, I always saw it as kind of a failure of democracy, in that the South felt so disenfranchised, and so being overpowered by the Eastern banking interests, in New York and Boston and such.
New York.
And so I always point out about that war. After the Civil War, we kept grinding up here. We up in the North. I'm from New York State, a Northerner. Kept grinding them into the dust with the money. If you look at American money, they've got Lincoln, the guy that crushed the South. He's on the $5 bill. You've got Grant, General Grant, the leader of the Union armies. The only Southerners on the bill are from before the Civil War: Washington, Jefferson. And that's something else I think that fueled that too. The South saw itself in a lot of ways as the originators of the United States. A lot of the founding fathers, Jefferson especially, Washington, were Southerners. In fact, the seal of the Confederacy is George Washington on a horse. And I think they felt kind of betrayed by, the northern sector of the country, just, basically ignoring their fine contributions, and they're that whole social aspect of it was being thrown away because the North was industrializing, and that industrialization, as we were talking about last time, brought immense economic power, something unseen in human history. The people controlling these things had immense. It must have been like the first tech billionaires suddenly popping up today. What will they do? They were like the Elon Musks of their day.
And whenever whenever you bring that up too, you mentioned New York. This goes all the way back to the Constitution. Okay, now with New York, they had a lot of influence and a lot of power when the Constitution of the United States was being drawn together. And this goes into what I was talking about with the Department of Justice, with the Senate. Okay, when these anti-federalists walked away from the Constitutional Convention, that upset a lot of people. It got so bad that George Mason and George Washington, who were best friends since they were little kids, never freaking spoke to one another again. Okay, that's how bad this got. And this eventually led up to what would eventually become the Civil War, because these anti-federalists were the people who were pushed down into the southern parts of the freaking country. You see, and there's a whole thing with the frickin' Department of Justice where they created the Department of Justice so they could emulate the frickin' Supreme Court. And the reason why they did that is because they wanted to separate the frickin' individual and the state from the federal government. They wanted to make it farther apart so that frickin' the federal government would have more power than what they had at the time. They did the same thing with the Senate. They created the Senate so that they could do the same exact thing, and they could have senators come to Washington with representatives so that they could do their business in Washington, D.C., instead of bringing the frickin' laws back to each state and having the states decide if they wanted those laws or not. You see what I mean? So
Right, more centralization.
Yeah, they wanted to centralize government.
But even now, you still got states.
From a bureaucratic point of view, I mean, when you have to travel perhaps weeks in order to take something back to a state legislature, back then travel was restricted compared to today. I'm reminded of after the revolution in France, instead of the traditional regions, they created all the different little French departments, whatever they call them. And they were originally how long. Basically, you'd have the seat of it, and then it would basically be the radius would be how long it would take in one day to carry an order, so that every administrative center could basically give an order and it would be carried out that day. Mm-hmm. And time was a big factor for those guys. Sometimes we forget, with our instantaneous communication. I mean, when they got telegraphs, it was huge for those guys. Now we kind of laugh at that.
And you also have to keep into mind, though, all through this conversation, keep in mind what I said about the anti-federalists. Okay, now, those people were still there, and you were talking about disenfranchising the South, and they felt disenfranchised. Well, this goes along with what you're talking about right there. Okay, so the power is being centralized in Washington, D.C., and these people freaking who felt disfranchised, actually it all started during that freaking Constitutional Convention, when they stood up, when they walked out of this convention because they didn't agree with what it was actually saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there was a lot of things going on there, like you said, but a lot of it it all goes right back to when that Constitution was brought up,
Well, when the Civil War breaks out, that's usually a good sign something is going wrong.
Yeah.
With how your Constitution are.
We just gave you an entire history lesson of the Civil War. Now, What one thing else I wanted to talk about was the increasing the unemployment allowances and stuff like that, and the bulk purchasing. Um, when it comes to England and stuff, and how they wanted to increase the unemployment wages and the bulk purchasing that was being done. That right there is kind of what I think led into what we see today when it comes to freaking consumerism, and becoming a consumer. It's like today everybody treats Black Friday like it's a holiday, you know what I mean?
Right.
And
But again, we are a debt-laden society. All of the rest is it is not what you own that's important. It's the amount of debt you've driven that's important.
I think I've mentioned that before too, didn't I? Like I actually did do some research into debt, and like the weird part about it is, and a lot of people hate hearing this, but the more debt people like me and you are in, the better off our government is. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Our entire credit score system's based on debt. The more debt that somebody can rack up, as long as they can presumably pay it, the better their credit score is.
Well, even other countries, like the countries that we're in debt to, which, believe it or not, the United States is in debt to other countries. Okay, we don't own like all the freaking bills and shit that every other country has. Like, we owe other countries money, and the more in debt we are, the freaking more benefits these countries give us. They say, since you owe us so much money, here's what we'll do. We'll freaking let you hold off on making all of these payments, but you have to sell our cars in your country. And then they not only want us to sell their country in our country, but then they want to do it at a lower rate so that it'll help us out. So all of a sudden we're buying German cars, and we're selling them to the general public. You know what I mean? And we're doing it at a discount price. Everybody's driving around in a Yamaha, or riding around on a Yamaha or a Suzuki, or got that.
But arguably that's aids in consumer choice, innovation, and the choice of a person to either buy a Suzuki or a BMW or a Tesla.
Well, you understand, though, the government has to negotiate before you're allowed to buy from those governments. Like, you don't have the right to frickin' go and just say, look, man, I want to buy this car. If this car is in a country that doesn't, go and try to buy a vehicle from Iran and see how close you get. It's not going to happen.
What would an Iranian car?
I mean, do you even know what kind of car freaking they sell in Iran?
They probably use.
Iran have a car industry.
No, I mean, seriously, do you even know what kind of cars they sell in Iran? I don't. I have no clue.
Leftover cars from when they were like an American satellite back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Or maybe like old former Soviet vehicles or something. I don't know. They need cars to have a modern country, so they must either get them from China or Russia or something. I never looked into that. That's an interesting. We should do a show about that. Where do countries get their cars?
Or what kind of cars are being produced in these countries that we're not allowed to trade with?
Well, I don't know. Some of these cars you might not want to drive. I mean, they could very well be designed for like different, have a different driving system, different grades of gasoline, different pollution requirements and stuff. So,
interestingly, I've been following a lot of the EV movement, the electronic vehicle movement, and the importation of lower grade Chinese automobiles and to the west, and seeing sort of things like massive lithium battery fires and stuff.
Hmm. Interesting.
It's something else. Now, this and the other thing too that I did want to bring up is freaking back then even they were talking about raising to meeting the cost for the national income. They were talking about allowing taxing the higher income earners. And
Hmm.
the last time we were talking about it, I said, did that sound familiar to you? You know what I mean? Because that's what they're doing now, you know. Especially here in the United States, they think that their big answer to freaking all of the economy is to freaking tax the rich more. Because, of
Yeah,
course, you know,
and the only problem with this is if the rich get taxed too much, they would just disappear to another country
Yep.
with a lower tax system.
Yeah. Off to Switzerland or wherever, Brazil,
Mm.
Portugal.
well, I mean, even,
And this is the situation that could get worse if we ever bring in UBI. Um, because obviously that money has to come from somewhere. And if let's say you're earning 70,000 pounds and you are getting what taxed on 50%, then yeah, why not just disappear to another country?
Yeah.
and understand too, this stuff was being talked about in 1924 over there in
Hmm.
England. You see,
Well, that's creeping socialism,
you know,
But that's how I'm sure it was seen by. I mean, there there was a series of taxes passed, and I don't know the details exactly, but I do know that there was a point where between a lot of it had to do with death duties, I guess, and just an increase in tax where many people were impoverished to it, depended upon the old traditional, wealth of either having land or just money in the bank. The money in the bank gets taxed away, the value of the land drops, and
Hmm.
when you're up that proverbial creek, unfortunately.
I find that it's strange that over 100, well, it's exactly 100 years later, freaking, they're still talking about the same thing about, you know, we need to tax the rich more money because freaking they're not, you
Well,
know,
it's like, what are you taxing? I mean, tax the rich. That sounds good, but this is something I know. This guy, he's an engineer, and he has a small business, and they engineer high precision parts, and using power tools, lathes, mills, that sort of thing. Well, he had two guys that used to work for him. So here's two guys employed at a skilled trade. One year, one of the guys cuts his finger, goes to the emergency room. It's not a bad cut, not even a stitch, just needed to be cleaned up, and they put a band-aid on it or something like that. But he reports it because it happened at work, yada yada, goes to the thing. Well, the very next year, my friends, we have uh, disability insurance in the state, in which basically the state mandates that the employer has to provide own an insurance policy for injuries, but they get the policy through the state. It's very complex and needlessly so. But long story short, when it came time to do all of his paperwork for his business the next year, he found that because of that injury, his fees for having this insurance was increased by $20,000. As a result, he had to fire both employees because he could not afford to have. So that little thing, which was supposed to protect the workers, eliminated two good-paying jobs. For people doing a professional job. I mean, to be fair, they weren't working full time, but still, they were working in their field.
yep,
And it was the direct intervention of the state that caused that. And I saw this whole thing happening in front of me, and I was like, "What a lesson!"
yeah.
What a lesson.
Then that brings me up to something else that I've been noticing too. Like, we have a big thing that is being discussed around here about workman's comp. Um, and this is about the people who own companies, okay? And they're not big freaking company owners, they're small businesses. And the thing that's hard with them is the fact that they have to freaking pay for workman's comp. All right, and this is even if they don't have anybody who has had accidents or nothing, they still have to pay for it, and it's so freaking overwhelming the amount of money these people want them to pay to freaking
Yeah.
have workman's compensation that they can't hire people. They just can't hire them. And then when they have workman's comp, if it doesn't matter if they have injuries on the job or not, freaking they still have to have it. It's mandatory.
That's
But
insane.
on the opposite side of that argument, you've got to, as a worker, as an employee, you want some sort of protections, just in case you
Of
cut off
course.
your arm or something.
Oh yeah.
But these companies are able to freaking force you to pay by the month, every freaking month, or by the year, or annually.
Well, it seems very unfair to me that, I mean, if you're a government and you say everyone should have this protection, have the health care and be protected from injuries if they get injured and they lose their livelihood, right? That makes sense. But then they turn around and they throw it all on the employer, which again, with a big corporation, is not such a bad idea, but with a small struggling business. So and just when I've seen in New York State, just the amount of rigmarole you go through, and it's all done through insurance companies. Insurance companies are very, very powerful in New York State. They're one of the few things that really makes a lot of money because the state mandates all this different insurance. But I mean, it seems to me, why doesn't the state just directly do this rather than having all these different layers of this and that? You should be able to. I mean, if you're going to have this, and some sort of a safety net for workers, and it's going to be state mandated, and why is the state mandating it? Why doesn't the state just take care of it themselves? And that way the employer wouldn't have to worry about it and the worker wouldn't have to worry about it. And if the worker got injured, then the state would step in. I don't know. That just seems to me would be a lot easier. It would remove about 90% of the paperwork, and the result would be the same thing.
Yeah.
As you're aware, I subscribe of Lewis Osman, the right to US regulatory affairs thing, and it was operating up to I think a year and a half ago in New York, and he demonstrated on quite a few figures that New York's state's bureaucracy is just overly top heavy and in a lot of cases incompetent.
I've actually been saying that about New York. New York, it's like I said, they're very influential. A lot of people like to say freaking all the power is in Washington D.C. and it's not. Okay, it's in New York. John J. McCloy was the worst mistake that ever happened to freaking the United States. And if anybody has never heard who John J. McCloy is, he's the one who formed the Department of Justice. Okay? And from that point on, all the way up to now, freaking New York has come up with these radical freaking ideas about regulation. They're all about regulation. They want to regulate everything, freaking to housing, to freaking medical, to freaking jobs, everything.
They're trying to do away with wood heat or gas heat, natural gas. They want everyone to be electric, which is insane. We have power outage. We had a power outage here a few years ago because of snowstorms. There were parts of the state that had no electricity for 30 days. You can't rely on electric heat in this place.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing the same movement in Europe at the moment, in the UK and various parts of the EU. Join the concept of outlawing sort of wood burners, as an example.
And, they like to blame it on freaking the green earther shit, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, dude, but freaking... I'm getting tired of hearing people say freaking when cows fart, freaking it's causing problems with the environment. You know what I mean? Freaking cows have been farting for freaking a long time. So is pigs. And now they're trying to say freaking, oh, you shouldn't be burning wood. They're, what's wrong with having a freaking campfire in your backyard, or freaking burning freaking refuge in your yard instead of freaking having the city come and haul it off for you?
Well, most of the, like where I live, it's upstate, and it's very different from downstate. And there, generally, most of the restrictions on burning around here have to do with, like, we have times when you can't burn anything because the fire hazards. They're worried about fire, so they have like seasonal burn bans. But other than that, but now they're trying to try to use CO2 as an excuse. I do not regard CO2 as a pollutant or a problem. So the way I look at it, their premise is flawed, and therefore every single one of their arguments are to be discounted and ignored.
I agree with you. And that's the reason why I was alluding to all that, is because, like you said, and that's why I freaking said it. You know what I mean? I know where that shit's coming from. They're trying to freaking. It's these crazy freaking environmentalists that are coming out with straight, bold-faced lies.
It has to do to transfer of power. I mean, I read an article not long ago where this guy was talking about, he was at this big international climate thing, and he's like, all of the so-called greenhouse gas reduction was for the UK and for the US and for Canada, but for the third world, for China, for India, they're putting hundreds of coal power plants online. Hundreds of them. They don't have the kind of environmental protection laws that we have here in the West. So you've seen pictures of, like, these are like, yeah, soft brown coal, that's perfect. We've got lots of it and it's cheap. Plus they're going more and more nuclear, which really, to my mind, is, if you really want to worry about CO2, then you can't go wrong with nuclear. I think that's what they're using now to provide power for the AI. That's something I saw, something they're going to have, like, dedicated.
In some cases, again, this goes back to the sort of being a person that was growing up in the 80s. This goes back to the sort of CND movement in the UK, where nuclear has always been thought of as being a sort of dangerous sort of, even though technology has been improved, especially since the Japanese issue back in the 90s, 2000s, whatever it was. Also, there's the old joke that in the UK, that the Green Party are the party of the watermelons, i.e. green on the outside, red in the centre.
I don't know. Well, your red, though, is our blue, I believe, right? So.
Yep, well, red as in communism.
Yeah,
as in socialism.
Yeah. And it's a known fact here with our Green Party. Like, they don't deny the fact that they're socialists. Like, they'll point blank tell you they're socialists. So, like, that's.
There used to be a saying about, I might have mentioned it before, the Nazi color was brown. And they talked about people who were beefsteak Nazis, brown on the outside, pink or red on the inside. And what's interesting is a lot of people that were members of the National Socialist Party in Germany had previously been German communists. There was an attempt to appeal to the communists, and I think that was one of the reasons they used the word socialism as part of their platform, part of their name. But they really were, again, they were reaching for a third position. They were trying to be neither left nor right. And I think ultimately, though, they actually, there was a very interesting idea about that. The communists, when they approached the German workers, were saying to them, "You proletarians," which is not a nice word, really. It just means all you can do is make more people, right? So it's like, "You proletarians, look at how they're crushing you underfoot. You've got to destroy all those fuckers." Basically, class war. Whereas the Nazis were like, "Look at you proletarians. You're just as good as these other people, and you deserve the same respect." And in the Nazi Party, they talked about workers of hand and mind. So if you were like a newspaper editor or journalist or a chemist or something, you were considered to be just as good and just as bad, for that matter, as a guy that's like working in a foundry or doing a carpenter or something like that. So when they came, they were all seen as German workers, and it was basically something that appealed to them. Like, we're bringing you up, not we're tearing these guys down, kind of deal.
But see,
And that
that also goes back to what you were saying earlier too, though. Like that developed over time. Like you've also got to take the Volk into consideration. Like they incorporated the Volk Society into their freaking Nazi.
Oh, yeah, there were a lot of strands. The Volkssturms, well, actually the Volkssturm came later, but the Stahlhelm veterans organizations, these were
Mhm.
basically militias. I mean, again, there was we tend to not remember this part, but talking about paramilitary action before the American Civil War, there was a lot of paramilitary action going on in Germany before they settled down into the Third Reich. I mean,
Mhm.
Bavaria was a Soviet Socialist Republic for a while. That's how bad it got. And so yeah, there were a lot of different groups that had to, for them to for the Nazis to take power, they had to have a kind of a, I guess, coalition politics, you'd call it. And that was one of the reasons why Hitler's rule was actually very unstable. I mean, it looks really stable in retrospect, but Hitler always felt insecure as hell. He was always worried about all the different factions. And like I said, I think if like World War II hadn't happened, or if Germany had won, I still think the Nazi state, from what I've seen of it, probably would have flown apart, or I don't think it was very stable. I don't think it would have lasted as long as Franco's did, for example, or Mussolini's.
Now Mussolini, though, his ideas were a lot more radical. Like he wanted these constitutional governments to take their constitution and throw it out the door and just basically do a freaking duplicate of what the Italian Constitution was. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah.
He,
But Mussolini, he was in power a very long time, and he really was. I mean, he made a lot of wacky speeches, and I've read his article on fascism in the Encyclopedia Italiana, which I recommend to anyone who'd be interested in Mussolini. But really, when I think of it, he really, by the time he got involved with Hitler, he was a settled down statesman. He was pretty much respected and accepted by everybody in Europe. He'd had those foreign adventures in Ethiopia, which weren't such, I don't think, a good idea, but he seems to think they were a good idea. But anyway, I mean, he was pretty much settled down. His government was very stable. I mean, if World War II would never have happened, there'd be they'd still have the king in Italy, and there'd still be probably a fascist prime minister. Because really, that's all they. It was he basically retained the Italian government. They'd had the king all through it. It was still like the Royal Navy or whatever they called it. And one imagines Mosley had the same idea as happening in Britain, which never, they threw him right in jail. But yeah, so yeah, these guys were really stable, but Hitler was really the unstable one. He was really the guy. You can look at all the other fascist leaders. Franco, yeah, I got Spain. I got Italy, and here comes Italy. Jesus, fuck, you're invading Czechoslovakia. What the hell do you think you're doing? Oh my God, now Russia? Jesus, fuck. Now you got the Brits bombing us? Oh my God. Was out of control. This guy was out of control.
Illuminati finally showed up for our chat. One of them, he said, "What's that?" I don't know if you guys heard.
Interesting point about Germany's World War II. If it wasn't for Germany invading Poland, the Brits may never actually join World War II. And I always argue that Germany's biggest mistake was the destruction of the the Russian-German pact in 1941. The Wissensdorf, something. Yeah, that's that one.
Now with England, you gotta also take into consideration Churchill. Okay, Churchill made a really, really profound speech at the end of World War II, which a lot of people don't catch, and he said it didn't matter if it was Adolf Hitler who was in power or another German, uh, anybody, another German. That war was bound to happen. Okay, so there was a lot of things that were going on there, and a lot of what happened in World War II actually involved a lot of things that were unresolved in World War One that a lot of people don't realize. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of bad blood that was going on there, and it wasn't just Germany that was involved or the Weimar Republic. Okay, it was also things that the French did, the things that England did. They were applying force on German people and causing them to frickin' live basically in depression, below poverty, believe it or not, because frickin' they wanted reparations from the First World War. And like France literally went in and occupied German territory and forced them to frickin' work so that they could get their money. And you don't hear about that in the history books. See?
Arguably, World War One was due to I sort of I don't know, I want to say guilt complex. Disgruntled Germany, or by that time, a unified Germany, disgruntled unified Germany, for what France did during the Napoleonic Wars.
Yeah, and see, Germany always
Obviously,
they wanted to
during the Napoleonic Wars, Germany wasn't a unified country. It was only unified in 1872, I think.
I think what Napoleon put together, the Confederation of the Rhine, but up to before that, it was like 800 or something. Nobody could tell how many countries. I had a history professor once who said nobody knows because, like, you would get married and suddenly it'd be one country, and then you'd have a kid, and then you'd give him part of your country, so you'd have two countries there, and each one was sovereign. But there were literally hundreds of little countries, and I think Confederacy of the Rhine was what, like 100 or something. There was a lot. But
something like that, yeah.
And
but
the one thing that Hitler wanted that he couldn't have was the reunification of Hungary and Germany. That was the one thing he wanted, and Hungary didn't even want to be reunified. That's why they assassinated.
Are you more talking about the unit?
Austria?
Austria,
Hungary,
Austria.
In
Austria.
World War I.
It was Austria.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Mark?
Yeah.
It was Austria.
Yeah.
But that's what it was. They wanted to reunify it, and the country of Austria, Hungary, whatever they didn't want that. Okay. And that's why Adolf Hitler actually had freaking the SS in that country assassinate him. He was going to go to Mussolini. He was going to go to Mussolini and freaking make an arrangement with freaking Italy as long as freaking he didn't have to freaking unify with Germany. So,
there is no actual proof of, there's no actual proof of Germany's involvement in the assassination.
But yeah.
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah. Even though it was the SS in that country that committed the freaking crime, dude. Like,
it wouldn't be the SS because the SS would be created a lot later.
It was freaking the SS, dude. They even said it. They had a political movement in.
SS is a World War II thing. We're talking about the move of his name in World War One. The SS didn't even exist up until 1920, after the removal of the brown shirts.
Now, actually, not to change the subject too much, but getting back to what Mark was saying about, you really thought that the non-aggression pact between the Soviets, Germans, that they signed, what was it, 41?
1 Yeah, it was meant to last 10 years,
Yeah, the
and
pact.
only lasted a year, if that.
You really think that was a mistake on Germany's part?
Yeah, yeah. After all, Napoleon demonstrated that you shouldn't go into Russia because that will create a long, drawn-out war where people just froze to death. You cannot sustain a long drawn out war against Russia using ground troops because of the river conditions.
There's
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's the old theory.
I
There is the old theory.
Okay.
Right, there is the old theory about always having wars in the summer and spring.
Right.
But you also have to take into consideration there was a reason why they had that pact in the first place. Now, during the time that or just before the war, they were not allowed to build military equipment. Germany was restricted, they could not do it. So instead, what they did is they created that pact and they started building their military weapons in Russia, okay, under freaking the guys. You know what I mean? People didn't know this.
Oh yeah, they were cooperating with the Soviets. Yeah, before they.
So that they could do that, so they could build that military, and then whenever they decided to freaking go into action, that's when they decided to freaking break ties with them. Poland, there's a reason why freaking Poland was the first country that the Nazis invaded. Okay, Poland and Germany never had a good relationship. Never.
Well, he kind of annexed the Sudetenland before that, I thought, but no, about the Russian. No, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that the pact itself was a mistake.
No, I'm saying the breaking of the pact.
Breaking the pact. Yeah,
as far as Germany was concerned.
I see. Well, because my impression was that the main reason the Germans got involved in the pact, I mean, aside to give them a free hand in the West, was that they were really just worried about, like you're saying, being able to deal with any sort of a war of attrition in the East. But I guess what I've come across, again, I'm no complete expert on this, but I've always been interested in this period in history, and I think that the thinking by the Germans was that Stalin was getting ready to attack them, and they really felt that they also felt that Stalin was making threatening moves. I mean, this is of course, you'll always find an excuse if you want to attack someone, but I think that they didn't think the pact was worth the paper it was printed on, and that neither of these were particularly trustworthy governments, really. So when it comes to like agreements, so I think it was like the two guys pacing off to do a duel. They stand back to back, and they're going to count to 10 in turn, but they're going to turn and fire before 10. So you're trying to second guess the other guy. So I'm half thinking that Hitler figured Stalin was going to, jump the gun anyway, so he's trying to jump the gun on Stalin. But
the Nazis were also sending out attacks against the communists way before World War II during the Weimar.
Even though they cooperated a little sometimes, the Nazis and commies are like cats and dogs, especially at that time. They were having, they very, ideologically negative and positive, just sparks flying.
They did not like one another. I know that.
Well, Putin go on about Nazis. You're going to hear him talking about we will denazify this. Really, I mean, and Putin has also said that the Soviet Union was Russia, and with the implication that Russia is a continuation of the Soviet Union. So yeah, though there's that still, and I think that goes down to German versus Russian too. There's a lot of the Teutonic Knights versus the Slavs. You've seen that great silent film, Alexander Nevsky. That's a great film. Captures that whole, really cultural struggle that you've got going on there.
Okay, so now that we've done all that, let's get this last part that I want to talk about too, and see what you guys think about it. Now, this is about the banking system in England. Back then, they wanted the nationalization of And what they wanted after that was they wanted freaking this government to do a review on the banking systems and basically go in and turn or transfer the Bank of England into public control. You know what I mean? And they wanted to revise the operation of the Bank Acts and ensure that the control of credits um, is exercised in the national interest and not in the interest of the powerful financial groups. So basically, they wanted all the banks to be a state-ran facility. You know what I mean? And whenever I look at that, what it reminds me of, especially with the whole thing about the gold, whenever we were discussing that, you know what I mean? The checks, and they wanted to get rid of the gold reserves. And here in the United States, we had that same thing happen. And it seems odd that that happened right around this time period because, like, they did it in England and it happened here, and then all of a sudden we get the Federal Reserve. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's something that really sticks out to me. I mean, it's like freaking, and look at how banking is done today. I mean, even though they don't directly say that it's state ran, it's still state ran. You know?
I'm going to slightly disagree with that point. First of all, you're talking about the FDR movement of removing gold, and we saw a similar policy during in the UK when Gordon Brown was the exchequer under the Blair government. I think it was before 2000, or actually it could have been 2001 or 2002, where a lot of UK gold reserves were sold off to countries like China at a fraction of their actual market value. Arguably, we've got the opposite issue at the moment, where we've seen the banking companies, or the Bank of England, the Federal Reserve in the US, having too much power over price of money and over the distribution of money.
Now, exactly when did you guys get taken off of the gold standard, though? See, that's what's really important.
Research on that one.
That's what's really important. You know, I mean, like 2000 is nothing. Like, when did they take you off the golden standard? The gold standard for us was well, back during that was the whole time with freaking
FDR,
FDR,
back in the 50s, yeah.
So, you know, and that's what stuck out to me whenever they were talking about that, and they were talking about the nationalization of banking and changing the economic policy to where labor would have frickin' labor pools where instead of frickin' paying people the way we're used to doing it today, you would have labor pools that they would frickin' put the money into the pot, and that's how frickin' these people would get paid.
And also there's the point of just the money creation system, making money out of thin air. After all, for the UK and the US, we've seen a lot of quantitative easing since 2007. And I think, as far as Japan is concerned, they've had quantitative easing for what must be at least 30 odd years now.
Did you say quantitative easing?
Easing, yeah, the creation of money, just the printing of money.
Yeah, That's basically what we call fiat. Make believe money that's not
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
that has absolutely no value, but we think it does.
Well, it
Mm.
has. If you think it does, then it has a value, though.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
that.
It's a sort of more psychological thing.
It's
I
very.
believe that's a £10 note. Yeah.
It is
Mm.
delicate and yet strong. I think of it as a soap bubble made of steel. Is what it is.
I love that. Is
I
it-
always
I think it
illustrate
makes
that.
sense.
I posted on my timeline. There's a wonderful scene from the movie Cartoon. I don't know if you gentlemen have seen that great movie with Charlton Heston.
Mhm.
And it's interesting because the Mahdists, the followers of the Mahdi, are basically ISIS. I mean, it's the same. I believe it's the same ideology, but so they've been around for a long time. But there's this great scene at the very end of the film where I always say it's a wonderful example of moral authority. He just stands at the top of the staircase, and all the tribesmen are there. They got their spears and their guns, and he shows up, and they just all fall silent just by his presence, and he just walks slowly down the stairs, and they all back off until, of course, the moment is broken and someone sticks a spear in them. That's what I mean. It's very delicate. It's very strong, but very delicate.
Mm.
And fiat currency is sort of like that. It can do wonders to keep an economy in motion, because really, on a certain level, as long as the money keeps moving around, there's prosperity. It's basically a ticket to move commodities around. But it's like running down a hill. If you run too fast or too far, you suddenly become too aware of what you're doing, you'll trip and fall, and it'll become a tumble, and you might wind up with a broken neck at the bottom, like they were doing in Weimar Germany with a wheelbarrow full of money.
Exactly, and
but also
that goes
sorry,
back
it
to
also raises the.
that goes back to the consumerism part about consume. You see what I mean? And that's something that's the only thing I wanted to mention right there. Like, and they're saying this shit in 1924, man.
Oh yeah, they were very aware. They were very frightened of oversupply, underconsumption. That was seen as, like I say, I have a feeling they thought that could easily become as much of a cycle as a prosperity cycle. So, yeah, they were always fearful of their oversupply and underconsumption.
And like, relate that to today too, though. Like, now it's become what they're thinking of as a solution has become our problem.
Oh yeah, that's how it always works.
Yeah. Just looking at this from a different point of view, this is why I'm so into the sort of white to repair movement. We see in the computer phone industry, companies like Apple is producing the latest, newest phones, as an example, and I'm expecting you to get the latest this year's thing, besides the concept of actually repairing your old phones or making do with your old devices. And yeah, it's the sort of source of consumerism.
That's the thing I have an issue about with the consumerism stuff, because like freaking it is becoming a problem, and it's like everybody thinks that consume is the best way to do things, and they're saying, oh, you can't have a good Christmas if you don't go out and spend money, because it's going to hurt the economy. Yeah, I mean, they're literally selling that bullshit to the freaking public. Like, oh, you need to help the economy. Go out and buy shit for Christmas.
It does help the economy, but I think it comes down to as well. I mean, this has been pushed for a long time. Somewhere I've got a Christmas album by I forget, I think it was Spike Milligan, but like these comedians, and that was the whole point of the album. And this was like from the early '60s about them just pushing the consumerism. People are aware of this, and for like I mean, and here we are, all of us rejecting that consumerism, but at the same time, it is sort of a symptom of the sort of society that we've set up and developed. And again, I don't think it's necessary to posit any sort of a conspiracy. I have a little saying: cupidity and stupidity do more than conspiracy to drive the course of human history. And
Yeah.
as you know, they discovered things such as the stupider you make a TV show, the more people will watch it. And the more people that watch your TV show that see your ad will buy your stuff, and therefore you can sell ads on stupid TV shows for a lot of money. Combined with the fact that TV has an amazing influence on the human mind, well, again, this is what leads to stuff like this. And one of the messages pushed is consumerism. Don't you want a new car? Don't you want this? It's that whole idea of, you consume the symbol and you take on its power. This is in Buddhism, we call this becoming. It's simply a little fantasy we go into. And when we see that glass of beer or that hat or that particular car, we're no longer looking at that. We're looking at all of the things that have been suggested to us by the adverts and by the way people regard this. The other people that have seen the adverts, they think it'd be really cool to have a BMW too. So you're not only impressed with yourself, but you're impressing the people that are also impressed with those commercials. And so again,
it's not only that, but in the UK, there's this expression of keeping up with the Joneses.
Yes.
So keeping up with your next door neighbour. Your next door neighbour's bought this new car, therefore you've got to keep up with appearances.
No, keep it in focus here too. We're talking about things that are being mentioned about socialism in England. Okay, this has nothing to do with frickin' capitalism. It has nothing to do. This has to do. Everything we've just been discussing has to do with socialism. Okay. And but if you talk to people about this stuff, they don't relate that to socialism. But that's exactly what it is. This is socialism that's taking place. Okay, Black Friday, consume, frickin'. Gotta have more. Keeping up with the frickin' Benjamins or the Joneses. You know what I mean?
Benjamins, though, that's good too. I like that.
Yeah. Mr. Smith, Mr. Blunt.
All of this is socialism.
One thing that I find interesting is things like Black Friday has always been a US concept. It wasn't up to, I don't know, 25 30 odd years ago that this sort of idea didn't actually come into the UK.
We had it, but it wasn't big until just recently. Like, I mean,
part of it's a spectacle. People do it because it's like pro football, only you get to be part of it. I mean, part of it is it's a comment on itself at this point. I'm not saying the entire phenomenon is media driven, but really, if you really, really want to get a deal on something, I mean, this is like the day after Thanksgiving. It started when there were a few very high end products that were not going to be available. I'm thinking back to the first time I noticed this stuff was the Sony Walkman cassette player. I don't know if anyone here is old enough to remember those.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, definitely.
Object. You couldn't get one for love or money. I knew people that drove 150 miles to be able to buy a Walkman and come back and have it before anyone else had it. And people would wait in line, and if it was, so there was a certain amount of that. But really, I see those Black Friday videos, and those people are going there knowing what's going to happen. They're going there. It's like a giant mosh pit,
Yeah.
I mean, sane people don't go out to that. They just watch it, and then they all point fingers and look at those guys. But again, it's almost like it has as much cachet as pro football, only you get to be in it. And I really think that they really enjoy it. I think.
Yes, sir. Also, being a bit controversial, a lot of people don't actually know how to buy. As an example, when I'm looking for new technology for my own use, I will always look at wholesalers. I will always look at new old stock vendors. I'm very rarely actually buy equipment from so-called high street chains. And a lot of people would just see, oh, this high street chain is sending this latest TV, therefore that is what the TV must be worth.
Right.
And there's this entire argument of what something is worth compared to the value of that piece of equipment.
Yeah. And see, you talking about like the good old days? Do you both of you guys remember how much you had to pay for a brand new VCR when they first came out?
Oh yeah, VCRs. Those were amazing, and everybody was
I
worried.
don't know what my parents told
A VCR cost 200 freaking bucks, and back then, freaking 200. That was quite a bit of money back then.
I rented a half a house for $150 a month.
Right. Exactly.
So it would cost more than a month's rent.
On minimum wage, when I was 16, I freaking made $600 a month.
That's pretty good money back then.
What was it?
Interestingly, I was reading a report not that long ago saying that it's only just been extremely recently, within the last 5-6 years, that nobody's manufacturing VCRs anymore.
Oh, wow.
Good.
Well, we have
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one
yeah.
place that they've got this advertisement on TV where freaking they can make them for you, but you have to call them up and they'll
Yeah, it's more specialist niche
right.
sort of market. But,
I forgot the name of them.
Cottage industry.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
It's
then
like a dystopian cyberpunk novel. They're the old VCR maker down in the village.
I've been thinking about it, to be honest
Give me a
with you.
beat much any day.
I've been thinking about it after I found out how VCRs are, like a lot of people, we were talking about this on Tech Talk the other night, but like VCR tapes, the reason why they wanted to phase them out was because they can't freaking be monitored on the internet. Like the style of the tape is freaking doesn't have a code on it that can be picked up by freaking streaming, so they can't get you for copyright infringement.
Ah.
So I can take a
Also,
VCR and
little bit
record.
a very niche market that I remember back in the early to mid-90s was the use of VCRs as a data storage mechanism for things like backups.
Yeah.
Ah.
And see, like I can
Again, very niche.
I can plug a VCR in, record a freaking TV show, take that VCR tape, convert it to freaking video, and they can't track it. It's a clean video.
Huh.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I don't know. I am not a tech guy.
It's weird how that is, but I actually found that out.
I do remember VHS and Betamax, and I remember that Betamax was actually the superior system, but they wouldn't license it. They kept it proprietary, and so as a result, it never really got built very much.
Well, I think I covered pretty much everything on there. The gold reserve thing is another thing. I'm pretty shifty about that, or I have my opinions on that, which goes further, but this isn't about conspiracy theories. I'm trying to keep it clean, you know what I mean?
We should base our currency on uranium, and that way people would spend it very quickly. I'm sure it would keep the
I was
economy.
going to say conspiracy theories or conspiracy facts.
Well, even if we tried to frickin' say that it was a conspiracy fact, they would still call it a conspiracy theory, Mark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
more than.
You know what I mean? It's like, so I figured since I don't want to frickin' like be one of those guys that freaking does a stream that's bad mouthing and trashing freaking people so that we can freaking get popularity. We'd make it as cool and informative as well as freaking entertaining as possible. You know what I mean?
Classy. Classy.
Yeah, we show a little class. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Classy.
We're not here to talk about how horrible freaking Biden and Donald Trump are. We're here to freaking talk about the economy and cool stuff like that, because you know why? We're classy. We got taste.
Right. That's right.
What's the old? There's another British saying. Today's newspapers, tomorrow's chip paper.
Exactly.
French fries paper in the US. Yeah.
And I do want to bring one thing up too. Last year we were talking about Grisham Towers, okay? And I want to bring that up again. And there's a reason why I want to bring it up. It's because since we started doing this about England and talking about the Labour Party, it's made things a lot more clearer in my head. You know what I mean? Like their priorities when it comes to being liberal versus being freaking socialist. You know what I mean? And I'm starting to see now that like being freaking like the welfare state when we were talking about earlier, it doesn't hold as high of a priority to freaking socialists as what it would for a liberal. You know what I mean? Even though even though your Liberal Party got incorporated into the Labour Party, don't get me wrong, but there's a big difference between them.
Liberal Democrats are still at the so-called third party in this country.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
And during the what's it, Cameron's?
So you're telling me the Liberal Party is still going?
Yeah. Oh, Liberal Democrats.
You have
during Cameron's. Yesterday we were talking about. I mentioned Nick. I mentioned Nick Clegg.
Hold up. This is the first time I've heard this. You're telling me that England has the Democratic Party?
The Liberal Democratic Party.
Oh wow.
Liberal.
Which is really a joke of a party. But yeah,
that's news to me.
Yeah, I think it actually was last thing we were talking about. I mentioned Nick Clegg, and Nick Clegg was the leader of Liberal Democrats at the time, and there was the coalition for Conservatives to stay to hold power in Cameron's time. There was the coalition between Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives.
Oh wow, that's weird. That right. Well, we're going to have to go into the Conservatives in your country too, because like that sounds like a really interesting thing. I mean, I think a lot of people get a misconception of what conservative is here in the United States compared to England and Canada. Canada is completely weird. Like their conservatives actually go to frickin' gay pride parades and shit. You know what I mean? Where here in the United States, you're not going to see a conservative going to a gay pride parade. It's not going to happen.
I don't know. It's like I pointed out the other day. It's like kissing the baby sort of routine.
Yeah.
You've got to be seen to for the reasons of votes.
No, I could be wrong actually, because I was just joking around last week, you know. But there is gay conservatives, so there could be.
It's actually a libertarian issue for some people, because it's like, you know, and the libertarian aspect is, who really cares what you do in your own bedroom? I don't really even want to know. But it's like, I certainly don't get worked up about it. It's not gonna affect if I decide to hire you or not for a job, or, you know, provide you with civil rights. I don't
these days, if you will. But again, there has been a real sort of culture shift over the last 30 odd years where things like sexuality,
Oh yeah, yeah.
gender has been moved into the public space.
Yeah, it's become a political thing, which I don't care for. I think I like
I
privacy.
agree.
There's a certain getting back to that classy thing. Dancing
Yeah.
around naked and engaging in sex in the street is not what I'd call class.
Right.
Mm.
Even though it would be fun, and I would recommend it highly if freaking I was alone and nobody could see freaking my body butt naked.
There you go.
You know what I
Go and
mean?
get a Pornhub account. You get
Well-
a Pornhub account.
There's a difference between freaking like porno and freaking actually seeing a person, an average person, butt naked. Okay, there is nothing pretty about the human body, no matter what they say, unless it's freaking fixed up and looking good. Okay, trust me, there is
You
nothing.
know? I
Dude,
don't know.
I'm just telling you, freaking, especially like people are talking about going to nude beaches and stuff. You don't want to go to a nude beach. Okay, there's going to be a lot of stuff you don't want to see at a nude beach.
I've been to clothing optional campsites and stuff like that, and you just have to go with the philosophy of the people there are not taking their clothes off so that you can look at them. They're taking their clothes off because they don't want to wear any clothes. So, in my experience, nobody really spends much time looking at each other anyway. I did enjoy the co-ed showers. That was pretty good. They had like segregated showers if you want to take a little walk, but no way I was walking 20 yards to take a shower with a bunch of guys. I went and showered with the girls. I felt more comfortable with them.
Well, according to Bob Dub, we have been having technical issues, but it's been off and on. It's been coming back and forth. So the good
That's
thing
the
is,
song Rumbo. That's the song Rumbo.
the good thing is though is this is being recorded, so
Right.
we do have it backed up and everything. I'm going to go ahead and bring it to an end if you guys don't have anything else you want to say. So it's up to you guys. You guys want to say something else?
I'm okay.
I'm fine also.
Yeah, I think we had a pretty good conversation too. I mean, we really did. I don't care if anybody got to see it or not. Yeah, Bob Dub, poor Bob Dub. She's in chat. She should have come in here and hung out with us, and she could have listened to us in freaking chat. But she said, no, I don't want to do that. I want to just sit on the chat and watch you guys on the Rumble, 'cause I'm a girl.
She had insomnia. I've had that too.
I know.
And she respects us and only wants to be talking with us when she's at her best.
Well, she didn't have to talk. She could have listened.
Well, I'm sure she's been listening.
Well, I'm saying she would have heard it better if she was in here with us and just.
Oh, wow. She'll hear it all when it's recorded. I'm glad she was able to stay awake long enough to hear us. I thought we'd put her to sleep. I was hoping it'd be a lullaby. Rest.
She called me fancy pants. That's why I had to say all that stuff. She said, "Oh, fancy pants, Roger, you're so just fancy pants." See, she said she hasn't heard nothing and she should have fallen asleep. I figured my voice would have done that because that's what that does to women. It just kind of knocks them out.
It's an amazing power you have.
I know, it's a superpower is what it is. Like,
Yeah.
I was saying that the other day, man. I was like, it's almost, it's a responsibility that I have to be careful about because,
Yeah.
like very few people have the abilities that I have when it comes to this voice.
Mm.
So.
You got a natural blues voice. You should sing the blues. Got that voice.
If I tried to sing, I would probably have a heart attack and die of freaking
No.
terror and shit. Sitting out we were talking about being naked, it's kind of like freaking that, make me sing and I feel like a naked dude in school, in the, everybody talks about that classroom dream where you sitting in class butt naked.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how I'd feel if I was actually singing. So, with that being said, I guess we could end it on that one, can't we? You guys,
Something for people to think about, yeah.
you guys freaking want to give a plug and let everybody know how they can get in touch with you?
Okay, I can be found mainly on Minds, so yeah, minds.com/midwifery.
Okay. How about you, Otto?
Well, basically the same thing. I am most active on minds.com, so you can find me there.
As
I'm
Otto,
all over the place.
as Otto Excelsior.
Auto Excelsior at minds.com.
There you go. And with me, if you guys are watching this stream, this is where you can get in touch with me. I'm also on Discord as Roger Hanson. I'm also on Minds as Roger_Hanson. And that's about as easy as I can say it. I'm not going to like do a whole breakdown on that stuff because it'll get complicated really, really quick.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I will go ahead and end the show and thank you guys for being here and thank everybody for watching us. Now, hello everybody and welcome back to Tech Talk. Today we are back with Tanhai Tran and Mark Edworthy as well as myself, Roger Hanson. Today we are going to continue where we left off the last time with artificial intelligence, but first we have some interesting news from Mark about his cool server that we were just talking about while we were streaming, but I want to get it on recording. So if you could, Mark, kind of start over about what you were talking about there.
Okay, I've implemented a terms stock stone survey, which in effect allows much more with RTC, so voice over IP or video over IP services to be much more stable. I spent something like 12 hours on this yesterday, and by the time I finished, something like 6 o'clock this morning, this morning, it was running fine. And then I wanted to run a few tests by Roger earlier, and it all just crumbled. Literally. Yeah.
How did it crumble?
It was mainly audio issues. For some reason, I couldn't access the term server from my own workstation, so I couldn't remotely access it. Nextcloud has got this weird thing where Nextcloud Talk has got this weird thing which it will not show any diagnostic information. It will just show a little tick if it works, and then comes up with a weird squiggly lines saying that there is an issue. It was started to show a tick, and then it reverted to a squiggly line sort of thing. Going through a load of log files. It's a work in progress. Let's just say that.
No, we were talking earlier too, and when you were talking about Skype as well, that could be an issue too, because I was having the same issues with Skype whenever we were doing Jitsi. Everything would be fine with us with Jitsi, you know what I mean? But the moment I freaking got on Skype to go on Jaffe's show, I would get off of there and everything in my audio would just be screwed up.
This is more server-based issues rather than client-based.
I don't know.
I think that's it.
Whenever we were talking earlier, that's what stood out to me because like
Yeah, yeah,
and it's like you even said like you had it fine earlier today, but I mean
yeah.
next thing we did is got on Skype. Wait, no, actually we were on yours first before we even got on Skype.
Yeah, good. Oh, so, but again, no audio was coming through
Yeah.
each end. And again, I've got to go through a load of log files. I've got to, well, yeah, I've just got to review the entirety.
I'm so glad that's you. I really am.
I'm not.
I hate audio with a passion. I really do. I hate audio worse than anything else.
I
So
hate stuff.
just for your audience, Roger and Mark, this Nextcloud thing, because when I was installing Ubuntu 2004 on one of my boxes, Nextcloud was one of the installation options. So what is it basically?
Nextcloud is suppose you would call it most people call it a cloud server. So at a basic basis, it's a file sharing, file storage framework. But it can be expanded to a local groupware access, so things like calendars, address books, and think of Google services where you can store your calendar, you can store your address books on Google, you can store your files on Google Drive, you can access you can actually create Office documents, so spreadsheets, word processing, presentation from Google. Nextcloud is a open source alternative to that, which you can self-host or use a third-party host.
Now, can you apply code to it?
Yes, it's totally open source. Everything's modular, so you can create new modules for it. Yeah, it's extremely flexible.
Cool.
I mean, I've incorporated something called Cola Office, which is a software as a service or like cloud version of Libra/OpenOffice. So rather than having a word processor on your desktop like Google Docs, you can actually access a word processor from any machine just via browser.
You can get OpenOffice for free, right?
Yes, but you might be in a situation where you're using a third-party machine. You might want to, let's say, have a presentation or even share your documents with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I want to share my documents with you, and I want you to open up my documents like how you would do with Google's Docs with Google Drive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can, rather than having any sort of client-based software, so LibreOffice, OpenOffice, you can access it all from a software as a service, platform as a service, cloud. We couldn't do that, full cloud.
No, we've already covered this in a previous episode. We don't need to go over the cloud thing again. You rebel.
But yeah, which is good for collaboration, which is good for, let's say you are using multiple machines. I might be using a workstation here, I might be using a workstation elsewhere and another workstation at the client's place. So yeah, I don't have to rely on what software is based upon those machines. As long as those machines got a browser on it, and I've got the login information, the password and username, and
Now, do they have a limit?
and
Do they have a limit on file sizes?
that's up to the system administrator. That's up to the person who deploys the Nextcloud frameworks.
Cool. So,
So
you,
as I
yeah.
got my own hosting, that's the up to me to
Well, see,
provide these
that's
limits.
that's kind of where the question was aimed at. You know what I mean? It's you being the owner. Do you have limitations on file sizes?
I do. Depends on the situation. In Nextcloud, as an example, I think I've got a limitation, across the board limitation of something like 8 gigs that I've imposed. But
Yeah.
for each individual user, I can say provide a maximum of 8 gigs, or I can say provide X amount of space for them.
Okay. Yeah. But that right there is what I always look for too. Is like because like file sizes is important. It's just kind of like what we were talking
Yeah.
about with them new freaking quote unquote freaking servers that Mines is trying to give us. You know.
Well, it's like the existing mines chat facility. That's got a limitation of 10 MIB or MB, 10 megabytes on
Open them up.
an
Open
upload.
open them up. Make it to where you can do freaking 400 gigs.
Yeah, that again, that's resources. That remember, storage comes at a price.
That's
Uh,
that's one reason
if you,
why Bashi, that freaking website or that VoIP she uses that I asked her about. That's the reason why I like that. I forgot the name of it. It starts with a G. You remember that? Gilded.
okay, okay, yeah.
I can.
Isn't that more to peer then? So there's no centralized infrastructure. There's no centralized data center.
Yeah. But like on there, I could literally upload a freaking 2-3 hour video on that VoIP, and I've never been able to do that even with Discord. I mean, any
Technically, you're not uploading. You are sharing directly from your
no, I mean like
Okay. Your own infrastructure.
like this right here. I could record it like I'm doing on OBS, and I can take this recording and literally upload it straight to Gilded.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's technically uploading because it's more of a peer-to-peer infrastructure. So it's always on your machine, and then it gets cloned to other clients' machines.
I call it uploading. I mean, that's
Wow.
you know what I mean. I
Yeah.
hit upload
Yeah.
and it goes 90%,
It's
100%.
it's not like storing it on a centralized data center, which is the traditional method.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you think every single person's uploading, I don't know, let's say a gig worth of information, and you've got 5,000 users.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then see the complications there.
The only reason why I
when it comes
backed
to
off on
resources and expenses.
the only reason why I backed off on that one was because it was kind of getting weird with that Gilded. Like I was getting the feeling that they were getting ready to shut down. I might go and recheck it out.
Okay.
But it's a shame because it actually it was a lot better quality than freaking even what Discord was. I thought it was a really great idea, and then I started going in and well, you know how like we have help and support. on the chat. But they had it too, and I kept watching it, and they're talking about freaking shutting down programs and stuff. So,
Okay.
so I don't know.
Maybe financial issues. I don't know. Could be a number of things.
Okay, so now that we've discussed that, do you have any more questions, Tan? Because if not, we should talk about you guys' big rivalry over AI. You guys
Well,
have
I don't
been
want to burst your bubble, but unfortunately, I haven't had time to prepare well organized presentation about this topic that I meant to do it. But we can go through, a little bit of the definition of what we're talking about. AI, deep learning, generative AI, which is what the latest trend is, and the ability of the algorithm to reason. And I think that is basically what Mark's gripe was about the term AI being basically just recognizing pattern. I think it's a lot more into it than that.
yeah.
Uh,
I
but
agree. Now, the one thing whenever we're going through that deep learning is paradigms. Okay, now in the freaking the tech world, when they say the word paradigm, exactly what does that mean? What is a paradigm?
okay, wait. We gotta go bring up technical definition. Define what a paradigm is.
Right. You see.
More of a business talk then, yeah.
Because like in deep learning, that's one of their big things. Like the computer literally can change from one paradigm to another paradigm. It's like if you ask a computer,
All right. Should I share my screen or are you going to?
you can share it. Let me see what we got here. There we go.
Paradigm comes from Greek paradigma, which means pattern, example, or sample. From the word paradigmai, exhibit, represent, or expose. Classical Greek rhetoric aims to provide the audience with an illustration of a similar occurrence. Illustration is not meant to take the audience to a conclusion, however, it is used to help guide them get there. One way of how a paradigma is meant to guide an audience would be exemplified by the role of a personal accountant. It is not a job of a personal accountant to tell the client exactly what or how to spend their money on, but to aid in guiding a client as to how money should be spent based on the client's financial goal. The original Greek term paradigma was used by scribes in Greek texts, such as Plato's dialogues, Timaeus, and Parmenides, as one possibility for the model or pattern that Demiurge supposedly used to create cosmos. English language term paradigm has technical meaning in the fields of grammar, as applied to what I don't know what that is, declension and conjugation. Merriam 1900, the Merriam-Webster dictionary defines a technical use of paradigm only in the context of grammar and of rhetoric, as a term for an illustrative parable or fable. In linguistics, this person, Ferdinand de Saussure, used paradigm to refer to a class of elements with similarities, as opposed to a syntagma, which is a class of elements expression relationship. After all that, I still don't know what paradigm means.
No.
You guys
the Webster Merriam down there, that one just underneath it. It says the online dictionary defines one usage of paradigm as a philosophical and theoretical framework of a scientific school or discipline within which
Yeah,
theories, laws, and generalizations, and that right there is exactly what
yeah.
Mark was talking
It
about.
sounds, yeah, that's more familiar. It's a discipline.
Mm-hmm.
It's a kind of discipline, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
A form of rhetoric. Yeah.
oh,
Framework.
yeah. Where were you reading? Here, I'm reading this. Uh, Thomas Kuhn's 1962 work, Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Kuhn suggests that certain scientific works, such as Newton's Principia or John Dalton's New System of Chemical Philosophy, provides an open-ended resource or framework of concepts, results, and procedures within which subsequent work is structured. Normal science proceeds within such a framework or paradigm. So, paradigm is like a framework,
Mm-hmm.
uh, a foundation from which further scientific work is developed upon. Uh, Paradigm does not impose a rigid or mechanical approach, but can be taken more or less creatively and flexibly. What
This,
is an example of a paradigm?
now that would explain why Mark has a hard time with it, though, because like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
so many different.
It's not. It doesn't have a rigid approach to it. You know.
I just consider the word paradigm related
An
to
example
all
of a
these.
currently accepted paradigm would be in the standard model of physics. Scientific method allows for orthodox scientific investigation into phenomena that might contradict or disprove the standard model. However, grant funding would be proportionally more difficult to obtain for such experiment, depending on the degree of deviation from the accepted standard model theory the experiment would test for. So to illustrate the point, an experiment to test for the mass of neutrinos or the decay of protons, small departure from the model, is more likely to receive money than an experiment that would look for the violation of the conservation of momentum or ways to engineer reverse time travel.
Oh wow.
So the standard model is a paradigm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So somebody's trying to research for something that would refute that model would be like a paradigm shift, wouldn't it?
Yeah. That's what they were talking about in deep learning. Is you would basically shift from one paradigm to another. The computer would.
Okay, so with that, that's I got a few research things I got in my tabs here that we can go through. First of all, what is the neural network? Because the whole thing behind AI and deep learning and generative artificial intelligence is the model that the model that mimics the behavior of our human brain. That's what they call it, the neural network, right?
Right.
So let me just see. So this is an article I pulled up from MIT from 2017. It's called Neural Networks Explained. I'm not going to go through every detail, but just pick out. Just read out the parts that are interesting to us. Deep learning is in fact a new name for an approach to artificial intelligence called neural networks, which have been going on in and out of fashion for more than 70 years. Neural networks were first proposed in 1944 by Warren McCullough and Walter Pitts, two University of Chicago researchers who moved to MIT in 1952 as founding members of what's sometimes called as the first cognitive science department. Neural nets were a major area of research in both neuroscience and computer science until 1969, when, according to computer science lore, they were killed off by MIT mathematicians Marvin Minsky and Senior Papert, who a year later would become co-directors of the new MIT Artificial Intelligence Laboratory. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that is.
The technique then enjoyed a resurgence in 1980s, fell into an eclipse again in the first decades of the new century, and has returned like gangbusters in the second uh, fueled by largely by the increase in processing powers of graphics chips.
And you know that it keeps sounding more and more like the rabbit down the rabbit hole. Have you ever? I think we talked about that before about the gaming where these computer programmers were trying to create a chess game that could freaking beat a human, and they actually ended up being broke. Like their entire career went to waste. And the reason why is because they focused on this computer program that could beat a chess player. And I guess they actually even had a tournament between the computer that they created and like the world chess champion.
Yeah.
What's a big blue?
Big Blue, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds so much. Sorry.
Which is
Not
used
Big Blue,
as
Deep Blue.
for things like stockfish. Yeah. Which is is used for as the basis of things like the stockfish engine and crafty engine.
Yeah.
Me and Tom knows quite a lot about.
Yeah. We're using the Stockfish engine a lot on light chess.
Mm.
What is? I'm not used to this engine. There's this idea that ideas in science are a bit like epidemics of viruses, says this Tommaso Poggio, the Eugene McDermott Professor of Brain and Cognitive Science at MIT, an investigator at MIT's McGovern Institute for Brain Research, the director of MIT's Center for Brains, Minds, and Machines. And he said there are apparently 5 or 6 basic strains of flu virus, and apparently each one comes back with a period of around 25 years. People get infected and they develop an immune response, and so they don't get infected in the next 25 years. Then there's a new generation that is ready to be infected by the same strain of virus. Science, people fall in love with an idea, get excited about it, and hammer it to death, and then get immunized. Then they get tired of it. So the idea should be the same kind of periodicity. He's saying this AI thing is. I think he's in league with what Mark's thinking.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's lots of it's a fad type thing. Yeah.
Okay, so we've presented you.
We've
presented you with good evidence here, Mark. What's your take on it?
Well, again, notwithstanding the sort of marketing process, the marketing stuff that we see being pushed a lot at the moment, the sort of pattern recognition stuff that is played off as artificial intelligence. A lot of it is just a fad at the moment. I mean, we're not going to have machines conquer the world anytime soon. We aren't going to go down that sort of
we don't have to worry about AI killing off all the rest of us and just take over the world for themselves, right?
Well, I mean, you guys think that's
Skynet,
cool.
Skynet is not going to happen anytime soon.
Right.
You guys think that's like good news and shit. I don't think that's cool at all. I think freaking it would. I rooted for freaking the Terminator.
You what?
I rooted for the Terminator. I wanted
you rooted for it.
Yeah, I wanted to see.
Crazy man.
I wanted to see the robot win, dude. Freaking.
That'll be the end of you.
Now, the
or a slave, or you become a slave to the machine.
now whenever you were talking about that though, the one thing that stuck out to me, Mark, was like here lately I've been playing around with this shit, okay, and like there's more than what you're just saying there. Like today I freaking put freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger in my video. Freaking his body was like freaking Dorothy off of the Wizard of Oz, and he was singing somewhere over the rainbow.
Right. So you mean like it's a deep fake?
Yeah, I mean
But-
it's a video of Dorothy's body with Arnold Schwarzenegger's face and his voice singing somewhere over the rainbow.
Is that
Yeah,
intelligence?
if you find that video,
though?
bring it up and show it on the screen.
I mean, you can get parts and minor bits to mimic vocal expressions, but I wouldn't call that intelligence.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, so guys, I brought this video, this article up as like a hat tip to Mark, right, to support his view. But keep in mind that this article is in 2017, and progress has been made leaps and bounds since then. Right.
Yeah, but the
Right.
basic fundamentals are still the same. There isn't been a massive leap in basic principles.
We have skeptics, yeah. Wait, I want to read this. I think this looks interesting. In the 1980s, researchers have developed algorithms. Wait a minute. In the 1980s, however, researchers had developed algorithms for modifying neural nets, weights, and thresholds that were efficient enough for networks with more than one layer. One layer. We have networks with millions of layers now. Okay, we're gonna go into those in the other tab that I have open there, and we're gonna go into it.
yeah.
Efficient enough for networks with more than one layer, removing the many limitations identified by Minsky and Papert. The field enjoyed a renaissance. Okay, all right, maybe that is the genesis of what we have now, which is neural network, large language models with millions of layers, which is what the GPT-4 and a bunch of other models are out there right now.
There's also, there is also another point that you have to consider. When you say intelligence, you are talking about a sort of logical intelligence. If you do A and B, if let's say
Yep. It's the ability to do logical inference. Yeah.
But
So
there are other forms of intelligence, such as emotional intelligence.
Oh no.
Have you seen
No, yeah. I don't think they're talking about emotional intelligence. Yeah, you're right. There are different types of intelligence. I think these are talking about rational intelligence, the ability to reason, right, logically. So to make inference, basically, at the very simplest, you have what is it? Okay, so it's like if A then B, and if A then B and if B then C, then you can infer that if A is satisfied, then C is also follows, right?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of logic, right? That you have many layers.
Procedural programming.
Procedural
programming.
It's called logic, basically.
Well, yeah, logic.
Yeah.
So in a sort of IT, in a computer sort of world, but yeah, set of procedures. So if A equals B, go to this line. If it doesn't, then go to this line.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, no. I mean, I'm saying, yeah. So the ability to reason, but with the generative AI, it's basically constructing its own algorithm kind of thing as it goes along. So you mean you have a if you have a condition that says A, if A is true, then B is true, and if B is true, then C is true, and then you have a condition that says A is true. So from that, therefore C must be true as well, right? And then you have complicated layers of that nested predicate. So, and then to be able to reason using all those complicated conditions requires computing powers, right? Which we now sort of have the ability to do cheaply now compared to like 40 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Let's watch Roger's Arnold song.
Well, I mean, I can't share it for the sake of me, but I can you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna freaking show it up on the stream, but
Why not, man? Okay, send the link to me. I will share it on mine.
This
there
is
could well
actually
be copyright issues there.
this is
well.
actually
Oh, I see.
This is
it's a copyright thing?
Legal ramifications.
well, this
But
is
it not on YouTube?
this is actually taken on here. I can do it. I just don't think you're going to hear the voice. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And like
Right.
you guys won't be able to see the video.
Oh, wait a minute. You're playing it from your media player.
Yeah.
Is it an MP3, MP4 file?
Hold on a minute. Let me see. Yeah.
Drop it onto your browser. It'll play from the browser player, and then you can share the audio.
Hold on a minute. That's actually a good idea. Never even thought about that before. All this new technology, all this AI stuff.
Yeah, stuff's messing with our head.
All this good stuff. Boy, oh boy, you gotta love America. Oh wow, that's not good.
No comment there.
We're no Americans, man.
he's upset. That's all. Oh man, come on, seriously.
What happened?
I keep trying to do it onto the browser and it won't take it.
Oh, you do a file open from the browser. Try a file open from the browser.
There we go.
Instead of dropping them.
Okay.
Isn't it a place you can get to by a boat or a train?
Is it coming up?
Yeah.
Is far, far away,
Not seeing it yet.
behind the moon, beyond the rain.
Alright, hold on.
So
Let me see if I can screen share this,
Mm-hmm.
and we should be able to do it, hopefully. This is actually pretty good. I'll chance it, see what happens. Okay. Let me screen share.
Are you sure you can't find it off of YouTube, man?
Switch screen window. Well, I mean, can you see it?
Yep.
Okay, so let me go back on here.
Yeah, so it's working. Man.
Give it a second, it has to kick in. See if you can hear it.
isn't it a place you can get to by a boat or a train?
Can you hear
No,
it?
are you sharing the tab audio?
Is far, far away, behind the moon, beyond the rain. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of
you again.
Somewhere over the rainbow, bees fly, booms fly over the rainbow. Why then?
Okay, I get the
Oh,
point.
why
I get the point. But
Yeah.
again,
It's pretty good.
can't
I mean, but this is
I
this is
do
deep.
want to call
This is
that intelligence.
this is
It's a
deep fake.
pornographic. Yeah, but it's not. It's not where no sort of form of intelligence.
But look at that. Okay, like I couldn't do that on Blender.
You mean, but I think the point is it's the danger or the scariness of
Yeah, I think.
generative AI, right?
Yeah, I think that really does.
But it's
You can you can fake somebody else in real life and potentially ruin their reputation.
yeah, but again, I have a difficulty actually calling it some sort of intelligence.
Yeah.
Um,
I honestly don't think that would offend Arnold Schwarzenegger though. That's kind of the shit he's into. He's a weird fucking
Yeah.
person, dude. He really is. Like I don't think he'd be offended by
Yeah.
that at all, to be honest. No.
Yeah. But didn't you bring up like there was one person from the Minds thing that got somebody like deep faked them their video
what we
from the
want?
Minds Fest
Okay, that's possibly
No, it was the chick.
violation of the
It was the chick that was on the Minds Fest. She was
Yeah.
she played on The Sopranos.
right.
Oh, okay, yeah, you remember you saying that, so.
And they actually had another woman that I was talking about, the blonde chick, that just recently had to go through there, and that's what brought it up. And she had the problem, but then like 2 weeks before that, 2 or 3 weeks before that, I heard it on Minds Fest. That chick off Sopranos said that she was approached by these people, and they asked her if it was okay to use her likeness, and she said no, and they still went ahead and used her likeness.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot the name.
You use her likeness for what now?
For whatever they wanted to do. If you want her to be a naked hot chick, frickin' she'll be a naked hot chick.
Really, the reason is irrelevant. So there was a much more moral, ethical issue there.
So, like,
Okay, let's go through what this generative AI is, right? That we were talking about. So basically, that video you were just showing with the ability to generate audio, video, or a composite video that fakes somebody else, or fake somebody's head and put it in some other people's head and make their mouth move in synchronized with the music. Is what generative AI is about. So let's see what this definition is. Are you showing the screen on your screen?
it's coming through.
Yeah. Okay. What is generative AI? So this is the article on Amazon AWS website. Generative artificial intelligence, also known as generative AI, is a type of AI that can generate new content and ideas, including conversations, stories, images, videos, and music. AI technologies attempt to mimic human intelligence in non-traditional computing tasks like image recognition, natural language processing, and translation. Generative AI is the next step in artificial intelligence. And you can train it to learn human language, programming languages, art, chemistry, biology, or any complex subject matter. It reuses training data to solve new problems. For example, it can learn English vocabulary and create poems from words it processes.
Mm-hmm.
Your organization can use generative AI for various purposes like chatbot, media creation, product development. Yeah, actually, yeah. We have some, like GitHub has new Copilot thing that can assist you generate code.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got AI code assist now that is built into the IDE that you can just get it for help.
I know.
Um,
I know. Mine's Gaming and Bob Dub are doing the freaking poems and everything. They've been going over that.
yeah. Are they using AI?
Yep. They're using
Uh,
AI generated images to go with them too.
yeah.
It's pretty cool. I mean, but
Why is generative AI important? Generative AI applications like ChatGPT have captured widespread attention and imagination. They help reinvent most customer experience and applications, create new applications never seen before, and help customer reach new productivity levels. According to Goldman Sachs, generative AI could drive a 7% or almost $7 trillion increase in global gross domestic product. They also anticipate it could lift productivity growth by whopping 1.5% over 10 years.
hmm and that
Yeah.
that goes back to what Mark was saying. Like I do agree with him on a certain amount because like with this SEO. Okay, the
Yeah.
SEO is going to skyrocket because of the freaking algorithms and everything that they have to pull to freaking pull up this information because they're going to be pulling it from different locations. This AI is, and they're going to do it like
There was a
they're going to do it way faster than we
there
can.
there was an element talking about music and poetry.
Yeah.
Sure, again, going back to my previous point, you can have some software string a load of notes together and words together to produce some product. To the listener speak about this is some person, but it does not lack the sort of again human emotional intelligence. I mean, I can read a extremely long, boring book about I don't know about any subject that lacks any sort of um, emotional intelligence in that.
See, I've heard
Yeah. Yeah.
stories about that too, though. There's a guy, real, he's a famous gamer, actually, and he's made it his lifelong project to create a girlfriend, a robot girlfriend. He has her freaking sitting around the house all the time, and that's his main goal. He wants to give her, like, emotions and be able to sit down and actually have conversations. He's actually had reporters come into his place and interview the frickin' robot.
Right. Oh, yeah. Like the was it is it a Turing test that tests whether
Yeah,
somebody or some program can qualify as a human being, right? Where you go and you
yeah.
have one actual person behind the screen answer your questions, and then in another instance, you have a program or computer behind the screen answering your questions, and then from there, basically, you will guess whether this person behind there answering your question is a human or a machine, right?
Mm,
Um, so.
yeah.
Uh, So, talking about intelligence, are you guys still seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
7 types of intelligence. This is psychology, right? Linguistic, logical, bodily, spatial, musical, interpersonal, and intrapersonal. So, I mean, so a human person would possess all 7 of these characteristics. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, we're not talking with generative AI, we're not talking about, emotional intelligence and things like that. We're talking about logical, right? Mathematical
Right.
and possibly linguistic intelligence. But then you have, that's the generative AI domain, a small part of AI, right? And then you have robots who are, you've seen the videos from what's that name? What's that robot company that have developed robotic technologies of a robot who are mimicking human-like motions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Boston Dynamics is the company, I think.
But you said that but you just said that you said mimicking, not
Yeah.
actually having.
Yeah. I mean, it's a robot. In the end, it's a robot, right? It doesn't have a human heart. It doesn't have blood. It's a robot. It's a machine. So of course that's mimicking, but they're mimicking lit with like almost human-like qualities, right? Like the fluidness of their movement. Let me see. Boston Dynamics.
And
Let's
you
bring it
know,
I'm
up.
glad you said almost. I think the key word there is almost.
and see, you should be getting excited about robots, man. Whenever people freaking start talking about robots and artificial intelligence, you know what that means, don't you?
What?
Skynet.
Like Skynet?
No, that's like sex bots, dude. You know
Get
that's
your head over back after, please.
you know that's going to be the first thing that comes into play once they start freaking coming out with this artificial
Yeah,
intelligence.
man, those guys.
You know it will be.
Unfortunately, I think he will be right there.
Okay, here.
Okay.
It's gonna be the first thing that hits the road, man. I mean, solid
Audio?
and in your face. It's gonna be a freaking hot robot chick, and that's gonna
Can you guys hear the audio of the video I'm playing?
no.
And then that's the end of humanity.
Mm-hmm. Well, the sex rate or the birth rates are already going down. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's not a. There was another one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here. Oh, Atlas. Who's this? You guys can't hear the audio?
Nope.
No.
I'm still
Let me
seeing
reshare.
your AWS screen.
Oh, I see. I gotta stop and reshare then, I guess.
Yeah. There you go. Now pop it back up and see what it does.
Alright, you see this?
Yeah. See, I've seen this one.
Okay, so we look at what? Coordination. Coordination.
Yes, coordination, yes.
No,
This is computer vision and also motion, right?
actually,
Right, so
is
they-
that an actual? I've seen a couple of these things that are actually claim to be actual real things, but they were in effect
this
just
is
computer
This
animations.
is officially from the Boston Dynamics YouTube channel, so
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna
I've
say
actually
that
seen those in the
fraudulent, but
past.
I've seen some fraudulent claims.
Now, see,
Mhm.
the thing about it too is the drones. When they start incorporating the drones into it, that's when things are going to start hitting the fan, because it's going to be artificial intelligence, robotics,
Right.
and then
Skynet,
freaking
right?
drones. Now these drones, man, they've got freaking full-size cars that they were wanting to actually make into drones. Instead of us flying around and just flying regular vehicles, they're going to be drones that look like a car.
Yeah.
And they-
Right.
Which raises a lot of legal and ethical issues.
Well, they're going to have artificial intelligence in it, like the Teslas.
Yes, but let's say a car knocks over a pedestrian.
I'm
Who's
just,
at fault here? the actual
I'm
so-called
not
pilot,
disagreeing with
the
you, man.
driver. Well,
I'm not
the
disagreeing with
copy,
you.
the software.
I mean, of course, it's going to be an issue because they're going to have artificial intelligence in there. You know what I mean? It's like you're not going to have to wear seatbelts because your computer's going to take care of you.
Are we getting to the stage? Are we getting to the stage where we can blame a piece of software for manslaughter or
Boss.
even murder?
Well, that's a movie. That's a movie.
iRobot? Movie is that?
iRobot, yeah. And it was actually, it had a good storyline, and it's a good question to ask. Who's responsible?
power
for
of five?
Actually, the book looked at this as the film itself was absolutely dire compared to the book. The book really explored this issue in much more depth.
Mhm. Well, it's true though. Think about it. Who would be held responsible for the death? I mean, can you really accuse the freaking robot of committing murder?
Well, the robot belongs to some human, right? They don't roam around autonomously.
Yes, but if you again the ownership question, do you actually own this equipment, or are you just licensing that equipment off from a provider? This is related to the entire right to repair argument. Do you own a piece of equipment, or are you just licensing that piece of equipment from a provider? Looking at the phone industry at the moment, you've got Apple and Samsung saying you cannot repair your own equipment. You cannot install your own operating system on your own equipment. We will decide what you do with your equipment.
He's getting fired up. He's getting riled up. Did you see how he did that?
It raises the entire question of ownership as well.
Mark's pointing at the
So
monitor and shit.
well, if you release, it's still a piece of equipment, right? It's just still a piece of machinery.
Yes, but who owns it?
Yeah. I mean, so if who owns it? If you're renting that equipment from somebody, then you have your.
I'm not saying renting. Consider
Leasing.
the old media argument. When you buy a DVD or a video or a computer game, you're not buying that piece of. You're not buying that object.
Yes,
You are
but
buying
software.
a license to use
No,
that.
no, but software is a peculiar part of properties, though, right? It's an immaterial. Whereas a robot is like a hardware, a piece of tangible thing that you hold.
Right.
Again, I go
Right.
back to
And when I buy a
argument.
teapot, a kettle, I don't buy the license to use the kettle. I own it, right?
Yes, but when you buy a let's say a mobile phone from let's say Samsung or Apple, you cannot legitimately install your own software on it. In fact, with recent Samsung devices, because of serialization, hardware won't work if you do that.
That is the impetus of the vendor that make the hardware, right? So Apple decided to do it that way, and then you have competitors that have gone the other way as well.
Now, I might be wrong here, but I think I know a perfect example of what you guys are talking about. But, like, if you really want to go back and you want to look at something to compare to what you're speaking about here, look at the VCR and the VCR tape. There's a reason why freaking they phased out the VCR tape. And the reason is because, like, today, if I had a VCR and I hooked it up and I played freaking the video and recorded it on this computer, there's no program on any computer that will detect the content that's on that videotape.
Okay.
Okay. Now
But you have
they wanted to phase the VCR tape out because they freaking wanted to come up with a program that can freaking track video on the computer and be able to freaking flag it and say it's copyright infringement.
Lewis
well,
Rossman released American Right to Repair advocate released an interesting video, I think last week or week before, in relation to a company selling a piece of hardware. I think it was an inbuilt or a car. Was a car audio multimedia player type thing. And within the last year, a year after they sort of released the products, they said that they will the company will no longer provide the cloud service that will allow people to use the products. In this case, somebody goes out and buys, I don't know, a piece of hardware for 100 quid that is reliant on a specific online service. And then a year later, the service stops and they find that the piece of equipment is no more than a doorstop.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Now, I know they did that with those freaking cameras, those security cameras that you're supposed to buy on television, where you can just buy it and they'll send them to you in the mail, and you just put it up on your garage and it'll watch your neighbor. It's supposed to have an app that's hooked up to your phone to where you can actually watch your house while you're away from home. And the app. The app.
We see more and more of this. We will supply you with the hardware, but you must use our online services. We are not going to provide you with a firmware for that. We're not going to open source the firmware. And as soon as we the company decide we are no longer supported, you've got a nice solid object that you can, I don't know, throw in the bin.
Mm. Oh, like those.
And another thing that amused me. He only released Lewis Rossman only released a video. I think in the last couple of days that talked about this company releasing a load of markets that's about being green and looking after the environment, and Wells still selling what is just a brick. No.
A brick.
Well, an object that has got that cannot serve any further purpose as soon as they stop the service.
Well, I know
that's very environmental friendly.
When you talk about stuff like that, though, it makes me remember these new circular vacuum cleaners that you buy you buy off the internet and everything, and you put it down on the floor, and it's supposed to clean your floor. Like, they have tons and tons of different freaking companies that do that, and they've actually had problems with the apps and stuff. So.
All right. I'm sharing something else from MIT. Mark was just talking about emotional intelligence. Well, we have something called emotion AI.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sex bots.
That's right.
No.
As artificial intelligence learns to interpret and respond to human emotion, senior leaders should now consider how it could change their industry and play critical role. What is this? Look, paradigm.
Oh, yeah.
It's a paradigm shift, man. Emotional intelligence.
Is it actually emotional intelligence, or is it just a buzzword that some marketing executive has just created?
No way. Well,
Well, you heard what that just said, didn't you? It's freaking machine augmenting humans. That's what the paradigm is. Like
Yeah,
it
but
changes
but
the.
but but we all know what these marketing executives come up with. We must introduce this word into our material because it sounds good, it sounds great, and
I
it will sell a lot of things.
I think
And
it's a
in
lot
reality,
more.
that's not the
I think it's a lot more spookier than what you give it credit for, to be honest with you, because a lot
yeah.
of this stuff is what a lot of parapsychologists have been talking about for years. They believe that freaking we do have a relationship with the electronics that we have, like
Yeah.
even with
Let me,
computers.
let me read a little bit of this because I think it's interesting. What do
basic.
you think of the last commercial you watched? Is it funny, confusing? Would you buy the product? You might not remember or know for certain how you felt, but increasingly machines do. New artificial intelligence technologies are learning and recognizing human emotions and using that knowledge to improve everything from marketing campaign to healthcare. These technologies are referred to as emotion AI. Uh, it sounds very at the very surface. This is the ability to recognize emotion, right? Not the ability to
Yeah,
feel
when
emotion.
Right.
maybe I'm
So
being a bit cynical here, but whenever the word emotion added to the word marketing,
no, no, no,
yeah,
no.
it,
Read,
it
read, uh,
this tastes all.
read it again. So, video image recognition, right, is part of AI, right? Natural language recognition is, part of AI.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have emotional recognition. So the ability to detect the person's emotion is now a part of an AI research that they're doing, right? Well, next you have, so that's one
Again,
part. So you just like speech
again,
recognizing is the first part of AI, and then they have the other part of speech synthesis, which is the ability to generate speech, right? Well, this is the one side of emotion AI. After this, they're gonna have the other part that is exhibiting emotion or simulating
again,
emotion
yeah.
as the other part of the equation, right?
Yes,
So
and the
Again, this goes back
speed.
to my point of is 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 intelligence just about mimicking? Um,
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
take a look at the speed in which that it can do it too. Like it's going to get to the point where they can simulate emotion so fast that you're not going to be able to tell if it's real or simulated.
Again, really, the point of speed is not really relevant. Things are just going to get faster and more powerful. That's just Moore's law, isn't it? In
Well,
effect,
thinking. Well, I mean, think of the implication of this in terms of lie detectors, right? uh, Detecting whether a witness is telling the truth or not. This thing is going to be able to detect the human emotion and from there recognize whether they're truthful or not.
remember, it's possible to fake an emotion, and this is the main argument where lie detectors has never been part of the British legal system because it's possible to. There's an element within the legal system. It is beyond all reasonable doubt innocence into proving guilty beyond all reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And to be able to fake or to be able to um,
Fake.
fake
That's
removes
it.
that reason or produces a reasonable diet.
You know, women fake it all the time. You know, it's
I knew you were gonna go there.
In your
like
experience,
you're
in
not
your
really
experience.
throwing a good example up there. You know what I mean? It's like freaking we fake stuff all the time. When it comes to faking things, that makes them more human than freaking what they are machines. You know, simulating and pretending to be something that they're not. That's something that humans do on a regular basis. So it goes beyond that. When you think of the construct, it's beyond pretending to be something. Okay, when they actually get to the point where they think they're humans,
Yeah.
that's when they become what you're talking about. You see what I mean? Where they actually cry for a reason. You know.
Is emotion AI something to welcome or worry about? So it's here.
Not to worry about it, no, I'm going to sign anyway. Lisa.
This guy Hernandez. What I tell companies, I think about what aspect of emotional intelligence should play its critical role in your business. If you were to have that emotional interaction, how would that change, and can you use technology for that? Yeah, this is all business. This is the MIT School of Management for after all.
Yeah,
So
again, we are many years off from the sort of thing, and also,
I would
even
use.
in corporations, I could argue, I could demonstrate people not having any emotions. They're just doing creating procedures and policies just out of a logical
Right.
point.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's not really something to stand on when it comes to artificial intelligence because we do that stuff all the time. Like,
Yeah.
it's actually the opposite. When a machine can frickin' actually feel emotions, you know,
yeah,
that's when I think you'd have to be worried about it. Like,
yeah.
whenever they were talking right here. That's why
You've just said a word that I find interesting. You said feel emotions,
right
not simulate emotions, not mimic
when
emotions,
you feel
but
it.
feel emotions. And there's the entire question about what is a soul, what is a.
It's artificial, man. It's it's so meaning it's not real. So
Yeah,
it's
therefore,
artificial
therefore they
emotion.
cannot
If it
feel.
happens,
They cannot feel. They can only
if
simulate.
if it happens, it will become a danger. That's all I'm gonna say.
Why
About
is it? Emotion is the thing that separates us from the animals, from the machines.
I wouldn't say. Well, even animals are separate from the machines. So,
Yeah.
as a living being, I would say that's what separates us from the machine. Now, when they start feeling emotions, which every animal has, then they go from being a freaking machine to an animal.
Just a sentient being rather than an animal.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
A creature, if you like.
but then
There
being,
is a
so
distinction between creatures and animals.
you know.
a machine that is self-aware is
Well,
right. So
even
more than just
self-awareness. Look at the word self-awareness. That doesn't even go to that scope. Like anything can be aware. You know, self-awareness is okay. I've got a freaking arm. I can feel it.
mhm.
You know what I
I
mean?
think therefore I am. Yeah.
You know. So I mean, I think those words are a little bit. I mean, I hear them being said all the time too. Self-awareness, and it sells the whole. It's a cheap way of saying it. You know what I mean? Like
It's a philosophical term, right? Uh,
Well,
so
philosophy is
meaning
synthetic.
it's an entity. It's pathetic. You said
No, synthetic.
of
It's a,
philosophy. Synthetic?
it's synthetic thought in like science. Okay, science is synthetic too, where they can't tell you, especially psychology. Psychology is they it's sterile. Okay, it lacks the emotion. It lacks that kind of thing. Like the best thing they can tell you is like whenever you reach out to another person and you tell another person things that you're going through and they can relate to you. That's therapy. That's therapeutic. That's real. That's emotional. Whereas if you go into a psychologist, all they can do is give you a synthetic diagnosis for your problems. See what I mean?
Not sure.
Yeah. Um, I'm thinking on the point of physical medicine, physical medical, where let's say you go to your GP, you go to your doctor and say, I am having, I've got a cold, and the doctor will diagnose that you've picked up a virus, and ignores any sort of emotional reason why you have got a cold. Let's say because of a low
But
immune system that's caused by stress.
but let me ask you this, Mark. Why do you need the machine to be exactly like humans, right? Because humans has
I'm not.
some
I'm
flaws
not.
that
What I'm. It's the term artificial intelligence. It's the term intelligence that I have an issue with. It's, how the term intelligence is being used at the moment to represent artificial intelligence. It's a very broad concept, and I think the word intelligence in this context is being misused a lot of the time.
Now, for
well,
me,
what would you call it if it's not intelligence?
Again, mimicking,
Pseudo intelligence?
synchronizing. I think pseudo intelligence would be a much more than.
okay,
Yeah, I mean it's just a term. You have to, you got to call it something.
Yeah, but
Uh,
terms come with meaning.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And as we've
And
seen within sort of modern sort of political circles, terms are being rewritten, though the meanings of terms are being abused.
yep, yep.
hmm
Yeah, I agree with that. And then I've seen some attempt of changing the meaning of some classical term.
man, I should be paying more attention in
It goes back
chat.
to this goes back to the Orwellian sort of 1984 newspeak then, where some person out there will just redefine the term for their own purpose.
Okay, so Tiny Baby Kangaroo, which is Bob Dub, she mentioned in comments, she says, sorry she's late. She says, so why do things break like this? Because it always happens with computers. You get it all working and then it all stops working on or one day or on the day. And then she said it's your point of view, like capitalism or socialism, basically. And
I'm not sure what she means. I mean, sure, things will always have a failure. May that be intentional or may that be just accidental. I mean, we all will get old. We all are going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, computers fall apart and everything too. You know what I mean? That's kind of.
mm,
But I think.
sometimes intentionally. I mean, the old sort of Apple, you could get the latest, greatest piece of hardware because it just is not going to work any longer.
So you gotta get upgrades.
Argument.
Gotta get
Mm.
upgrades. Gotta go in and get upgrades to make your computer pretty, looking good. Kind of like how humans have to get hair club for men and get some hair dye. You know, things like that. Stuff that humans
You
do.
just don't have to buy dye, but
That's what
yeah,
I'm.
I can see your
Seeing
point.
that's a point that I was trying to make earlier, and I know it might sound weird because it is, but parapsychologists have been saying this stuff for years. They've been saying that we have a relationship with our technology. Okay, and the more I read on it, the more I'm finding out they're right about it. It doesn't have to necessarily be in some mystical way, but we do have relationships with it. You know what I mean? We take and we set our computer over to the side, and then we put freaking pretty lights on it. We got this keyboard that's all lighting up like little freaking Christmas trees, you know. And then of course,
Oh, yeah, did I make a comment in the general's room? I think it was me and Mr. Robots the other day was talking about mice and how I know you mentioned how I dislike the sort of RGB color sort of gaming sound.
mhm.
Um,
And now they've gone
yeah.
from how many freaking buttons on a mouse? They got like 5 to 6 of them, I think now.
Yeah, I remember back in when there was only one button on the mouse.
Oh man.
You know,
yeah,
the Apple mouse used to have no
yeah,
button.
yeah, the classic Apple the Apple II, I think Apple II mouse.
Well, I told you. I mean, I think it's a good.
Apple SE mouse.
I think it's a good idea still that freaking you sit down with me and let me help you do a tutorial on how to do keyboard commands. I think I think that would be.
But
Yeah,
Mark,
no,
the
that's
Linux
what
guy,
we
seems to be very familiar with keyboard shortcuts.
And
Actually, yeah, I
today
use
these
keyboard
kids
shortcuts all the
these kid
time.
these kids would eat it up, Mark. They would eat it up. They'd be like, "Oh yeah,
And
dude, let me show you something. This is top secret, man."
I used to do that sort of thing when I was supporting in education. I've done a few classes myself about things like keyboard commands, how to create a building checks in Word, Control D, how to copy, Control C, paste, Control V. But yeah, I looked at Sam, you said that there's a lot of Windows and Mac orientated, but a lot of these commands are now universal. I mean, I can, on my own Linux-based workstation, I can press Alt and Tab to swap between windows. I can press Control and C to copy content.
You want to hear something
Control
scary?
and C to paste.
You want to hear something scary?
Oh.
I just freaking went in and started using Visual Studios again, and guess what they've got on Visual Studios now? They've got
Keyboard shortcuts?
They got an AI app for visuals.
Well, yeah. If you use GitHub plugin, it has Copilot.
No, I mean, yeah, it right there in Visual Studios for coding. Like Visual Studios C++. You can get an app put into your Visual Studios that's AI. So if you have a problem, you just
Actually, fun. It depends on what you mean by
You
app.
mean like
Yeah.
an extension
Very
or?
important.
It's an app. You can
Um,
go ahead and click on it, and it adds it on to your freaking C plus or your Visual Studios. And say you're coding and you freaking can't find the right answer to what you need.
Yeah,
Just
it's an
Okay.
extension. But what is it? What extent? Which extension are you talking about? You want to share your screen?
I haven't got it popped up, but I guess I
I
could.
mean, funnily enough, within recent versions of Nextcloud, in the administration powers, they've got a new section called Artificial Intelligence, which relates to machine translation, so speech to text translation and text processing and image generation, which they're terming as artificial intelligence.
All right.
Obviously, these need third-party software to have them perform. But
I can pop it.
Well, I mean,
I can pop it up into a.
yeah, we see it. I see it on the stream. I don't know.
You see it? Okay, so I don't know if they have it on there. Maybe they.
okay, I can't see the screen, but
You can't see the screen.
Yeah, we can only see it from the stream.
Oh. Okay, let me go in here and see if I can pop it up there and screen share. Am I?
Mark, just go to the stream.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to share his whole screen.
All right. Can you see it?
Yeah. So this what's this?
Let me see if I can find it. It's a modern extension, man.
Yeah. Okay. You're sharing. You're sharing it.
Let me get your face out of my way.
Get out of there.
Net Aspire. No, that's not it.
Okay, we're seeing it.
First.
We're seeing your Visual Studio installer.
The installer?
yeah, just the standard.
Yeah.
You're not seeing the browser?
Just the standard
No,
download.
we're seeing your Visual
I'm
Studio
just in
installer.
the download install of the release notes.
Oh, okay. Hold up. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay.
Possibly, yep. The blog.
Visual Studio blog.
Visual Studio blog.
All right. So let me see if I can find a search option. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, here it is.
Make sure it shows up on your stream.
AI. I'll just type AI in there and see what I get. Okay, Visual Live Studio, HQ 2024, August the 5th through the 9th. Oh no, this is just a roundup.
AI powered rename suggestion. No.
Naming made easy, AI powered rename suggestions.
Rename. Come on.
Okay, maximum joy and minimize toil with great development.
No.
That's not it.
Is there a filter?
There it is. Here it is. Visual Studios 2022
Yeah,
1710 and GitHub Capilot. Your coding partner for
That's
fast.
the co-pilot I'm talking about.
Yep, that's it. So if you're like
Is that it?
In integration of Copilot.
today, as we kick off the Build 2024 conference, we're thrilled to share the general availability of Visual Studio 2020 1710. This release features a new single GitHub Copilot extension, making a significant leap forward in AI-assisted development by embedding the power of advanced AI directly into strategic parts of your integrated blah blah blah.
You should install it.
Okay,
and see
that's
if
a
it
load
helps
of
you.
marketing speak. That's a load of marketing.
Well, I mean, yeah, you should
Please
install it.
translate
and play
that
around.
into English now.
Now, do you understand?
No, but-
Translate that into English.
Do you understand the implications here, though, Mark? That means every idiot on the face of the
Not from that
planet,
statement, I can't.
every idiot on the face of
From
the
the
planet is
statement,
going to
because
be
that's
able to
just a
freaking code,
marketing
dude.
bluff.
Did you just hear that?
I mean, yeah. It's leveraging the huge code repository of GitHub, uh, code sample, code snippets on there, and it's basically using that as the knowledge base to create code suggestions for you.
Take over the world.
You can probably, just like ChatGPT, you can ask ChatGPT to write a program for you to do stuff.
Well, I mean, if you're going to take
So
over the
again,
world,
this is pattern recognition.
if
This is pattern
No,
recognition.
not just pattern recognition, Mark. It's basically able to create new code. It's not just using samples, right? It's able to use that sample
Okay.
and extrapolate from that to create completely brand new code. That is
Okay.
not what the basic.
you gotta remember, this is computers' language. Like, this should be the first language they learn before they learn how to speak your language. You understand?
Yeah.
Like, it's actually their language.
Sorry. When you say language, all I'm seeing is business speak. What they've got to being able to use
You know,
90s
yeah,
business code.
Age of the
Yeah.
freaking Terminator, dude. Rise of the Terminator. That's what it is. Freaking, they're gonna.
It's basically generic AI on code. So
Yeah.
you take AI and you tell it to generate an image of a hot Vietnamese chick, and it
That's what freaking Robot did for us.
that's what keep me up at night. Yeah.
Robot did that for us. Remember?
And it'll create a new image that virtually doesn't exist in real life, and it'll have all those features that you're talking about. So it's not copying an existing person, a photo of an existing person in real life, but it's using those features.
So it's taken elements of various, let's say, image photos there, and then matching them up in a logical sequence, knowing that humans have 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and mouth.
Right.
They all look like
those.
they all look like Barbies.
And generate. So you have those basic features of what a certain characteristic of a Asian face look like, but then you add millions of permutation and you generate a whole bunch of possible Asian images that doesn't exist in real life.
Yeah.
So but possibly in some like millions years from now, somebody will be born with that facial features. But it's just using the power of math to generate a completely non-existent person.
You see? That's the thing right there. That goes into a whole different category right there. That's not even generating off of photos and pulling stuff off of SEO. You know what I mean? That's code actually creating. So that means frickin' Rise of the frickin' Terminator is closer than you think.
Didn't I? In general, I think about a week ago, was I talking about self-replicating software?
Do you remember?
Yep.
You remember an old sci-fi movie that was out called
Well,
Screamers?
right now we have self-healing software, right? Self-generating software is next.
Did you guys?
Like software can update itself with fixes and things like that. Anyway, now Roger, your point.
Do you remember an old sci-fi movie that came out back in the 80s called Screamers?
Just barely.
They were on a planet and frickin' they had these robots that frickin' were attacking humans and killing them because they turned against them. And instead of freaking them needing humans to repair themselves, freaking what happened was is the main computer system freaking started creating their own freaking prodigies, their own children.
Wasn't that the basis of the Matrix trilogy?
Pretty much, yeah.
No,
Wait,
no,
no,
the
no.
Matrix is human cloning, not robots generating itself.
And
Oh
humans,
no, robots were cloning
Humans.
just using the humans as a
power source.
energy resource.
Right.
Yeah.
Battery. So I think we better end it there before you guys start talking
Yep.
about any kind of crazy stuff, because I think we are like hitting the boundaries of
We will
freaking
never.
reality.
We will. Yeah, we will never be done with this topic. It's vast.
Yeah, and
Right.
we'll come
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
We'll come back once you guys dig up some more evidence, because like you two freaking were on fire after the last episode, so I know you got the stuff burning inside of your brains right now.
Yeah.
You're just upset,
Not
aren't
sure
you, that you
what
didn't bring your stuff with you, aren't you, Tan?
Yep.
You
Well, I
see-
mean, I don't have the stuff yet. I haven't had time to prepare. But I mean, I
Right.
think we've shown some good material from
Yeah.
just various articles.
And what I mean, you had a good presentation just without having to like do a presentation. You did a really
Yeah.
good job. Both of you did. And I like I said, I cheered for
Yeah, it's opened up a lot of things.
I cheered for the Terminator.
Right.
So, and
Yep.
the Terminator and
Yeah,
freaking
you cheer for the end of humanity. So the
Terminator
end of
and sex bots.
civilization.
Term-
That's right.
Terminator and
Yeah,
sex bots.
we always need to think about the practical use of AI, right?
That's right.
Porn.
Well, porn is like the stepping stone. After porn, it evolves into something crazier. Assassin sex bot.
yes, it's or what do you call it? Assassin sex kittens.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, that's the case concept. Yeah.
So you guys have any last words you want to say before we end this?
Nope.
No more questions. No.
Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, and then thank you guys for being here. And next week we will meet again and talk a little bit more. Hopefully we'll have some more stuff on AI. If not, we'll have something good. So with that,
Yep.
talk to you later.
Talk to you guys.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Tech Talk. Today is a special event. We just had our show, but now we are going to do an interview with Mark Wojcicki from
Watashik.
Watashik. Okay, there we
Yeah.
go. That's better. I got closer this time. From Dragus Productions. That's the name that he really thinks it should be pronounced and said better, because that's the name he wants put out there, which is Dragus, right?
Right.
Okay, Dragus Production. And I've been studying that all day so I can get it right. I even asked Mark before this ahead of time how to say it. So him and Tan, I got to give them shout outs for doing that. They did great. So today, like I said, is going to be pretty cool because Mark has his own production company and it's called Dragus Production, and we want to get him on here to kind of go over, you know, his career in radio, and that's what I think we should get your take on is, you know, how how did you have to go by getting into radio, some of the obstacles you went through, the things you've learned, and the mistakes you've made, you know, stuff of that nature. So with that, I want to open it up to you and let you introduce yourself and give yourself a background and just go into it, and we can get started there.
All right. Well, I'm Mark Watashik, known as Dragus Productions, okay, or Dragus I've been doing radio, and I started out doing internet radio probably about 17 years ago. All right, and before I did that, I'm a disabled Air Force veteran. All right, and I got lots of kids, so I've done a lot of things, but I've always been interested in radio. Even when I was a little kid, I'd listen to the DJs in the morning, and then I always liked listening to Art Bell doing coast to coast at night. When my parents weren't letting me, thinking I was asleep and stuff like that, I'd listen to Art, and it always caught me as something that was really interesting to do, and I didn't really get into it until I started listening to internet radio. I started doing that because I was interested in paranormal shows at the time. So I kept giving all these suggestions to the owner about, you should do this for this show, and get this for a show and do that. He goes, put up or shut up, make yourself, here's what you need to do it, and do your own show. So the very first show I ever done was called Paranormal Parodies. It through Para X Radio, and Para X is still around, but it's not owned by the same people. And it used to be a CBS affiliate. I don't know if it is anymore or not. I don't keep up with that. But we did Paranormal Parodies, which was a comedy show, and a bunch of my friends and I got together throughout the week, and we'd throw a show together with stuff about Bigfoot selling hot dogs and hamburgers, or to the dog man bringing them across the border, as contraband and things like that, and how Bigfoot was addicted to hot dogs after a while. So, and then I did a lot of other little shows, but yeah, I mean, I've had so many shows. And helped produce for other people that came and gone. I still produce 4 shows. I used to produce more. I used to produce I produced every day of the week. I did probably for about a year and a half. I did a 65-hour work week, basically, as a hobby, which hurt my marriage. But as a disabled vet, I don't get out much. So there are some drawbacks with that. And then, after I left Para X, we went into, and with another friend who had a station, and I ran his station along with being on learning in between there. I was on other stations before that. In between there, one big one was Be More Radio, which is no longer around. They had I think 27 radio stations, and they were part of the Baltimore School of Broadcasting. And I used to teach all the people coming in how to do radio, make sure they take their breaks and things like that, management stuff. Because they taught me how to do that, and my deal to be on their stations and that was to make sure that I teach them, so that if I did that, I could stay on their stations. So I did that, and then later on, I've done all sorts of other things. I got tired of being on one station at one time. So and being always on a thread, the station will say, you can't do this, you can't do that. Kind of like platforms are with people now. they would get in a way that the stations would be heavily influenced by their backers, which would be like ABC or CBS who would own them, or they would pay royalties to them to get their logo put on their stations and things like that. So I decided to just go independent and use Dragus Productions as that. And I've hosted my own shows for years, 10 years. I ran a pretty successful show called the Cafe Enigma, which we'd take clips from In Search of and Cosmos and then talk about it in a roundtable. And then I kind of revamped it later on because I needed another show and brought in a couple new hosts, and it's not going as well as I wanted to. And there's going to be some big changes here real soon on that show, and that show is going to be called, well, it's called the all new Cafe Enigma. But I picked up, I do variety. I don't do just paranormal. We do a lot of political talk, comedy skits in some of the shows. There's some science talk in some of the shows that I have as well. So, but it's really hard when you come from like a paranormal beginning in that to get out of that. So I think the biggest challenge was time for me. I had to learn to cut back because quality. I've always been a stickler for quality, and I wanted the very best for anything that I put out. And I wasn't getting that doing 60-hour plus and running everybody else's shows for them at their leisure. Well, things at home weren't all that great. But things are a lot better now. I've only got four shows now.
There you go.
I only stream twice a week, so that cuts down on a lot of hassle. And I don't host shows anymore. I have other people that I rely on to do that.
Now, when you were talking about that before, you've mentioned that to me before outside of this stream. So I kind of want to ask you in the interview, what's the thing? What's behind that? Why is it that you want other people to do your shows instead of you doing your show on your own?
Well, to produce,
yeah,
and to host is a real pain in the butt to me. All right, I don't mind being interviewed. I don't mind coming in and being part of a panel. Mm-hmm. That's never. I don't like doing the prep work, especially if I'm gonna. Here's the deal. Okay, for me, I've got it down to a science where for every hour on air, it's 1 hour before and it's 1 hour after for each hour on air to do a show. So that's 3 hours for every 1 hour of live time for me. All right, to do it the way I do it, and that's regardless if I use audio or if I use video. And if I was just doing audio anymore, I would even add probably another 2 or 3 hours on, or no, I would probably add on to that probably about another 15 hours per show, not hour, but per show for advertising that I would put in. So that's a lot of time, and that takes a lot of time from family and your home, and if to do it the way you want to do it, the way I want to do it, it takes that kind of time to do it. And I edit everything. There's nothing, anything that I put up unless it says raw at the end is edited, and that means I spent time on it.
That was a good answer, right? That's kind of what I was talking about, like what I really want to hear from you when it comes to your radio career, because I think that's what people really need to know when it comes to radio broadcasting, that it's not just you getting on and talking, because I've had this conversation with another guy where he thinks that all you got to do is get on frickin' your show and just run your mouth for an hour and everything's good, you know what I mean? And don't worry about all that editing or anything of that nature. And
Yeah, well, I know people that are like that and still do that. And some of their shows are okay, but they're when I listen to them, I don't- you know I listen to when I listen to radio or I listen to podcasts and I listen to other shows and things like that. I look at it technically. Okay, okay, they took too long for a break between sentences or between words. Anytime you're not talking is time lost on radio. All right. Anytime it's not filled, anytime you have problems technically, those challenges always have to be met. And you have to be flexible to make sure that those are fixed or you work with them. All right.
Something I've noticed most during all this streaming stuff is that because the sort of subject matter that me and Roger tend to talk about on the Tech Talk and the Wednesday stream, quite a lot of research can go in beforehand, which could take hours in itself. But
Right.
also, issues such as technical issues. I mean, we've had times when we've had sound issues, and that can break off the momentum.
Well, everybody has to remember too that most of us run off of one computer through either cable or fiber optics through our home. We're not sitting in a studio like Art Bell used to, or with a team of techs behind him and a person handling his calls. No, we do it all. you know and if you when I hosted my own shows, I did all my calls, I did all my edits, I did all my pre-show, my after show, everything. And that's very time consuming. And I did that for 10 years with that one show. And I was really but before I even get to that, when I did when I did that show, before I even got that show together, I took a year and a half, drew out what I wanted from it before I even put it on air or put it out as a concept. I took it and I said, "What do I want?" And I said, "I wanted something that did this, this, and this." All right. What was my goal with that? To get this, this, and that. How was I going to achieve it? And I had it all mapped out before I even put it out, and that's why the show was successful.
It's I would say you need to be fairly technical minded to be able to organise yourself. But again, it's mainly down to good organisational practices, creating some sort of processes to aid you in that organisation.
Exactly. And along with that, that's why I have the hosts do the topics. I never choose the topics. I might steer them towards a general area, especially the one show. But all my other shows, it's on the host. The only thing I do is the tech issues, the getting them on, off the air, the breaks, make sure that's done. I make sure that all the after work is done for the cleanup, and they don't have to worry about that. So they can worry about the next show that they do and start working on that immediately. And that's another thing that makes it nice doing just production work. Now, it's okay to talk, and it's okay to host. But if I was going to host again, I would probably have someone else do it. But I wouldn't feel comfortable because you know I've done it so long, it wouldn't be done the way I want it. So that's why I haven't done it again. And I do jump in from time to time, and I'll take over, a show to fill in for a host when they're out. Because I've done it before. I've done it enough times. I have enough experience. I can jump right in there. I pretty much know about the show, what it's going to do, because I produce the show. All right. If I don't know what's going on in the show, there's a problem. All right. I might not know the guests that they have, but even if you're a good host, okay, if you're a good host, you don't control the conversation when you're doing a really good show. The guest does. You just kind of steer them. Well, can you talk about this? And then you just let them roll. Can you talk about that? And then you can let them roll. But before you even do any of that, and before you even get them on the air, is there anything that's off limits? I can't say this. I have an NDA. I can't say that because of this. I won't talk about this because of that. And once you get that all cleaned and cleared, you can, pretty much, have really good interviews with just about anybody that's a good talker if they're a good guest.
Now, see, that's something that even people that do shows with me, Mark, has a hard time understanding this, and so does Tan. Like, whenever I talk about them guys, I tell them all the time, I'm like, look, man, I don't do anything. All I do is I sit here and I freaking make sure that the stream goes through, but, like, you guys are the show, you know what I mean?
I don't know, on the TikTok, you always come up with an opening sort of theme.
Well, I mean, the whole point though is like you guys bring it to the show. It's not really me. I just open the show up. I say hello, and then I do bring topics up too. But like you guys actually do it, and it's like even with Bob Dub and with Summer Todd, they were the show. They're the ones who actually brought everything in and like guests whenever you do that's what it was, and it was like you were saying, Mark,
that's production right there.
And it's like freaking I just make sure the video goes through and that's it, you know what I mean?
For me, I have a lot more bells and whistles that I go through, because I have to make sure that I'm FCC compliant. All right. No one says anything that they're not supposed to, language-wise. Now, that's debatable on a lot of places these days. And if you go and listen to a lot of radio stations, they're doing a lot of things that weren't the norm. All right. But the stations that I go through are kind of hardcore 70s, 80s, old-time style radios through the internet that, get picked up by terrestrial because of that. We get picked up because we run a tight ship. All right. And they know, and it's not Disney like, all right, because you've heard a lot of my shows. Some of you guys have been on some of my shows. They can get heated, all right, and they can carry on, but they know how to push the limits too, and that's a good thing about the host too. And if I did all my shows myself, all right, how many people would get tired of listening to my voice? All right. People like variety, and when John comes on to do Censorship Sucks. All right, he's a young guy, comes off as like a young Hannity type guy in a way. So people, go and go towards that because of that. He's got a. It also helps when you take and look for your demographics. All right, and if you're starting out in radio, don't worry about demographics. All right, don't worry about them unless the studio that you're going through specifically is geared towards a certain demographic age and gender or whatever. All right, or area. All right. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Same with numbers; they come and go. People come and go. But if they like you, and they'll come back. Even if they don't like you, sometimes they'll come back to say if things have changed. All right, and then then you have the favorites. I don't care if they come in and troll, even on the radio. All right, I like radio trolls because they don't take and they can't do anything to me or say anything to me because it's one-way communication from my guys through me out. Video is a little different. You get a chat room. Some of the internet stations still have chat rooms. Some of them don't. Most of them, that do, if they don't get the time of day. All right, if you troll, but I don't mind because that's a number. Every number counts.
I
Good,
was going to
plus,
say,
negative, plus or negative. So long as they're in there, it counts as a plus to you.
Okay.
I was going to say, as Roger know, I talk about demographics and audience numbers all the time, especially because we go from one platform to a different platform, and we've got several different platforms now. So yeah, I'm always in mind of the demographics and audience numbers.
Well, you should never be worried about numbers, ever. Never. I could take and stream to a couple platforms, and even if they don't get any numbers at all, I'm there. And then they come back later, and listen to the after show or the recording from it, and I still get a number from that. I'm not, there's hits. There's different ways for people to get hits. All right, in radio these days, okay, it costs a lot of money to get demographics. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, it takes a lot of money. Some stations, especially independent stations, don't even collect demographics unless it's only for their advertisers. Okay, that's the only time that they really collect the demographics, because that's the only thing that counts. Your show doesn't count on radio. Okay, you know what counts on radio? Advertising. Why? That's how they get paid.
The show's only a vehicle for the advertisement.
Yeah, we are the cream. We are the top of the cream, but they're they're there for the sugar, So, and if you have a good show that brings in for those advertisers during those advertiser slots, hey, that's a good thing for the advertisers and the stations, and they keep you.
Now, since we were able to get you up to 26 minutes, I want to dive a little bit deeper here. Okay. Now, when it comes to your radio career, okay.
Okay.
The one thing I think that viewers would love to hear is like the technical part of how you actually got into radio and what you had to do in order to get into radio. You
Yeah,
know,
it was really something. At first, I started out doing splice and dice with Para X, creating and putting up once a week a show called Paranormal Parodies, and it was a group of us. There was probably about 5 to 10 of us in the group. The core of us was 4 people. All right. Me and Mike did all the technical work, and all the other guys were just jokers. All right. They'd come up with the lines, and if we thought it was funny, it would go on the air that week. And I would splice and dice and put it together. And then once I got established with the station, I was asked to do other shows. I did a show right after, not long after that, called Quantum Alliance, which was a group of psychics that did call-ins and things like that back in the day when psychics were, the thing. All right. As we all know, when you deal with paranormal, you deal with cycles. One cycle is psychics and demonologists. Another cycle is cryptozoologists. Another cycle is UFOs. Another cycle is conspiracy. But you know something? Conspiracy never ever goes away. So it, out of all of them, it'll always be an underlying tone, even within all the other fields of that. And there's some subfields with that too.
yeah.
So,
I've had dealings with all that.
Yeah.
And you're right. When it comes to the conspiracy, it's like you'll never see conspiracy die away, and it just seems to be that freaking one part of all of the paranormal stuff that just keeps rotting away in the background. You know what I mean? It's like,
Again, you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful about conspiracies, because one conspiracy theory could become a conspiracy fact.
Yeah, exactly. So you have it in all of them. There's a conspiracy that we already know about psychics and this, that, and the other, because our government and other governments have used psychics and that, so they know it works, and also big businesses use them too, and so okay, there's some things about that, all right, and then you go into the secret programs with that, and then that goes into, oh, wow, I stumbled upon Secret Space Force and all these other things, and by the way, we knew about giants and Bigfoot for ages because the government is in some samples, that they've even sent to the UK. So, and then the UFOs. How can you miss a UFO? It comes down and does this, that, and the other, and then you got them all mixed through. And when I say mixed through, I said because then aliens and demons can do pretty much the same thing at times. Take your body over, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And it's like, okay, no, those aren't demons. Those are aliens. No, they're not aliens. They're demons. So, the conspiracy goes on within the conspiracy in those fields, too. So, yeah, but that gets old after a while, too.
So now that we've gotten through the fun part, let's just remember that this is a tech show, even though that's cool. Now hold on, no, let me ask you an important question about that, which is because you're a producer, okay?
Okay.
And I've had to deal with this too, but I just want your take on this. Now, when you have information like that you have to deal with and you have to process on a daily basis, and then you're wanting to get into like other topics because you said you're into variety, how do you deal with that emotionally and mentally?
As a producer, okay, I can get up and walk away until I hear someone else talking.
Consent price. Yeah, consent price and no one.
When I'm really upset, I can get up and walk away for a few minutes, or mute, or I know pretty much by watching my VU meters what's going on. All right, so I can even mute. I know when my breaks are, and then during those breaks, that's when I can straighten things out or say, hey, we need to change direction, or you guys already talked about this, that topic's old. Let's move on, or I'll message one of the other people, because there's with any of my shows, there's usually more than one person that's involved with it. Okay, there's always more than one, except for one show that I have right now. There's only one host. All right, and that's Jack Carey's Paranormal Intelligence Agency show, and it's not really a it's kind of a paranormal show, but it's not really. It's more of a science based show. It really is. He talks about hitchhiker effect and things like that, and Jack is a very logical and theoretical type guy. So he doesn't get into the what. Well, he gets into the what ifs, but he doesn't go out and say Grandma is talking to me and she's been dead for 50 years. It's a totally different type of show than that. But there's always ways to make things move on. Like I am working with one of my hosts, my host right now, to do changes on one of the shows that I've been talking about, and I probably mentioned the name of it before, and because it's not going the direction I want it to go. And I'm going to give it a timeline, because if it doesn't, if things don't change within that timeline, the show will either go away and a new one will come in place, or I will, downsize. And that's always an option with me. And that's, and downsizing doesn't mean that I downsize forever. It means that I'll take a break and I'll look for other talent to fill that slot, or a similar type slot to fill in a similar time frame, and I'd work with that host to do that. But before I do that, I'd have to be really, really sure of it too. And I'm really sure of the backup I have for this already, because anytime you produce or do shows and that, whether you have a topic about today, or what we're doing today, or what you're thinking about doing next week, you need to have at least 2 or 3 others planned on top of that, just in case something comes up that botches that, or you're not able to do it.
All right, now that was actually that was good.
Just to continue, I'm just curious. Do you have a set season episode sort of lineup? So you've got, let's say you plan to do 2 seasons. Each season has 23 episodes.
No, it's not like TV. Radio doesn't work like TV. Radio is continuous, and it's all about continuity. All right? Just like Rush Limbaugh. He's been harping about the same damn thing since he started on air until he died on air. All right? All shows on radio are like that. There's not, okay, after 12 episodes, we're done. And then we take a break and we come back and do something different. No, it's continuous. And it's always evolving if you let the show evolve. Now, if you really want to hear some really good stuff, you'll listen to some of the first episodes of Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, which was one of my newer shows. We've been on there for about 4 or 5 years now, something like that. But when they first came on, they were rough, and they really some of the people that are are there now weren't there in the beginning, but the core people are still there.
In
But the
fact,
show has
if I remember
it-
correctly, I actually appeared on one of the earlier episodes myself.
yeah, the show
Yeah.
always evolves, and that's great. And it evolved from a 2-hour Sunday night show to a 2-hour plus a 2-hour interview show on Wednesday night, up to a 3-hour show for a temporary period of time until I got Jack on with me doing paranormal intelligence. Because 3 hours of radio is a bear if you're not getting paid and that's all you're doing. All right. None of my hosts get paid for what they do. All right. The contributions that we do, we all do this because we love it. All right. The only time that now, if they ever wanted to get paid, the only way that they could ever get paid is because me and the host themselves have the rights to the show. All right, because the names are trademarked, and we could take and they could take and put that up on a website and sell it that way. And that's, if you do internet radio, that's how you get paid. You get, even on internet radio, you get paid by ads. You don't get paid by, just because you did a show, this, that, and the other. Hey, these guys do a lot of work. They've done a lot of hours for me over the years. I've done more than any of them, and I've never got a dime out of any of it, but I love doing it, and I love helping people that want to do this get out. And that's how it gets done. And everything that I can do, we can kind of shortcut a regular radio station with a lot of things, because number one, they don't have to have a person there to do the show. They just have to set their broadcaster up to connect to our stream at a specific time, because they know when they connect to me that those breaks are going to be taken at specific times as well. And they can click in and out during those time frames to put their own ads and that in, and they get paid for that.
Something I really like about how you handled you off a show that I've appeared on a few times now, the all new cafe, is when is that you actually do make an announcement or a text-based announcement 3 minutes before you go and take a break, and you've actually organised that. You've actually set that as a sort of procedure.
Well, because of numbers with that show, I could have that half hour of pre-show that we have for them could be part of their show, but they don't have the numbers to take and add into that for those. And I've been working really hard to take and get those numbers up to where that they get that now. But they've actually slid to a point where they may lose an hour. So on that particular show. But other than that, I don't mind talking about this, because people are going to see changes here real soon, and if they if they're blind to it, it's their own fault because they didn't see it coming, because I've been saying this for a while. So, but I've actually put a date on this now. So something's got to happen by the end of this month, because this is in radio, you don't get as many listeners as during the summertime, for this, especially with the independents, as you do in the wintertime for some reason. It has something to do with school being off and things like that. The demographics for the age changes too for the summer. So you normally you only get like really hardcore older people listening in the summertime on radio side. In the wintertime, uh, sometimes people are snowbound or weatherbound that they can't go anywhere and they find you and they're like, oh, okay, let's listen to this. you know, oh, I'll come back and listen to this more. But when it warms up and you're doing more things outside and you're not tuned in because there's more activities outside to do, you're not going to get as much. And I that was explained to me back when I was working with Be More Radio. Uh, that was back in 2018. Yeah.
Now, when it comes to scheduling and stuff like that, I've had to deal with that with videos and everything too, and I can relate to you on that. Now, one thing that I did want to go over with you on about is, like, you mentioned the FCC.
Yeah.
And what are some of the requirements that you have to go through in order to get approved by the FCC? And you were also talking, what was it called? Your transponder, I guess you called it, for.
Well, the big thing from on my side is language. And George Carlin said the 7 words. All right, those are the 7 words you can't say on the radio or TV. Right? Where I'm at, that still holds true. All right, so that's the biggest thing. All right, and then you get into you have to watch people about defamation, and you also have to watch people for if they do have an NDA and they told you that ahead of time. All right, but you have someone coming in that in between that wasn't notified about that and asks, and then you might not get that guest ever back again, and then the stations that you're on could also be sued by that, if it goes out on air, and it wasn't on a break. So they have to be really careful about that. It's all 90% of the FCC stuff is language and liability. All right, the 2 L's. And if you can get past that, you're good to go. All the stations that I am currently with are also licensed for music, so I'm not worried about those kind of problems. All right, and I'm covered under them. As long as I'm with that station, using that station, I'm covered under them for that.
Now, see, that was kind of what I was leaning towards, because that's something that a lot of people in radio don't have to deal with, that a lot of people who are into streaming and making their own podcasts and stuff do have to deal with. You know what I mean? You got the protection of the radio company that you're working through that's licensed with music. And I think that's interesting. And then I also wanted to mention it because Mark Edworthy, this is where he loves it. He sits up late at night just reading.
This is my biggest thing about video. All right, every radio station can be licensed, and anybody that's on that station that uses them, that's connected to them, is covered under that license. Why the hell? I'm sorry. Why can't? And it should be the same no matter what type of broadcast you make, whether it's a radio or video. That those licensing like that should be the same. So, and it should not cost. And each one of those companies can make deals, because all it takes is to get those lawyers together. Call up BMI's lawyers, call up ASCAP lawyers, call up the other companies that take that stuff, into consideration in that. Call up their lawyers, cut a deal. That's all it takes, and everybody's fine with playing whatever they want on the radio at any time. But they won't do it. Why? Because none of them want to get together and have the lawyers talk because they're too interested in either getting you off a platform or B, upgrading their platform or some API or other little thing behind to make things look nicer. But if you did that, can you imagine, how many great artists you could have being on a platform and that doing more of their own, music, and then having folks like me or you or anybody else say, hey, we know about this. We're not selling it, all right? We don't have the rights to this, but because I'm playing this, they're going to get, credit for that because, you know, it's already that's already been agreed upon and taken care of. Just like a radio station.
I suppose at the end of the day, it's down to competition, really.
It would only take one platform to do it, and the rest would fall in line. One. Believe me, if Kick, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Facebook, any of them would do that. The only thing that I can think of is they're getting huge kickbacks from those companies to do this, because then they can sick their legal dogs upon the helpless people that we are. Oh yeah. Oh, here's something that's not talked about a lot either. All those little sound effects, they're copyrighted.
Oh, some of them can be copied
A
left. Sort of.
majority of them are right now. You have to be very okay. Hanna-Barbera is owned by who now? Disney. If you have like any of the Sony sound effects, Sony owns that. All right. If you have any of the sound effects from Paramount, who owns that? Paramount. So they're all copywritten. So you have to be careful even with a sound effect, and a sound effect can be anywhere between a second to whatever.
There is content that is copy left that may come with a Creative Commons license, which, depending on the license agreement specifics, could be reused. But,
there's a big challenge going on right now with music and stuff like sound effects and things like that using AI, and they're trying to clamp down on that and have it tagged as well. Okay, big mistake. Never take on more than what you can take on. All right, but learn from it. All right, if you start out with 1 or 2 shows, that's great. And if you feel comfortable, you can add more. But if you start to feel bogged down, don't feel bad about cutting back. Don't. It's okay to cut back. Your sole goal is quality, not quantity. All right. If you can do quality and quantity, that's great. Don't get burned out. It's easy to get burned out because putting a lot of time in takes a lot of time away from other areas in your life that you may need and you may look back on. I would say that that was probably my biggest one. The next thing is drama. If you have problems with hosts or if you have problems with guests that bring up drama and you don't, that's one thing you don't want to deal with because once you start dealing with it, it's like a cancer. It will eat through. If you have more than one show, it'll start eating from one show to the next and the next. Because if you're a good producer and you or you're a good host and you do multiple shows, you let that'll bleed into other areas. All right, each of the other shows in that it will bleed in. So if you have that, get rid of it quickly. Uh, if you have an opinion, it's okay to keep it to yourself, you know? But it's okay to say no. I've there have been lots of shows that have come to me and say, "I want you to produce me," blah blah blah, this, that, and the other, and I'm like, I looked at it and like, no, that's not what I do. That's not what I want, and that's not what my label is about. I will not touch that with 100-foot pole or even longer. And there's others that I really, really would like, you know, and sometimes they take years to get. It takes time. Nothing's built in a day. If you really, when you do radio, think about it as building Rome from scratch. When the Greeks had it, all right. So you may set up a good foundation, but you're going to learn that as you grow, you can get bigger. Some parts will crumble here and there, but you know you have people and you'll have things in place if you plan and do things right. Just set them back up, all right, and put it back in place, or you know take the building down and put a new one up. There's nothing wrong with that, all right, because it's all about progress. Don't let regression stop you from progress. You can cut that out and add something new in. You know, I've talked about recent problems and issues that I have. All right, and there's some solutions that I've thrown out tonight too. Those are just some of the solutions I could use. You know, I could actually go out and say, hey guys, you know, I know you guys do TechTalk.net and you do a great job with that. How about doing, you know, an hour and a half during this time to this time? Well, and you guys probably come back and say, well, don't you have a show during that time? Not anymore, I'd say, or something like that. Or let's plan on 3 weeks from now. You know, I would, you know, because that's how you always have. Being a producer and being on multiple platforms, multiple stations, you have to be the wheeler dealer and also be the bridge for those stations and platforms and the people that are on them. Because they rely on you. They rely on you to bring quality content, and they rely on you to do the best that you can put out.
That actually brings up something that I wanted to mention, because you said your brand. Okay, now when it comes to your brand, kind of define to me what you think a quality brand would be that for yourself. What do you think is quality when it comes to your brand and what you want it to be?
Quality to me means putting out really good shows. Sure, they may have some issues with technical problems in between. All do. There's, with today's technology, you know, nothing always works the way it's supposed to. All right, but we work through it. But the end product that we put out has to be the very best, and meaning as flawless as we can put it out, as well as once it's completed and archived, it needs to sound at least like it came out of a studio. And I really do my best to try to make that happen. Sometimes, due to the technology that we work with, it's not always possible. But most of the time, it is possible, and it's not a probability. It does happen. All right. If there's out of all the times, probably this year has probably been my hardest year, and probably about 8-9 years, because I've moved. I got a new studio. Things aren't set up the way the old one was, but the new one seems to be doing better in a lot of respects. I got a lot more room. I have the ability to upgrade now in a way that I didn't before, as well as, I can do, a better product. Once I get, and every little thing helps. And it's not, I've gone probably, since I started, I've gone through probably about 4 computers.
Yeah, I remember when you did your move and everything, and you had a little bad incident there with the tornado.
Yeah, that's another thing too. You can do everything you can to get your best quality, best out there, but acts of God are acts of God. All right, you can't do anything about that. But if you have people that are good, that are with you, they'll stay with you to the very end, knowing that. All right, because you've put out other things before, and had worse times before, but still put great stuff out. All right, it's kind of like I look at myself a little bit like Scotty from the Enterprise. Hey, that one came out, of course, Captain. Even though it was only 80%, but what we could put out. The Enterprise
The
really
old adopted armor, yeah.
Yeah, sure, probably go 1.9, but
Well, you see, there's a formula that Scotty had that everybody always keeps forgetting, okay? And it's like, if you know that you can freaking do 80%, you tell the captain that you can only do 70%.
60%.
60%.
He always, he was always like,
Yeah.
no, Captain, that ain't gonna work.
Roger, you've worked in tech support before, I say. It's interesting. As Roger knows, I've gone through some like 4 or 5 microphones within the last 2 years. This being the most recent one, this lapel one, which sounds pretty good in my estimation. But yeah. We've had quite a few audio issues on previous recordings, but not to say that the content itself wasn't bad, because majority of the time the content was good. But yeah, technical issues such as audio can be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Especially if you're radio, because that's everything right there.
Indeed.
See,
I can probably count on both my hands. I don't even need my toes for all the times I've ever had to scrap a show and all the time I've ever been on. Okay, that says something.
Now, with video, it's actually an advantage when it comes to mishaps, because like with Mark, dude, I get some of the best freaking content when his headphones are messing up. But I agree. Like if it was radio, it would be a nightmare. You know what I mean? There's no way that you could turn that into a positive at all. Like,
Yeah, and there are shows that I've had to, like, all right, fine, I just gotta turn everything off. Tonight's not gonna work. you know, Call everybody up, and it's a very rare thing,
no,
but
What you did that
extremely rare. I mean,
2 years ago?
it's like finding it would be like finding a stingray in Lake Huron. All right, it's possible because they could come from the sea, and work all the way over to Lake Huron. But
yeah.
but it is it probable? Probably not. But there might be a couple of them in there, and huge.
What was you gonna say, Mark? I heard you make.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, didn't you have a show some like, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago that you cancelled? Or am I thinking of somebody else there?
Who, me?
No,
Mark.
Mark.
Oh yeah, I had 3 weeks ago. Well, no, it was about a month ago. I was on air, and right as I was on air, the tornado came through and knocked me completely out, and I was out for quite a while. I was out for almost a week. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even when I did come back, my internet was not what it needed to be because even my fiber optics were on the ground. They're not on the ground anymore now. You didn't know if there was a dog or a cat or someone walking on the on the fiber optic outside.
Yeah.
Or if my son wasn't paying attention when he was mowing and just chewed through it with the mower. But no, that didn't happen. But things it probably the biggest thing that you have to worry about is dealing with the tech problems and how to make everything talk to each other. All right, and then once you get that down, and if you don't have an issue, you're good until you get on air, and then you may have some drama issues or something like that. But I've been doing this long enough that I just won't deal with it, or we can fix it ahead of time. But there's some things that are a little bit more deep seated than others that take some special gloves to handle.
Now, since we are on Twitch, the majority of people who actually watch my stuff is actually gamers. So, as somebody who's been in the radio business and is getting into streaming and everything, what advice would you give gamers when it comes to what you've done so far?
Okay. Gaming and radio is a really hard thing to do unless you're going to talk, not be gaming. Okay, you've got to have to be talking about the product itself, the designers, anything that had to do with the game. Bring in people that's played the game, interview them as well. That would be a good radio show, to take and do, especially if you did like more than one type of game that you would talk about. Say if you had a weekly show, I would take for instance do Blood Rain. All right, we're gonna talk about Blood Rain, the history of it. How it started, who put it together, and why it was done this way and that way. And then, as a continuation, because there was so many of them, you could go and take and talk about how they developed the next one for it, and if there was anything that was in between that wasn't put out to the public, that like insider stuff. That's great content for radio, so long as you can take and make sure you get you're on time, you take your breaks when you're supposed to, and that's different per your agreement with those stations, if you can get it that way, and do that. Because I'm going to tell you this: if you do a podcast, radio stations don't want podcasts because you don't leave any room for breaks. All right. If you listen to any good radio station, good radio talk show host, he's going to have like 6 breaks in an hour. But they allow me to take only 1 in the middle of the hour and 1 at the top of the hour because of how much time I allow during those. So my breaks are usually, if it's a 1-hour show, it starts at the 25-minute mark, and the show needs to end no later than the 55-minute mark or the 57-minute mark. And I don't mean talking-wise. I mean the show actually has to end with the outro by that time. And a lot of people don't understand it. Your time, your intro time, your buffer file time. Well, not your buffer file time, but your break time and your end time is all part of your time on. So you only get like 45 minutes to really talk when you do an hour show. 48 if you're doing really good.
Yeah.
All right. Depending on how long your intro, outro, and you have for your break.
See, that's what I have a hard time with gamers about. Like they like to argue with me about this stuff, and I tell them, look, man, I'm not just giving you my opinion. I learned this when I freaking actually studied it on freaking LinkedIn Learning and shit. They teach you 45 minutes is tops. You don't want to go.
Yeah.
You don't want to go over 45 minutes when it comes to a video because people don't want to hear more than 45 minutes on it.
You can do extended videos like me, but you have to have breaks.
Right. Exactly.
All right, and I do breaks. I do pre-shows. I do breaks. We do all sorts of other little things to separate that from the regular show time to the regular end time of those shows.
Right.
Like even a 2-hour show, at the end of the first hour is the 55-minute mark. The beginning of the second hour is 5 minutes after. That's a 10-minute break. Can you imagine how much money you can make with advertisements doing that?
Yeah.
If you're on a radio station, time is money.
Oh, they've gotten mad at me. They start telling me that it's nonsense that I make 15-minute videos. I'm like, dude, the majority of people on the internet like 15-minute videos. So I make 15-minute videos.
Well, I don't. I won't watch anything that's not considered an hour long or more.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Well, you're Mr. Radio, though. I mean.
Yeah. But that I have things that I look for that are a lot different than the normal person does when it comes to airtime.
I was talking to Roger, I think about a week ago, about this, and we agreed that 45 minutes is probably the sweet spot, both for radio and video and long form video content. And going back to the gaming thing, I've been a subscriber of a retro gaming channel, computer channel for YouTube channel for some time now. Granted, it's a slightly different medium because adverts are full stop on you at certain points, while then you've got a bit more freeform for. But yeah, these people generally will talk about their experience of growing up with searching computers, searching computer games, and then we'll have may have interviews with developers of certain games, old games, and they will have a sort of their own advertising slots built into the video. But again, YouTube will add extra videos on top of that, which can't do anything about. But yeah, it's interesting to see how they structure their content.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mark, we are at an hour and 12 minutes and 35 seconds. So I think we should end this here, and then before we do, I'd like for you to kind of give yourself a plug, let everybody know how they can get in touch with you and everything. I know you did it at the beginning, but it's traditional to do it at the end. So.
Oh yeah. Anyways, to get a hold of me or any of my shows, look up Dragus Productions at gmail.com. DREAGUS Productions, all one word, at gmail.com. My shows stream twice a week, Sunday nights and Wednesdays. You can check me out on most social media sites, but YouTube.
Yeah, I even love how you do that. Like, you've even got that whole accent down. Like, the moment I said to do that, bam, it just clicked right in. You know what I mean? I love it.
It's second nature. That's second nature, you know.
Yeah.
Because the views expressed and the opinions given.
Right. So,
But before coming on, I actually was working on disclaimers.
No, I'm willing to buy a lot of things, but it's like I had an issue with karma when we first started all this stuff, because Jaffe does that shit on his show all the time. He like throws up these disclaimers, and I'm like, you know what, dude? If anybody is dumb enough to come on my freaking channel wanting medical advice, then freaking they get what they deserve. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna freaking get on here and put a disclaimer on every time. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, here's the thing about disclaimers. The only time you need one is if you're on radio or multiple platforms.
Yeah.
If you're on multiple platforms, it's a good idea to do that. Just CYA, all right? There's nothing more that you can do but that, all right? And that's the best thing you can do, especially because each platform has a different term of service. Same goes for radio stations, because, you know, what you talk about might not be what they like, but they'll keep it because it brings numbers. Mm-hmm. All right? Unlike certain platforms that I won't mention, you know, that'll just ask you for no reason. But anyway, you know, or wait over a year and say, oh, you know, by the way, you know, I'm like, what do you mean, by the way? There should be, you know, some grace on that too. You know, if you know,
ethics.
If you rape someone, there's a, you know, a crime. You know, you could get away with it after a certain period. You know, like, come on now, you can't do that with, you know, this other stuff. Yeah. Come on, get out of here.
That's right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and freaking end the show unless Mark wants to say something pretty to you.
I'll say one last thing. Okay, here are the 4 shows that I do and I produce right now. Censorship Sucks, Roundtable Radio Show, Sunday Night Edition. Every Sunday night. And then on Wednesdays, we have Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday edition. It does interviews. After that is Paranormal Intelligence Agency with Jack Carey. And last but not least, the all-new Cafe Enigma on Wednesday nights, which may change soon.
All right. And I always say this because I've been noticing a lot of people forget to, but you can find him on Skype Okay. And I believe you have one on Discord too, right?
Yeah, my Discord isn't so popular.
But it
And
is there.
yeah, I do have Discord. It's under Dragus Prod.
Okay.
I have two of them there, so join both my Discords. So I'll welcome you there quicker than Skype. Skype is mostly uh, business for radio and video streaming. Okay.
And if anybody wants to get in touch with you, they can come through frickin' my Skype, and I can contact you. I guess and
Yes,
you can even contact them right there on my Skype channel. So just do the @ and he can get in direct contact with you through frickin' Tech Talk, and also all the other stuff that I have going on. So. I'm glad that you was here, man, and this was a very good interview. I really think you did a real good job on this. And
Well, thanks. It's been a while since I've actually got to do things like this, and I don't mind. I like coming in and giving it the way
well, that's why
Yeah,
I wanted to.
you know.
That's why I wanted to steer you away from the paranormal and the conspiracy stuff, because I know
Yeah.
you don't get too many chances to come in and actually talk about your career and radio and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah, I've actually had celebrity shows too, where we've had people like Leon Hendrix is on, and that's Jimi Hendrix's brother.
Mhm.
We've had lots of different. When I produced Debbie Perkins,
Mhm.
I produced her for probably 15, 16 years, something like that, and we've had all sorts of actors, cartoonists, artists of all types on that show. And I could probably do a book just off her show. I'm surprised she isn't doing one. She might. And if she did, I'll be like, yeah, go ahead. Just put the label on there and just give me credit. I don't care if you have the money or not from it. Just give me the credit. That's all.
I've got all of that beat because what I've got the great Mark Wojcicek from Dragus Production. So
Yeah.
that's cool with me. With that being said, I am going to go ahead and end the stream, and I welcome you back anytime. You're always welcome on here. I say
Sure.
that.
It'll be great coming back. It's just probably me in a nutshell. A really general overview of what I've done and where I've been. If one day something might come up and we're talking and that we'll get into something onto a topic and be like, yeah, back in the day when I was doing radio on this show,
Yeah.
we talked about that about 6 or 8 years ago, and the dude was saying this, and I'm like, yeah,
All right.
yeah, I can see it. Things like that do come up, and especially with radio and talk, and that's fine. I'm all for it, and I like cross-platforming, whether it's my shows or folks that I'm good with, like you. Want to bring your people in with mine, and same way back. That networking in radio is a must. I didn't say that to the other people, but
Yeah.
that's something that that's something you learn over the years. And believe it or not, radio is very cliquish. Very cliquish. There's groups in there. I mean, like, oh my God, if you're in with one group, you're out with another, and that's the difference between getting on a station or not. At times, yeah. Even with the independents, they're very. I would not. The independents are pretty aggressive. Okay, so some of them will pull together. All right, and they might have a local group, all right, within their state or where they're at, and others are, it also depends on their politics too, of who's running their deal.
Yep. Well, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and we will talk again later. I appreciate you being on, and thanks for showing up. You know,
Well,
it's been
I'm
great.
sorry I missed the first time, but I appreciate you giving me a chance to come back. Thanks.
No.
And if not, I was going to work my way back in and, just weasel in, do something like this anyway as well.
You know that's not. Come on, dude. Seriously, like you're great, dude. Everybody knows you're great. You're awesome.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thanks.
You're always welcome back with me anytime. I mean, no matter what show it is, you're welcome on there. So.
Well, thanks, Roger. Do you want D Spot when we come back and do Cafe Enigma? That might come open soon. I'm just teasing. We're on there, right?
Don't let him hear this.
You did click the end button, right?
Not yet.
You edit that, right?
Yeah, sure, we can do that.
Make sure you edit that, right?
Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of the Roundtable here on the Home Away From YouTube channel. We're joined here today with Infamous, myself, Zachy Boy, and we've got Middle-Aged Magic here, both halves. We're graced with the presence of both, so welcome ladies, how are you all doing today?
Really good, thank you.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Yeah, we are actually together tonight, so...
Excellent.
Everyone is joined, everyone's ready to go. I mean, I don't think we've got a specific topic we're talking about here tonight, have we? Unless Roger has got something up his sleeve. I'm not entirely sure what the whole plan is, but hey, I'm here for a good time. Let's get rocking. I'll pass it over to Infamous, to Roger. Let him give you all a lowdown.
Well, I guess the best thing to start out with is what we were talking before, the podcast started with. It's constantly always being brought up and questioned, so I figured we should at least just bring it out at the beginning of this for Home Away From YouTube too, with the questions I'm always asking you about your take on Walt Disney buying Marvel and Universal Studios movies and stuff like that. I guess that's what the whole deal is behind that. So I think that would be one good question, because like before we even got here, about almost 4 days ago, somebody else asked the same question. So
yeah,
you know what I mean? So I think that'd be a good conversation piece to start out with, if you guys want to do that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I'll pass it over to the ladies. Just let them get be the gentleman that I am.
You should see Sam's face back. It's brilliant.
Pardon?
You should see Sam's face. It's an absolute picture.
Yeah. So go on, ladies. You start off. You tell us where you stand on that, and we'll follow your lead.
You can go first, because you are the Marvel queen. So.
I am a massive fan of Marvel. My dog's saying hello as well. She also likes Marvel. I've pretty much loved everything that Marvel have put out since they've belonged to Disney or been part of Disney. I love the TV shows. I like the movies. Some of them aren't everybody's cup of tea, and they kind of all follow most of the stories behind the comics, and you've got to remember that there's like 70 odd years worth of back catalogue of Marvel comics where there's a bunch of backstories in this as well. So yeah, I'm all in with the Marvel.
I'm not so much the Marvel aficionado. I get confused. I mix up Marvel and DC. And I get just Sharon rolling her eyes at me.
I'm actually shaking my head.
She is doing it right now. But yeah, I mean, I love the Loki TV series.
Oh, that was a magnificent.
Yeah, and I loved the Captain America films.
Well done for not cocking that up.
And the Thor films, and Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy is my bag completely. But yeah, I mean, I'm, with everything they've done, I think it's really good, and bringing that into, bringing the Avengers into the Disneyland Paris park and California. I mean, we've been to Disneyland Paris, haven't been to California yet. But yes, having that in is, it's helped bring a new. There's something for the boys now in Disney, which I think was lacking. It was all princesses and Mickey Mouse, and now there's something for the teenage boys to get their teeth into.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's helped expand the Disney brand.
Yeah.
Into like a new generation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm quite happy with it.
You've not watched a lot of the TV series though, other than Loki, have you? Have you done did you do WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
I was just about to say She-Hulk. That is right.
Yeah, did you watch She-Hulk? I know She-Hulk's not everybody's cup of tea, but I thought it was hilarious.
I did have to enjoy She-Hulk. Yeah. I was worried that I'm going, is it Disney? No, it's Disney. It must be Marvel.
So
Hey, I mean, she's got some knowledge, man. I'm not a Marvel fan. I like the most Marvel I get is probably Iron Man and Deadpool.
Yeah.
That is like my two favorite like Marvel characters, and anything else, like, I can't remember the last Marvel movie I watched. I think honestly, the last Marvel movie I watched was the first Captain America movie.
Oh my gosh, get out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just not a fan of like Marvel like movies. I don't know what it is. I don't know why.
I think the films were so well cast though.
Yeah.
I mean,
you were 100%, yeah.
You can't imagine anybody being Iron Man apart from Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr. 100%, yeah.
And it's like I went back and I started watching them in chronological order.
Oh,
order.
yeah. Yeah.
So like the MCU universe order.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. And I watched the first Hulk film.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a film. Oh my god.
Edward Norton in.
She's pointing at me. You can't see. If we were on video, you'd see the gesticulating that's occurring over here. There's a lot of pointing going on.
And then, like, you compare Edward Norton to Mark Ruffalo.
Completely.
Like, Mark Ruffalo blows it out the park. He is the Hulk.
Yeah, takes a cake. Yeah.
It's like you couldn't imagine anybody else being Peter Quill Star-Lord other than Chris Pratt.
No, Chris Pratt, 100%. Yeah.
So yeah, the casting of the films is brilliant.
Yeah,
they were spot on with that.
I tell you how bad I am with Marvel. The last Spider-Man movies I watched were the ones with Tobey Maguire in it.
No.
Yeah, the Sam Raimi ones. Those, hands down, are the best Spider-Man movies. Honestly.
You've not seen the new ones.
I don't know. See, this is my problem. Like, I don't watch the newer stuff because I'm like, it's too much time. Like, I've got to watch like 10 years worth of movies. I'm like, I don't want to do that.
Okay, so to give you an idea of how much I like my Marvel, and bearing in mind that I'm also a very large Star Wars fan, so I've watched every single thing about Star Wars that's ever been made ever in my whole entire life. I've seen every single Marvel movie and TV series except for the new the Marvels one, only because I haven't had a chance to go to the cinema yet to see it. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Now,
I mean, hey, mega fan.
Let me ask you something. The new Spider-Woman trilogy that they're getting ready to come out with, what is it?
Madam Web.
Madam Web, is that a part of Marvel?
Don't think so.
Is it?
I thought that was more of the debate on the Sony side.
I didn't even know about it.
Oh, see, Sam didn't even know about it because
is it not in the Spider-Man? Is it not in the Spider-Man
part of the
universe?
Spider-Verse, which is
it's part of the Spider-Verse. Yeah,
Marvel Sony crossover. So it won't be a Marvel film, but it will be
It's
part
not
of
an
the
MCU,
Spider-Verse.
yeah, it's not MCU, but it is part of the other lore, isn't it? That battle's still going on with Spider-Man, isn't it? The Sony Marvel thing that they're trying to acquire all the rights to Spider-Man. Everyone has all the rights to him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit the same with the Hulk because because the Hulk thing at the moment, the Hulk can only be part of the MCU if he's in an Avengers-esque movie. He can't have his own standalone film.
Yeah, I assume it's the same with like Captain America and stuff like that, and Wolverine.
But they own all of that X-Men stuff again now.
Oh, do they do that? Yeah, I knew that was a thing as well. I'm trying to get all the rights to that.
Because Deadpool is Marvel.
Deadpool's Marvel, yeah.
Now,
she's just said, is it?
See, Deadpool's the only one that I love, hands down. I am gonna go see the new Deadpool movie just because.
I'm looking across on the shelf on the other side of my room, which is full of Marvel Funko Pops and art and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Sam's saying that she didn't know that Deadpool belonged to Marvel. You need to have your geek badge in again.
I know, I've lost my geek badge again.
Yeah.
You'll get this back at the end.
It comes to you and then it goes. It's not all the time. It's kind of like
I
the Spidey
lose it on a
senses.
regular basis. Let's talk about Star Wars. I'm okay with Star Wars.
Yeah, she's alright with Star Wars.
Star Wars I'm okay with.
Yeah, now
if it's Marvel, I lose it every half hour.
that was another thing too. Like everybody talks about how they acquired Star Wars. Like that right there is a good thing too. What's your take on that? I mean,
the Star Wars fans are weird.
You include yourself.
I do include myself in that. Yeah.
Being one myself, a Star Wars weirdo.
No, she hit it on the nose.
Yeah, Star Wars fans are weird. They're either there's the people of a certain age, which is like my age, that watched all the original 3 trilogy films in the cinema when they were kids. I mean, I was 6 when Star Wars came out. I watched A New Hope. Well, it was not even called that. It was just called Star Wars. Then, in the cinema, I've seen every Star Wars movie other than Rogue One in the cinema.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, but Star Wars fans are either love the universe, they embrace it, they think it's great, or they're whiny little bitchy hater things that complain about every single thing that Disney has ever done since they bought it.
But do we mention Jar Jar?
I love Jar Jar. I think it's awesome.
Oh my god.
See, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but I do like it more than Marvel. And this is kind of a hot take. Like, I love the original trilogy. And I like the prequels as well. I'm at a certain age where I'm 29, so I've watched all of the original trilogy: New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and the original 3 as well. And they're solid, man. They're pretty good. Like, I don't watch them all the time, but I'm like, I'll watch them if they're on. Like, I won't go on my way to watch them, because I'm not a big fan of both like Star Wars or Marvel. I never really have been. But like, if Star Wars is there, like, I'll watch Star Wars. But like, yeah, 100. Like, it's one of them. It's like, I get where you're coming from, because like when Disney took over Lucasfilm, there was such an uproar with it. But like, the parts was
two camps, wasn't there? There was oh my god, this is the best thing that's ever going to happen, and god, Disney are going to kill Star Wars.
Oh yeah, 100%. But then like, I think what killed it over was when the announcement was like, everything except from the stuff we make is no longer canon. Like, they just threw all like the all the extended lore out of the window, essentially, which sucks.
Yeah, but I think you can forgive them for giving us the Mandalorian.
And the Book of Boba Fett.
And the Book of Boba Fett.
I've binged I've binged all of those over the last 3 days.
Some of them do look good. Some of them look good. Again, I've not had a chance to. I've not watched them. Yeah, I've not watched them. I mean,
tell.
but you know, hey, I'd like to say, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but you know,
Right.
I anywhere credit's due. You know what I mean? Like it looks decent. They've done
Disney Plus
they've done good.
series.
Yeah, they've done good with it. To be fair,
magnificent.
they've done good with it. Yeah, they've done good with it.
I mean, they've managed to. They've done with the TV shows, like the TV series. They've given us the backstories that we wanted to know about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
100%. Yeah.
You know, we've now got like Obi-Wan Kenobi's backstory and how Princess Leia like met him when she was a child and gives you that closeness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Mandalorian was just what all the Mando fans wanted.
Yes.
Straight away.
Yes.
Which
And
are
bringing
all
Boba
based
Fett back from the dead, which we always knew he wasn't actually.
Oh yeah. Heard he was
I mean, we're both huge Star Wars fans, and we've both got Star Wars themed tattoos in one way, shape, or another.
I even built my own Mandalorian armor. That's how much for Star Wars.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
You know, we've both been to the Star Wars celebration events in London. I went this year, and we were both there 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Nice.
6 years ago? Yeah, 6 years ago. So yeah, you know, we're huge Star Wars fans, and
In the time before time, when the earth was young and the heavens uncharted, there existed a realm of such splendor that even the gods found solace within its embrace. This was Dilmun, the sacred garden, the land of the living, the place where the sun rises. In Dilmun, the waters ran clear, sweet as the nectar of the gods. No disease marred the flesh of mortals, no sorrow clouded their days. The lion lay with the lamb, and neither hunger nor thirst was known. Here the Sumerian deities Enki, the god of wisdom and water, and Ninhursag, the mother goddess, danced upon the soil that bore no thorn nor thistle. But even in paradise discord can bloom. Enki, in his boundless curiosity, ate forbidden flowers from Ninhursag's garden. Angered by his transgression, Ninhursag cursed him, and for the first time pain entered Dilmun as Enki fell ill. As Enki languished, the gods grew fearful, for without his wisdom the world would fall into chaos. In her mercy, Ninhursag relented and created 8 divine healers to cure Enki's ailments. From this act of forgiveness, new life sprang forth, and Dilmun was renewed. Among the reeds and the lush greenery, Utnapishtim, the mortal who survived the great flood sent by the gods, was granted eternal life. He and his wife were taken to Dilmun, where they were blessed to live forever, untouched by age or death, a reward for preserving the seeds of life during the deluge that cleansed the world. Dilmun thrived as a center of trade, a jewel upon the breast of the Persian Gulf. Its ports teemed with merchants, its markets overflowed with treasures from distant lands. Yet its greatest treasure was its legend, a promise of a world beyond suffering, a memory of the paradise that once was. And so the myth of Dilmun endures, a whisper of the Eden that dwells in the heart of humanity, a reminder of our yearning for a return to the garden from whence we came.
Okay, let me see here. I really do have to add an image. Transform, fit the screen. Alright, so I am starting the stream up, testing out the audio. Sounds like it's coming form. There we go. Sounds good. Let's go to my channel on DLive, see what it looks like. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so sounds good on the audio for DLive. It's coming form. Okay, YouTube sounds good. Now I've got to try audio for for Odyssey. Form. It sounds good. Hit freaking refresh on Rumble. Or for Odyssey. Right, all the audio is sounding good. I am going to start my episode of WoW here in about 9-10 minutes, so we should be set up and ready to go. I've got to get my notes out, and I believe we will be ready to go. After I do that, what I want to do first is get a song going to start off the show and everything, so that we have that available on here. I'm also going to do an advertisement for a friend of mine, and then we'll get right into the show. But first, let me go grab my coffee and everything. I believe I have everything set up and ready to go. We just have to wait for the other panel members to show up, and hopefully they do. If not, don't worry about it. I do have the talking points and everything that I have, so we can get that going. So don't worry about it. Oh, John's actually got a song out. Just checked it on Discord. So here we go. Let me get back into general, and I will be back. Okay, so we are 3 minutes over the hour, and I will go ahead and get started. I do have the stream up. I don't know if either Austin or um, I keep forgetting her name, In the Flesh is going to show up, Sherry. So I will go ahead and get everything started. First, before we go, I'm going to start out by doing a commercial real quick for a friend of mine. So let me go ahead and get everything set up and ready to go.
Estoy tratando de encontrar razón para escapar. Empiezo a desequilibrarme. Sé que estás cambiando el aire. Y todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene. Todo vibra tan constantemente. Me llevas a un nivel tan superior que el tiempo se deshace. Sé que dominas todo alrededor, la polaridad del viaje. Y todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene. Todo vibra tan constantemente. Todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene. Todo vibra tan constantemente. Entrando a un plano tan espectacular, ahí estabas, rodeada de deseos y el control de mi mente, de todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene. Todo vibra tan constantemente. Todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene. Todo vibra tan constantemente.
Okay, that was pretty cool. That was from Within the Vacuum. He had a pretty cool song that he said he wrote concerning some of the stuff that we've been talking about here when it comes to the Aztecs and the indigenous cultures here in America, particularly in South America. So he told me about it. I asked him if I could download it and play it on this episode at the beginning, and he agreed. So we have had that set up. Now, where I wanted to... Oh, excuse me. I just had coffee and burp. Now, before we get started, actually, I should probably mention I do have a call opened up in Skype as well as on Discord. So if anybody wants to join, they are more than welcome to join. Everyone is welcome. The links are in the description for the stream, I believe, on YouTube, and on the other ones I don't think I have them on there. But if you leave a comment in the comment section, then I can get you onto the show. If you want to come in, just let me know. I have all of the streams showing with the chat, so I do know what's going on. Now, with all of that being said, I guess I can get on with the show. And where we left off, we were in the last episode, we were talking about Tiamat and how Tiamat continued, or had the deity gods, and they continued to reproduce and produce other gods as well in the ancient world of Samaria. And then we started talking about the Babylonian epic of Enuma Elish, and we got into all of that, and then started talking about female deities and male deities within that time region, and that brought us into this subject of Namu. She was a Mesopotamian god who predated Enki. She was actually supposed to be Enki's mother. And then this is where we started talking about the myth of Vitana, which is the connection between the reptile and the freaking eagle, which you'll see this representation even to this day everywhere, all over the place. I believe it's even on the American dollar bill to this day, or one of the bills, I know that much. But we started talking about that, and then we started talking about Dilmun, or Dilmun, however you pronounce it. I usually just call it Dilmun. And this was the predecessor to the Garden of Eden. The whole concept of the Garden of Eden in the Christian Bible was basically drawn off of this place. Now, and the Indus Valley was also known as civilization was also known as the Indus civilization. And this was during the Bronze Age, and it was up in the northwestern region of South Asia. Now, it lasted between 3300 BC to 1300 BC, and in its mature form from 2600 BC until 1900 BC. So this is a long time ago, okay? Now, together with the ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, it was one of the three early civilizations of the Near East and South Asia, and of the three, the most widespread. Its sites spanned an area from much of the modern-day Pakistan to parts of northwestern India and northeast Afghanistan. Now, it flourished both in the alluvial plain of the Indus Valley, which flows through the length of Pakistan and along a system of perennial monsoon-fed rivers that once coursed in the vicinity of what is called Gargar Hakra. Now, a seasonal river in the north. It's a seasonal river in the northwest India and eastern Pakistan. Now, the term Harappan is sometimes applied to this civilization, and that's because it was discovered. The site was discovered called Harappa, and they named this civilization after that site that was found. It was the first excavation in the early 20th century, and during that time, it was a part of the Punjab province, and this was during the British India thing, and now it's just Punjab, and it's in Pakistan. Now, discovery of Harappa was the first one, but then soon after they had Mohenjo-daro, and that's the one that's more popular, the one that more people talk about. And it is a pretty interesting site, but that's not what the civilization was named after, because Harappa was first before Mohenjo-daro. I have a hard time pronouncing that. Now that was the culmination of work that had begun after the founding of the Archaeological Survey of India in the British Raj, and that was in 1861. Now there were earlier and later cultures called early Harappan and late Harappan in the same area. I do want to point that out. Now, the early Harappan cultures were populated with Neolithic cultures, and the earliest and best known of which is named after Magar in Balochistan, Pakistan. Now, Harappan civilization is sometimes called that Harappan civilization is sometimes called the mature Harappan. It's to distinguish it from the earlier cultures. So sometimes you'll hear it being called mature Harappan, and there's a lot. They have it distinguished between different eras, basically. Now, the cities of the ancient Indus were noted for their urban planning. They built brick houses. They had elaborate draining systems, water supply systems, clusters of large non-residential buildings, and techniques of handcraft and metallurgy. Now, they have some pretty cool videos that you can watch too, about documentaries on this region, and they'll kind of show you what they're talking about when it comes to this elaborate draining system and water supply systems. They loved water, and they even distinguished the water from the sky from the water that's on Earth. And I can't remember which one was the more holiest. I believe it was the rainwater, which was the most valuable of them. Which I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but that could be it. But then right there, we go back to the last episode, what I was saying. We were talking about with water, where Tiamat and Apsu. Tiamat was the sea, and Apsu was the it was the fresh water. It was the water that was supposed to be under the ground, So there's that going on, plus the mixing of the salt water with the fresh water. So that's something that I did want to point out. And now, let me see. Mohenjo-daro and Harappa very likely grew to contain between 30,000 and 60,000 people, and the civilization may have contained between 1 and 5 million individuals during its fluorescence, during its high or golden time, golden age, whatever you want to call it. Now, they say that gradual drying of the region during the 3rd millennium BC may have been the initial stimulus for its urbanization. Eventually, it also reduced the water supply enough to cause the civilization's demise, and causing them to disperse to the east, supposedly. But what I've been finding out when it comes to this civilization is they really don't know. They're just speculating that they actually are they actually migrated east, but that's really inconclusive. It's just like with their languages. They've found tablets and scripts that show their writing, but linguistics and archaeologists and all of these cool people who do the research there to try to figure out languages have yet been able to read what they're saying. So I brought this up in the last episode where with the Sumerians, they have this language that is separate from all of the languages that we have today, which means our languages don't connect to the Sumerians, and they're not connected to any languages within that region. It was like it just sprung up and then disappeared without an origin and without, growing on to other languages, which to me is kind of odd. But then we come along to the Indus Valley, and we learn of this civilization who has a writing system, which and let me distinguish this. There is a difference between a writing system and a language. A language is what comes out of your mouth, the spoken word, and then there's the writing system. So they have this writing system that they can't interpret. They can't find out, okay, this is what this is saying, and this is what this is saying. And I believe they're coming along, but they haven't got it done well enough to where this language can be interpreted properly. So at least that's what my take is of it. I do enjoy doing the research and finding out about this stuff, but I think my slideshow stopped running. Let me go, yeah. Wait a minute. So, that is something that really stuck out to me. It shouldn't have ended. But it did, didn't it? Yes, it did. I am going to go ahead and just put my image back up. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't think that it was going to end like it did, but it did. Now these images, I also want to point out, are images that were given to me by Mr. Robot on Minds.com, so I'm going to give kudos to Mr. Robot. These are very good images. I turned around and made slideshows for him, and I ended up sending him copies of those so that he could have them if he wants to use them. He did a really good job. So I ended up, okay, so let me get back to what I was talking about with the Indus Valley. Now, like I said, it's actually a mystery when it comes to this civilization. And I also said in the last episode that this civilization was unique because when they went in to do archaeological research on this place, they didn't find any kind of evidence that there was battles that had taken place, that any of their frickin' villages or their cities had fallen victim of a frickin' attack. So there was no signs of war or violence or anything whatsoever, and that right there by itself is pretty unique because there's not I don't think there's any other civilization or culture out there that has ever had this happen. And this is the only place that I've ever heard of where these findings have been found, and it seems pretty amazing to me, if you ask me, because of the region. This is the region that spawned the beliefs of Hinduism, Buddhism. You have also the black sheep of the family that everybody seems to forget, which is the Zoroastrians, and you could call him the brother of Hinduism or the brother of Buddhism, really. So you had these three cultures, and then you can't forget the Bon. They were all there. And also, when you look into those religions, there's strong connections to the Indo-Europeans and their belief systems. And there's also mention of Buddhism being influenced by Alexander the Great when he came in. But there's one thing that really stuck out to me with all of this. Like, this region, the valley where it's located at, would have been the exact place where Genghis Khan would have came to the borders of India. And that story is really amazing, because if you do research and you find out about Genghis Khan, Genghis Khan was a conqueror, and he ruled over the Golden Horde, and they went from one region to another, just conquering one village after the other, and that was what they were into. But when they reached the borders of India, in this area somewhere, Genghis Khan decided not to venture further. He turned away and went the other direction. He didn't even try to conquer India. And that would have placed him somewhere in this area, and I find that as kind of strange when it comes to that. And then you look at the Indus civilization, where there's no evidence of any kind of destruction, any kind of war, and things of that nature. So that kind of stuck out to me whenever I was doing my research. It was like a snap of the finger. It dawned on me, So I did want to bring that up and bring it into play. That probably doesn't really span over the original talking points that we were talking about, because Sherry had mentioned the shape of a dragon being in the terrain around the Grand Canyon, but and like I said, with the stuff that we were discussing, you make your own decision if you think that's true or not. The thing that I do know is there's always been a connection between the serpent and the bird, and these talking points that I have kind of goes into all that. And I also mentioned that this civilization, there's no evidence to prove that they all just migrated into India. They could have been dispersed into different parts of the world, and this would be a good chance to kind of go over some of the stuff that we're discussing here, because it's really is a complex situation. So now, although over 1,000 mature Harappan sites have been reported and nearly 100 excavated, there are 5 major urban centers. That's Mohenjo-Daro in the lower Indus Valley, Harappa in the western Punjab region. Then there's Ganerawala in the Cholistan Desert. Then there's the Dhalavira in the western Gujarat, and Rakagari in Haryana. Now, the Harappan language is not directly attested, and its affiliations are uncertain, as the Indus script has remained undeciphered. So that goes into what I was talking about. It's not deciphered, and they can't, or their affiliations are uncertain. Now there are a lot of different languages that people know do come out of that region, but this right here, there's no affiliations to them. You know what I mean? And because they can't figure out the language, they can't figure out the writings on them. So a relationship with the Dravidian or Ilamo-Dravidian language family is favored to a section of scholars, but like I said, don't just make a blanket statement and say that just because these people say Dravidian, it's a part of the Dravidian language, because that's not founded. Okay. Now the Indus civilization is named after the Indus River system, and it has alluvial plains, and it's the earlier sites of the civilization that was actually identified and excavated. So that is the whole tradition behind that, like I was saying a little while ago. Now, following a tradition of archaeology, the civilization is sometimes referred to as the Harappan, after its type site Harappa, the first site to be excavated. This is notably true of usage employed by the Archaeological Survey of India after India's independence in 1947. The term Gagar Hakra figures permanently in modern labels applied to the Indus civilization, on account of a good number of sites having been found along the Gagar Hakra River in northwest India, in eastern Saraswati, in India and eastern Pakistan. The term Indus Sarasvati civilization and Sindhu Saraswati civilization have also been employed in the literature by supporters of indigenous Aryanism. Now this is kind of what I was talking about, indigenous Aryanism. Okay, now India has a national movement that's going on right now where they are wanting to they're wanting to find scientific evidence that proves their culture and their beliefs and their religions all originated within India and not from outside sources. That's what they're talking about when they say indigenous Aryanism. After a positive identification of Gagar Hakra with the river Saravati described in the earlier chapters of the Rigveda, a collection of hymns in archaic Sanskrit composed of in the 2nd millennium BC, which are unrelated to the mature phase of the Indus Valley civilization. So these writings are supposedly not related to the mature phase of the Indus Valley civilization, but it still goes back to these people can't interpret frickin' the Indus Valley civilization's texts or understand their language yet. So that kind of doesn't make sense, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of a rash statement to be saying, it's kind of premature considering they first have to figure out what it was that the Indus Valley spoke and be able to interpret them, you know. So, recent geophysical research suggests that unlike the Sarasvati described in the Rigveda as a snow-fed river, the Ghaggar Hakra was a system of perennial monsoon-fed rivers, which became seasonal around the time that the civilization diminished, approximately 4,000 years ago. Alright, so this brings me into the issue about them having to be dispersed. Okay, this civilization had to be dispersed because of lack of water that had happened over time, and then you hear what I just mentioned too about the Rigveda, and how could they be able to really interpret what was going on there, you know, when they don't have the information to really back those claims up, because they can't interpret the freaking text, and they can't interpret the language, you know what I mean? So they really have nothing backed up. And the Indus civilization had to migrate out, according to their research, to the east, and it was because of lack of water and frickin' well, basically, you know, global warming, I guess, if you want to call it, which was regional in that area. You also see this in the Fertile Crescent. Now, right there, since we were talking about the Sumerians, right there where the Sumerians were, and eventually the Babylonians and Assyria, all the way up to the Levant, this was referred to as the Fertile Crescent. And in this region, it was a fertile crescent, you know. They have stories of wild lions that used to run loose in the Fertile Crescent, which used to run wild within this region, and kings used to hunt them and take freaking and have them sculpted onto freaking concrete, so that frickin' it would be shown how great of a hunter these kings were. Then you had the cedars of Lebanon, you know, which everyone in the known world back then would travel to just so they could get this lumber, so that they could build with it. Now they're all gone. You take a look at you take a look now at the Indus Valley, and the Indus Valley apparently went through that same kind of situation, causing the Indus Valley, or the Indus civilization, to migrate eastward or wherever they went. All right. When this happened, anything could have happened. These people could have ended up in frickin' America. These people could have ended up in India. They could have ended up in Mongolia. They could have ended up in all of those places altogether, or maybe they went to one of them. I don't know, you know, but that could have been the case. Now, even though that's a good topic, I want to get focused on this same thing that happened there, that happened in the Middle East, about everything turning to desert and drying up. Now, there's a deity within the Hindu religion, and this deity is known as Surya. Now, Surya is the sun god, as well as the solar deity in Hinduism. Now, he is traditionally one of the major 5 deities of the Smarta tradition, all of whom are considered as equivalent deities in the Panchayatana Puja and it means to release Brahma or Brahman. Okay, and other names of the Surya in ancient Indian literature include Aditya, Arka, Brahma or Brahnu, Savitar, Pushin, Ravi, Murtanda, Murtra, and or Mitra. And Mitra is interesting to me because I've also done research with Mithra, and I'm not talking about Mithras from Rome. I'm talking about Mithra from the Urartu civilizations and things of that nature. And then you have the Bhaskara, the Prabhakara, Kathiravan, and the Vivasvan. Now, these are all words I'm not really good with. I'm sorry if I messed them up. But those are the names that this deity went by. Now, Surya is the one that I'm going to go with because it's the easiest one to say. And the reason why I bring this deity up is because this deity had control over a Brahmastra, and a Brahmastra was these weapons that were supposed to be used by the gods, and certain deities would have a Brahmastra weapon which they could use, and this deity was one who possessed a Brahmastra. So with that, I'm going to continue on. Now, the iconography of Surya is often depicted riding a chariot harnessed by a horse, often 7 in number, which represent the 7 colors of visible light in the 7 days of the week. During the medieval period, Surya was worshipped in tandem with Brahma during the day, Shiva at noon, and Vishnu in the evening. In some ancient texts and art, Surya is represented syncretically with Indra, Ganesha, and others. Surya as a deity is also found in the arts and literature of Buddhism and Jainism. In the Mahabharata, in the Ramayana, Surya is represented as the spiritual father of Rama and Karna, protagonist of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, respectively. Surya was a primary deity in veneration by the characters of the Mahabharata in the Ramayana, along with Shiva. Now, Shiva is also a very interesting character. I do want to talk about her later on in Everything About Aliens, because Shiva has this really, really weird connection with the Naga. She wears a Naga on her neck, or him, whichever one, but Shiva wears a Naga on his or her neck and also sleeps on a bed that is a Naga. So that is something that's interesting that I do want to come back to later on. Now, Surya is depicted with the chakra, also interpreted as Dharma chakra. Surya is the lord of Simha, which is Leo. Now, that is one of the 12 constellations in the zodiac system of Hindu astrology. Surya, or Ravi, is the basis of Ravivara, or Sunday, in the Hindu calendar. Now, major festivals and pilgrimages in reverence of Surya include Makar Sankranti, Pongal, Samba Dashami, Ratha Septami, Chath or Kath Puja, whichever way that's pronounced, and Kumbha Mela. He is particularly venerated in the Sara and Smarta traditions found in Indian states such as Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Maharashtra, and then Uttar, and then Pradesh, and then Jharkhand, and Odisha. I really wish I was better at these words. I'm sorry if I am tearing them up, guys. I apologize, like I said before. Now, having survived as a primary deity in Hinduism longer than most of the original Vedic deities, the worship of Surya declined greatly around the 13th century, perhaps as a result of the Muslim destruction of sun temples in North India. Now, new sun temples virtually ceased to be built, and some were later repurposed to a different deity, which was common in it was common in other cultures too. I'm really amazed with the freaking the Great Pyramid, to be honest, because a lot of people don't realize that a lot of that shit on the Great Pyramid was taken away and repurposed for other things, and it's still there, so you're not looking at the full complete freaking pyramid. You're actually looking at what was left after everybody took the shit they wanted, you know what I mean? So that right there is just one thing about the Great Pyramid that is so amazing, besides the fact of how big it is and freaking the mystery behind it. But like, people were actually stealing shit off the side of it, and it's still there, that's pretty cool. So now when like I said, they were repurposing the temples and everything for other places of worship and everything. So they were taking these temples and they were repurposing them. Now, a number of important Surya temples remain, but most are no longer in worship. In certain aspects, Surya was tended to be merged with the prominent deity of Vishnu or Shiva, or seen as subsidiary to them. Now, that's who this deity is. Okay. Now he is no longer worshipped, but it's Surya. All right. So you kind of got a grist of it. Now, after that, I wanted to get into the Garuda. Okay. Now these are all ancient Indian stories. Okay, that goes back to Hinduism, and some of it's even into Buddhism. So just keep that in mind while I'm telling you this, alright? This was a sun deity. Now, the Garuda is its mythology is linked to that of Aruna, the charioteer of Surya, the Hindu sun god. Okay, both Aruna and Garuda developed from an egg. According to one version related by George Williams, Kashyapa, Prajapati's two wives, Vinata and Kadru, wanted to have children, and Kashyapa granted each of them a boon. Kadru asked for 1,000 Naga sons, while Vinata asked for just 2, but each and equal to all of Kendra's 1,000 sons. Kashyapa blessed them and then retired to a forest to meditate. Later, Kadru gave birth to 1,000 eggs, while Vinata gave birth to 2 eggs. After incubating them for 500 years, Kadru's eggs hatched, and out came her 1,000 sons. Vinata, eager for her own sons, impatiently broke one of her eggs. From this egg emerged the partially formed Aruna, still looking radiant and reddish as the morning sun, but not as bright as the midday sun as he was promised to be. Aruna chided his mother, Aruna chided his mother, Vinata, for her impatience and warned her to not break open the second egg, cursing her to be a slave until his brother rescued her. Aruna then left to become the charioteer of Surya, the sky god. Now, Vinata waited, and after many years the second egg hatched, and Garuda was born. After losing a bet to Kadru through trickery, Vinata was forced to become her slave. Garuda later on asked his brother to free his mother from her slavery, to which they demanded Amrita from heaven. Garuda waged a war against gods with his extraordinary might and abilities beyond thinking, and defeated all of them, including Indra. He then took Indra's nectar vessel and flew back to earth. Vishnu then came to Garuda and asked him to be his ride, to which he agreed. Indra requested that Garuda not give the Amrita to the Nagas, though, as it would bring great trouble later. So they forged a plan. Upon reaching his brothers, Garuda placed the vessel before them and asked them to first purify themselves before drinking. Meanwhile, Jayanta, the son of Indra, stole the vessel back. On returning, the Nagas were all devoured by Garuda. Now, some myths present Garuda as so massive that he can block out the sun. The text Garuda Purana is named after him. Garuda is presented in the Mahabharata as one who eats snake meat, such as the story about him planning to kill and eat Samukha snake, where Indra intervenes. Now Garuda is angry. Garuda in anger vaunt about his feats and compares himself to Indra's equal. Vishnu teaches a lesson to Garuda and cured his pride on might. Garudas are also a race of birds who devour snakes in the epic. So we have the birds, and then we have the reptiles. Okay, and this goes traditionally within this culture of Hinduism. And like I said, there's no evidence proving or disproving that this stuff is right or it's wrong, in my opinion. Okay, these are very old texts with very old traditions. And then we take it back to what I was discussing before when it comes to the Indus Valley. You know, these people's language, people don't know anything about it. The the one thing that really sticks out to me when I think of the Indus Valley is when they talk about oh god, I forgot the damn name of it. Oh my goodness. when they talk about freaking okay, I'm gonna have to call. When they talk about I forgot the name of the damn place. It was Shambhala. That's it. When they speak of Shambhala, you know, I really that sticks out to me, and I don't know if anybody else connects the dots because I don't hear people talk about this kind of stuff when it comes to the folklores or the myths or the frickin' religions, belief, whichever one you want to call it, of the Hindus or the Buddhists. You know what I mean? They always want to talk about the more exciting things, I guess you could say, you know. And I like to do research and try to find connections and things that are actually authentic and things that freaking could be possible. So, but I do think that this region is probably, if it wasn't Shambhala, it was probably what inspired the idea of Shambhala. You know, it would have had to have been an amazing place. They said that the people who lived within the Indus Valley spent most of their time playing games with one another, and that is cool as hell. I mean, in my opinion, you know, these were peaceful, loving people. So, since I didn't get any guests to the show, I think I can probably call it quits here. I believe that we do have an hour. You know, we got an hour of stream for the show, so I could go ahead and end it here. When I come back in, though, I really do want to finish this off. I want to go through and discuss the Thunderbird. And after the Thunderbird, I would also like to discuss Quetzalcoatl, which is another topic. And like I said, you know, with the Indus Valley and their beliefs, I personally think that if I mean, they could have had people coming from that region that ended up making it to what we call America today. You know, you never know. And the question goes back to, is that frickin' design that's in the desert near the Grand Canyon a dragon? And I'll say in this episode, like I said in the one before, that is completely up to you to decide. Use discernment and think to yourself, maybe it is, you know. I used to watch a show that everybody probably knows, and it's called The Leak Project. And on there, dude kept talking about, or one of his episodes, it was really good. He was talking about a reptile mound that the Native Americans here in the United States had created. And it's basically just mounds that are built up in the shape of a freaking snake, you know. And the only way that you can see it like that is if you were above it, up in the air. So I thought that was kind of cool. So these are good topics to bring up. And like I said, I'm gonna end it here, and we can come back to this later on and freaking enjoy watching the show. You know, maybe I can get my guest on here and we can get something started. So before we go, though, I am going to play Within the Vacuum song again for you guys so that you can enjoy it. So hopefully you do enjoy it.
Estoy tratando de encontrar razón para escapar. comienzo a desequilibrarme. Sé que estás cambiando el aire y todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene, todo vibra tan constantemente. Me llevas a un nivel tan superior que el tiempo se deshace. Sé que dominas todo alrededor, la polaridad del viaje y todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene, todo vibra tan constantemente. Todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene, todo vibra tan constantemente. Entrando a un plano tan espectacular, ahí estabas, rodeada de deseos y el control de mi mente, de todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene, todo vibra tan constantemente. Todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene, todo vibra tan constantemente.
There's just something about Within the Vacuum, dude. He's got that freaking voice. I'm telling you guys, if you guys haven't listened to him, you need to go over and check him out. He's freaking awesome. I've had him on a few of my shows, and I will never turn him down on a chance to freaking come on and do some more music for us. He's just an amazing, amazing guy. He's also big on helping out the indigenous civilizations, the Indians in South America, and wanting to support them in their efforts, you know, and stuff like that. So he's really, really big on that. And with him, the most he wants to do is just go hang out in the woods and be a part of nature, you know. So I think that's pretty cool. Don't care what anybody says, you know. Now, with that being said, I do want to thank Hans P on DLive for making a comment and showing up and listening. I also want to thank Lee B6 off of YouTube for showing up and making a comment and being a part of the show. I appreciate that very much. I was just going to end it after the stream, but it was a big deal, especially on DLive too. Not saying that your comment, Lee, wasn't important. Just on DLive, I wanted to find out if anybody actually did watch it or is there. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, I do appreciate both of you, and I don't know. At least I got a comment on DLive. I might keep it going a little bit farther. So, with that being said, I'm going to end this, and I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. So, thank you.